Here it is, folks. We are at RedBud. It is the Monster Energy Motocross of Nations. I cannot believe it's actually happened. This is what all the bench racers have been talking about, wishing for 20-some years, and we are now only 2 days away. Jason Wygant, Steve Mathis, we're going to have about 100 people at this desk over the next 2 nights. But the bottom line is we are actually having Motocross of Nations at RedBud. It's no longer a dream. It is reality.
It's unbelievable. I'm stoked to be here. I think everybody's happy to be here. 4th time this event has been held in the USA. USA has won the other 3. Will they make it 4 for 4? We'll see. They break the longest drought they've had, a winless drought. So I'm excited, man. And honestly, look, there's a ton of great tracks in the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Champions Series, but I think everyone and anyone will agree it's RedBud that deserves this race. It's RedBud, the crown jewel of the series. It's perfect when they announced it.
Oh, RedBud!
We were excited. The people are excited.
Yeah,
and
crowd's pumped.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and it's because RedBud, the riders love the track, and the fans love the track, but it also has that USA vibe because it's always July 4th weekend. Yep. So I feel like every year when Team USA struggles more and more at this event, and last year was about as far down in the rankings as we've seen them in decades, it just makes the fans think, man, if we could get the race and if we could get it at our favorite track at RedBud, it would change things. So there's a lot of pressure now for Team USA to try to deliver on home soil. Like you said, they've never lost here.
Well, and also, too, I've traveled a lot to Europe, and I've talked to a lot of the GP riders over the years at these different European supercrosses or GPs or designations.
Yeah.
The European racers tell me they want to race at RedBud. They watch RedBud on TV.
Really?
They wish they could come to RedBud.
Yeah.
I've heard that over and over.
Cool.
So they're getting their wish here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the weather isn't exactly cooperating right now. We're looking at about 50-60% of chance of showers each day.
Yeah.
Track has been prepped for the rain, though. It's been sealed. It's been rolled. So they're kind of expecting that. That could be one thing that could play into factor here.
Yeah, they had a press conference today, and Tim Ritchie, it's him and his sister Amy are the ones that own and run this track. And Tim said he thinks he's being challenged by the weather as much as the riders are going to be. They've done everything they can to seal it in. Right now, it's not raining. We got more fans coming in. Yeah, they're coming to the stage. Hope you folks can hear the RedBuds at home. They sealed it in. But the difference is the format is so completely different than we're used to as the fans with the USA cheers going. We're going to have racing tomorrow. And the first time we get everybody to get a chance to be on the track together. So whatever happens tomorrow, they're going to tear this place up. We're going to get some lines and ruts laid down. If it rains after that, who knows? But it'll be our first shot at seeing riders on the track against each other tomorrow. We don't have to wait till race day like at a race in the United States.
Yeah, 3 qualifying races tomorrow, 20 minutes plus a lap. Each class gets their own qualifier. You got a couple practice sessions in the morning, and then it's go time. And of course, let's not forget, first thing tomorrow morning, they're going to draw clothespins for your gate position.
Clothespins.
Clothespins. And then we'll see where USA draws. Last year in England, not so well. A couple years ago, they drew number 4. So the clothespins kind of determine where you're on the start. Brand new start here at RedBud. Brand new. No one's really done it. They had an amateur race.
They had one amateur race. It's a tested.
So there's a lot of things that are changed up a little bit from the clothespins to the new start.
Yes, and Saturday and Sunday racing. All right, Steve, you paid $500 to go to the dinner tonight with?
Tim Ferry.
Tim Ferry.
Yes.
What's your table number?
TF01.
TF01.
And I am stoked. The MXON Nations, we have all the benefits, all the proceeds go to Road to Recovery.
Yep.
You get to sit with a Motocross of the Nations legend.
And we got some right here.
I picked Tim Ferry.
We'll get you on in a second, Dick.
I got to go grab some prime rib. But
okay.
RedBud, everybody, enjoy yourself.
Oh, you're actually going to grab Timmy's prime rib. Or you mean food?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
he's going to.
Thank you.
Mathis is going into the Motocross of Nations experience. We're going to bring some guests in here. We have Dick Robbins, who was actually a member of the first ever Team USA, the first Motocross of Nations team for the United States. Sir, not to date yourself, but what year was that?
1970.
1970. Now, Davey Coombs and I did a podcast on Racer X this week, and he explained that story. It wasn't a, hey, we're going over there to win the race effort. This was just it all just kind of fell into place, and you guys went for a run.
That's correct. Yeah, I got a call from.
There you go.
I got a call from Edison Dye, and it was a last-minute deal, and he said he's trying to put together a team to ride in the Trophy the Nations, and I had never heard of the race. And we were new at motocross back then.
Yeah.
And he said, "Are you in?"
Okay.
And I said, "If I can raise the money."
All right.
So, I had paid my own way. Fly in. We stayed in Husqvarna, Sweden.
Okay.
Stayed at the factory VIP hotel.
Whoa.
And we got used 250s.
Okay.
And my parents owned a Husqvarna shop from 1966.
Okay.
So I was a service manager, so I knew how to rebuild the bike.
At the time?
At the time.
You were racing and working in the shop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's changed a little bit these days.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you were working on your own bike in a way.
Correct.
At Motocross the Nations.
Correct. I rebuilt the whole bike at the factory.
Okay.
And my teammates, Mark Blackwell, he was 17 years old, and Bob Grossi was 18 years old. Mm-hmm. And I had already had the engine out and tore apart. And I looked over at Bob, and I says, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm trying to figure out where the spark plug's at." He'd always had a mechanic. He didn't.
Yeah, sure.
He didn't even know where the spark was. I went, "Oh, man." So I was 26 years old, already married, been in and out of the Army, and then working at my parents' motorcycle shop. So,
did you have to fix all 3 bikes? Did you have to work on all the
all
bikes?
3, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You worked on all the bikes
Yeah.
and then raced. So the first Team USA, the result wasn't actually that bad from what I heard.
No.
You guys were respectable.
Well, it was a mud race. It rained 3 days before the race, and it rained all day during the race. And I'm from Michigan, from RedBud.
Ah, Michigan Mafia here, yeah. Before
And
that
so,
was even a thing.
so
yeah.
I'm a mudder.
Okay.
And I finished 24th. I got lapped Gabors, Robert. Torliff was coming around to lap me and sucked mud and stuck a throttle, blew the engine up.
Oh.
But so I finished 24th. I was proud of that. Mark wore glasses back then, still does. And, we didn't have tear-offs and all that stuff.
Okay.
We wore Carreras, and they get muddy, and you throw them away. And so he rode he was running real good. Bob was running like 12th. They were in the first model. And his engine got mud in it, stuck the throttle, ran wide open, blew up.
Oh, jeez.
And then Mark pitched his goggles and pitched his glasses. And I'm not sure if he finished or not. But anyway, I finished 24th and had a good time.
Okay, yeah, and so that's the first Team USA, yes. And did anyone at that time, even Edison Dye, who's quite a visionary, did anyone even conceive that somewhere along the way Team USA would be winning the event and then even having a win streak? It probably seemed completely preposterous to think that.
Not at all. And I really got to give a shout out to Davey Coombs. If it wasn't for Davey, they wouldn't even know about our team. So we went many years. And then I finally got a call from Racer X. It was Davey. And he put us in the magazine.
Yeah. That's one old photo. I don't even know where they found that.
Yeah. And so that was it. Otherwise, all the people from Michigan that knew me from racing around here all the time, they never even knew that I rode the Motocross the Nations.
No kidding. Really?
No. Psycho News was the only thing out back then.
Yeah.
They didn't even cover the race.
Yeah, because you hadn't even heard of it yourself.
No.
You said, yeah.
No.
Just not a thing.
No.
Yeah.
So it was quite an experience, and I look back on it now and being the first one to do it. And,
oh, yeah.
And plus now I'm the oldest.
Yeah, you got
USA.
that
Yeah, so 75 years old. And,
all right.
Team USA.
All right. Looks like the years have been pretty kind to you. Dick Robbins, thanks for stopping by. Part
Pleasure.
of the first ever Team USA. You got to go to the dinner.
Yep.
Motocross the Nations experience. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much,
And
Jason.
I'll come in there and hang out too. Yeah, Michigan Mafia. And first ever member of Team USA. Let's bring some more guests. Oh, we're bringing a whole bunch on here. Well, this is historic. So we talked to Dick Robbins, who is part of the first ever team that we ever had. And now we have the boys that were part of the first ever winning team, just making sure everything's hooked up here. So in 1970, no one even knew what the race was. And they ended up having a team really just to see what it was all about. 11 years later, Team USA ends up winning the event both weekends back then. It was Trophy and Motocross the Nations. And we have half of the 4 riders that did that then. We have Chuck Sun and Donnie Hansen joining us. It was inconceivable in the 70s that Team USA could win an event like this. When you guys went over there in 81, was it inconceivable still? Did you guys think you had a shot to win it? Or did you shock yourselves even, Donnie?
I think we shocked ourselves. We weren't thinking about winning. I mean, it was a great experience to go over there and race the world best and experience it. But leading up to it, we were riding real well between myself and Chuck and Johnny and Danny Laporte, we were riding real well, and you know, the experience of, and going to Lomo. Lomo was a badass track that, you know, I was a sand rider, but not that kind of sand, not that deep of sand, and it was unbelievable. But it was a great experience, and we rode our hearts out, and the results showed.
Did you have any expectations going in like that?
Well, nobody says it better than Eric Gabors. He said he couldn't believe what he saw, and he said it was because of the Supercross, and he was right. Supercross, we were a little bit hungry for that little piece of real estate, and it showed. We could push it a little bit harder. And I shout out to Eric Gabors because he passed away this year.
That's right.
We spent time with him in Italy. Great man, good stories, multi-world champion. There was a youth in our team, and there was no ceiling of what that team couldn't accomplish. We didn't really know, and there was nothing that held us back, so we just uncorked whatever we had. Kind of interesting, a bit story going back to 78. I got called on the team, and I was with Tommy Croft. I'll never forget this. We're in the beer tent afterwards, drinking lukewarm German beer. Tommy Croft is hammering the table with his trophy like a tomahawk. And I didn't realize till later his frustration, because he volunteered to be second row. So he got roosted on the 500s the whole time, still chiseled up to a 15th. And the second moto, he got a front flat. Rick Burgett crashed and broke his collarbone. Between Han and myself, we got second on the second overall each moto. We finished fourth. And I can really appreciate his frustration. And so being back on the team 2 years later was a real treat for me to come back with a vengeance. So I was really hungry. But I was also injured. Keep in mind, Washougal happened 3 weeks earlier.
Chuck's on jump.
They named the jump.
Chuck's on jump. Chuck's on.
I have to cop up to this.
Bit him in the butt.
Dave Arnold called me and said, Honda wants to send a Honda-only team. And are you on board? So I lied and said I'd be ready. And just,
what was the injury?
Oh, my ankle was wobbly. I couldn't. When he called me, I couldn't even walk. But I knew Spencer. He taped it up like a cast, and we struggled through and got our points. So it was very exciting to be on the team, that so-called B team. When we got to Europe, they didn't even want to have us entered. You know, it was like
I think they laughed at us.
An insult.
Really?
They laughed at us.
Yeah, because for most of you folks on that team, it was the all Honda team. You were all kind of coming on, like you would be Supercross champ the next year. But by the fall of '81, you guys had almost not even reached your peak yet. Even same thing with O'Mara was young. Laporte was going to be a world champ, but hadn't yet. So yeah, did they even know your names?
No,
for the most part?
1980, I got hired for the first time on the circuit by Honda. So, and I injured myself during the outdoor nationals. I finished, fairly well in the Supercross. I finished 8th. I finished top 10. So the second year, I was still learning. Reading the magazines, I knew who was fast, but I didn't know how fast they were. And I was still learning the track. So 81 was still a learning experience for me, where I still finished, third on the outdoors behind Howerton and Hanna, and then 6th in the Supercross. So, I had a good year there, and then going over representing America over there in Europe was unbelievable. But I was jazzed and I was fired up, and we got to Loma, and I see this track and how deep the sand got and how big the bumps were. And like I said, I came from Southern California, where riding Indian Dunes was sand, but not that deep. And I did some testing over in Florida where the sand was deep at one time before it all went away. But it was a great experience, and all you can do is go out there, do the best you can, and fight your way through the 45-minute motos. And as it turned out, it was great for America.
Now, the one thing I've always cannot understand. Back then, it was a 2-weekend format. There were 2 different events. You had Trophy Nations, Motocross Nations. So which one was first? Which did you win?
Lomo was first, and then Belstein, Germany was next on the 500s.
So I'm assuming you just stayed over there the week between.
Yeah.
What was running through your minds? You had we just shocked the world, and then another race to try to do it again 7 days later.
Well, we had
what
to
was
test.
That like?
Well, first of all, we had to put Johnny O on a big bike. He was a 125 rider.
Had he ever ridden one?
And we were riding at Everett's farm.
Okay.
And he looked at a cow pie and said, "I'd rather eat that cow pie than ride that 500."
I remember that.
Yeah. He was really unhappy with it. But he's such a talented rider. He adapted quick.
Okay.
And he went in there. Now, I have a little story. It's
all right.
About Bilstein.
Okay.
It was muddy. It was slick. I got impatient. I jumped onto a line, the second moto. The bike slid. It hammered my injured ankle.
Okay.
I was done.
Uh-huh.
I was done. And laying in the pits, trembling, I hear over the announce speaker on the last lap, Noyce got a flat, and we slipped in and won. And these guys carried me up on the podium to celebrate that win. But for me, it was a little bit of a blend of celebration and self-loathing at the same time. A good experience, but not exactly what everybody thought. I scored points the first moto. I helped the team in Lommel, but it was a little bit of a conflict for me. And these guys really pulled it out in Germany. Not even being the 500 riders, I was kind of the go-to 500 guy with Laporte. So I always give these guys props for pulling it out in Bilstein.
Oh, so it was that close. So it was down to a few positions.
The last lap.
Yeah. Noyce,
Graham
Englishman, right?
Noyce from the UK got a flat, because he was kind of squirrely. Now, Graham and I have shared some drinks at Farley Castle recently, and he shared some of those stories because he loves his cider. A good man and a great champion. But
so you guys get the back-to-back wins. So even when you came home, had this even sunk in? Because this is a race, from what I'm hearing in those days, it wasn't on everyone's radar. It was for you because you had been on the team before. You went from, should we do this, to, oh my gosh, we just won it. And this is still an era where the Europeans were considered the best. Did it ever even sink in? You must have shocked yourself.
Well, I did. I took that energy and took it home, and Johnny O'Mara and I lived together. I had a house, and Johnny rented for me. His first year was 81. And I took the energy, and between the two of us, we trained our butts off for the start of the AT season. And, as the kickoff went in Anaheim, as I won, and Johnny finished third behind Wardy. So, and
we're good. They're talking to their headsets.
Yeah. so you
carried it into 82.
Yeah, carried it into 82, and from the Supercross to the Nationals, and then at the end, after I clinched everything here in the States, I got invited back over there to Europe to race the Trophy and Motocross of the Nations again for the second year, where I went back. I went back early. They raced the last World GP over there, 250 World Championship in Vimmerby, Sweden.
Yeah.
And I won both motos there. That's where Laporte clinched the title over Jabé. So that was exciting in itself. And then getting ready a couple days later, getting ready for the Dis Nations, practicing over there in Germany at Rolf Diffenbach's practice track, is where I got off and got injured, and that ended my career. So I wasn't, everything I won in '82, I wasn't able to represent the next year. But it's kind of a bittersweet career. Proud and honored to be part of the industry and be part of this event here at the Motocross of Nations this year. But so bittersweet.
But I got to tell you this, over time, as the bikes and styles change, I've always gone to Hansen, hey, I'm not feeling quite right on the bike. And he'd give me tips, because that's what he does. He does schools, gives me tips on how to be better riding at the way the modern styles are, especially the jumps. So I always give props to Donnie for that. But I've been spending a lot of my time scribbling and doing memoirs, so that's something to look forward to as I unearth some of the memories.
Is it coming soon? Is it going to be like published?
This year, this
right.
coming year.
Since you're able to see the new bikes and the modern styles and all that and break it down, I know you follow this very closely too. Let's talk a little bit about this year. A rare losing streak for Team USA. They've gone years where they haven't won, but it's often they're not racing one year, they're in or out. They've gone 6 straight years, and they have not won. So what squares up in your mind here for this weekend and the chances of them finally getting back up there?
I think we have a great team. I think we have some good riders, definitely, to represent us here in America. And so it's just a matter of putting it all together. I mean, as far as I know all the riders are strong. So getting good starts, having a little bit of luck in their favor. The conditions could be a little bit sloppy, but the riders are all mud riders. So I think it's going to play in our favor. France has a good team again. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited. I want to see Herlings against the Tomacs, the Barshas, and I don't know. I just want to see some good racing.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll be on the top.
Yep.
It's
and
ours.
You follow closely.
Yep. It's ours to lose this year. We have, the home advantage.
Yeah, home advantage. This should be us.
And every year, I'm always excited for the opportunity of the Americans to experience what the D-Nations is, because it's more than a job. It's more than making money. A lot of times they don't get paid to do this. It extends their season. But when you feel the energy of the American fans that really want to see a win, and everybody comes out here, it really feeds. And I think these guys are on board, and they really want to win. And that's probably the number one that's going to take place. There's a lot of things that can happen. Luck of the draw, a little bit over-energetic rider here and there. But they're experienced pros, and I think they're going to pull it out.
Yeah, I think we have a very good chance of coming out with that number one.
And last thing, because RedBud has so much history, I'm assuming both of you guys have logged some laps here at this track at some point, right?
I was just talking to Davey, and he says I did in the Trans Am. So I don't.
Okay,
I don't
but not in the
remember
nationals when you were racing them.
There was no nationals.
Or maybe not in the 250 class. No,
during that era, early 80s. I don't know.
Yep.
No, 75 here. My first year as a privateer on a privateer Husky. Being from Oregon, rode in the mud, the big, powerful Pierre cars makers, I held back for the longest time until my frame broke in half.
Really?
But his Japanese mechanics went out, and they were waving me on because they got somebody that was kind of like them beating their guy. I'll never forget that.
His mechanics.
His mechanics. Hey, there's one of our boys doing well.
All right.
Because we're a mud rider from Oregon. My brother Ron and I both rode in the mud all the time. Then I won a 500 national here, but I just remember looking over the green grass here and seeing a Mako rider wheeling up and down the hills when we worked on the bike. And that was a guy, Doug DeMocas, that kind of set the stage for entertainment of Supercross. This is where he's from.
Wow.
And that was the opening show for Supercross was to see if Doug DeMocas could wheelie around the track. So good memories here.
Yeah.
So good to be back here to celebrate this event. I'm excited for what's going to come down this weekend.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be awesome. Now, you guys can get to the Experience Dinner. Donnie Hansen, Chuck's son.
Jason, thank you.
Thank you. And Pioneers here. They're part of the first Team USA that won this thing back in '81. Let's hear it for Chuck's son and Donnie Hansen. And this is all, of course, integrated in with the Motocross of Nations Experience, which is taking place in a tent off to my left. Fans got to spend money to be able to have dinner with the heroes of Team USA. Nearly everyone who's ever ridden for Team USA is here tonight inside that tent. So I want to make sure that the fans get their chance to hobnob with guys like Chuck's son and Donnie Hansen, Dick Robbins, who we had up earlier. You guys can come on out, and we'll just keep the cavalcade of stars going. We've got a bunch of them here. And this is a unique situation. You'd almost assume Well, you know, it's Motocross the Nations. Everybody's going to be here all the time, but that's not really the case. I would imagine this gathering of riders that we're going to have in this tent here for the experience is probably maybe the first time ever we've had this many Team USA members gathered out of Motocross the Nations, I would imagine.
Oh, I think that's safe to say.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for you guys, and probably to catch up with some old friends and stuff, Gary.
Yeah, it's been great so far. I met Billy up there a little while ago, and we've been hanging out together, and it's really good to be back in the racing environment and be with all the, you know, talking to the guys and stuff. We're all like-minded, you know.
Yeah, everybody likes just talking dirt bikes. So Gary Semix, you were on the team. Explain what it was like in those days as Team USA was trying to break in.
Yeah, I was on the team in '77. That's 41 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know, we just finished our 500 nationals in St. Petersburg, Florida, and that was, you know, of course Sunday, and then Monday we had a flight to France.
Okay.
For the first race in the south of France in Bordeaux. It was organized as far as they were going to get us there, but you know, we just hung out during the week. We didn't see our bikes until right before the race.
Okay.
The mechanics got there way after we did, and I was just going to we were at the racetrack. It was just like a race.
Were there any expectations in the 70s that you could win the event? Was that even on the radar, even the goal, or was the goal to just ride?
I don't think anybody would say we had a possibility of winning.
Okay.
But we actually got second overall in the first.
Oh, that was the team that got second.
Yeah,
okay.
In France in the first one.
How close was it? Like, was there an actual opportunity to have gotten that win?
Man, 41 years ago, you know, I can't remember how close it was.
Yeah, you mentioned the first week, because it was, as I was saying to Chuck and Donnie here, it was 2 different races on 2 weekends back then. So you stayed over there, I'm assuming, and just raced again?
Yeah, we flew up to Holland, stayed in Amsterdam. It was another week of hanging out.
Okay. No riding going on?
No riding. It wasn't organized to do that, you know. And then we just went to the track again and raced.
Okay. And what sticks out? I mean, a lot of the people, and I'm sure those stories will be told tonight, your teammates are guys that you're racing against most of the year. So what was the camaraderie like when you're on the team there in 76 with your other racers and the few people that you probably had with you?
I mean, just knowing, of course, what we were doing. It was a team race. We were all for each other, you know, kind of supporting each other, and we wanted to do good as a team. But, yeah, when you get out on the track, it's individual, you know. You're going for yourself to try to do the best you possibly can. And it worked out real good in the first week. Second week didn't go so good just because mechanical problems in Holland.
I see.
And it went from super, super hard pack, the hardest track I ever rode on. I broke a hub on my front wheel in practice, which I never did before. And went from that to the roughest sand track I've ever been on, Markelo, Holland.
The hardest track and the sandiest track.
Yeah.
In a 1-week span.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking all these legends of Team USA as part of the Motocross the Nations experience, which is raising money for Road to Recovery and also helping with some of the medical costs of the medical crew they have to have at this event. We have Gary Semix. Now, Billy Lyle's a totally different era. When you were on the team, Team USA then started winning so much the win streak went over 10 years. Then the pressure was really starting to build, and a lot of riders now didn't want to be a part of the team because they could be on the team that, oh no, we finally lost it. And then it was a big mix-up there in '92. It was in Australia. It was still in the middle of the national schedule here. We were looking for riders. You were racing in Europe at the time.
Yeah, we had finished up, you know, our, I guess, World Championship Series, and, you know, over there riding for the Belgian National Championship. We actually raced that Sunday in Belgium.
Okay.
Won the Belgium National Championship, took a shower, and went straight to the airport on Sunday night.
Wow.
And began our journey. It took all the way till Tuesday morning to get there.
Okay.
You know, and originally, I thought I was going with Donnie Schmidt and Bobby Moore. Things flip-flopped, and, you know, Roy.
Oh, they were one time thinking of just, look, the American riders don't want to go. Let's just take our guys that race the GPs all in a group.
Originally, we were going to be a European-based team. And
okay.
we had a strong effort. you know, with those with the lineup.
Yeah, yeah.
I get a phone call back from Roy, and he's like, "They're not going. Would you go?" And I said, "I'm in. You know, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go."
Okay.
I said, "You know, who am I going with?" He said, "I don't know yet, but." You know, and again, I felt like I'd stepped off in a big hole, you know, unknowing. And then he calls me back and said, Jeff Emick, Mike LaRocco, and I was like, that'll be a good team.
Yeah.
I never imagined, though, once we all got there, I mean, I did all my travel and arrangements myself. You know, their teams did their things, and we all start showing up and doing interviews and things like that. And I hear Emick calling me Grandpa.
Okay.
You
by
know,
the way, had you ever met them, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I knew Jeff, and I had known him before.
Okay.
But, you know, we hadn't spent a lot of time together or
Yeah.
anything because my career kind of took me over there when they were really coming up into the prominence of theirs.
Right.
And, you know, I'm kind of looking at them, and I'm 29, and I'm looking, they're like 23 and 21, and I'm Grandpa.
Yeah,
So,
8 years made all the difference.
You know, I know I'm towards the end of my career, but, you know, it's kind of a shock to me because, you know, I still felt like I had a few good years, you know, and I don't know. It was eye-opening for me.
Pretty funny. What was the pressure like? The pressure was on Team USA to win, but it wasn't. I mean, you're just raising your hand to go. It's not like you had made bold claims that we're going to win or dominate or anything like that. You had not been on the previous teams. So what was that whole experience like that weekend in 1992?
We went with no intentions but winning.
Really?
I mean, I don't think any of us had any doubt that we were capable of doing it. And we put in a valiant effort. And, you know, at one time, I think when we were running our last moto, the board was saying, gotta move. And then it comes out all okay. And so, I mean, I had Kurt Nickel really pushing me. And I just kind of waved him by and let him run in front of me. And, like, we're okay. And, you know, at least in that point, we had the mindset we were there to win it. And, you know, second in my moto in that event at that time was final, and we would be good. You know, it wasn't worth flipping off, you know, off in a hole or getting hurt and losing it. I mean, I had known that 12-year consecutive streak, and I didn't want to be a part of that loss.
Nobody did. Okay, so you got the call. You stepped up for Team USA, and the B team, as it became known, won in Australia. We're going to send you guys off to the MX Experience dinner. So thanks, Billy Lyles, and thanks, Gary Semix. You're going to get to hang out with the fans. Folks at home are getting to watch what it's like inside the tent. So enjoy your dinner.
All right,
and
man.
Always pleasure to bench race with you boys.
Yeah,
Thank you for having
All
us.
right, Billy, absolutely. I'll grab that. Thank you. So that's Gary Semix and Billy Lyles, 1976, 1992, members of Team USA. And that's what's so cool to have all these people gathered. We've never really had this situation before. Come on over here, JT. We've never had a situation where this many Team USA members were all in the same place at the same time. So the bench racing is going to be epic all weekend. We'll bring up our man Jason Thomas, and as the MX of Nations experience begins. All right, JT, look. Nobody wears the emotions on the sleeve like you at Motocross of Nations. Now, I think when you were a racer, it was just a race. But since you've been going essentially as a spectator now that you're retired, I've heard epic stories of how upset you are when Team USA doesn't win, and you're willing to admit that. So
I'm tired of losing.
You're tired of losing.
I take it personally every single time. I've had multiple incidents with multiple media and fans at these events. I don't like losing. I don't like losing. It's time we win one.
You're not on the team. Are you aware that you're not actually?
Says who?
Okay.
Why would you say something like that?
Is everyone from the United States part of Team USA? Is that how it works?
Absolutely.
Okay, that is how it works.
These colors don't run. These colors do not run.
So what about the chances this year? Are you finally going to be happy?
Well, I think we can win. I think we will win. This mud's not the best thing I've ever seen for racing and for our chances. But that's all right. We got great mud riders. Plessinger's great in the mud. Barsh is great in the mud. Tomac, we saw him at Unadilla the first moto just stomp everyone, right?
Yep.
So I think our chances are better if it's dry, but weather comes, let's do it.
Hurlings and Tomac, want me to talk about this?
Who's better?
Dude.
I need to definitively know who's better.
You are not going to solve it in one day, but everyone is at least hoping that we get at least one race where they're close on the track, and then we see what they've got.
Yeah, and I think both of them want to settle it too. There's just no way for alpha male guys, champions in their own respective country and series. They want to get it on too, right?
Okay.
Like, I guarantee you, deep
no
down,
paper champions
they
here.
want to race each other and they want to beat each other too.
Okay, that'll be good. All right, we got to take a commercial break here. We got more people part of the MXON Nations experience. We'll take a commercial. We'll be right back with more superstars of Team USA past.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by FMF. From our hands to yours, American-made power. And Thor, the first, the forever, Torsten Hallman original racewear. And Alpine Stars, one goal, one vision.
Hey, mine's super loud. This is super.
Alpine Stars, one goal, one vision.
We are back here on RacersMe.com. This is part of the Motocross Nations experience. We have our Team USA dinner going on right now, joined by more alumnus of Team USA. And Jeff Emig, you raced this event a lot. We just had Billy Lyles, your old teammate.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
What was that? Why is he not happy?
And he was very upset about this.
Grandpa, he was.
If
he was Grandpa in 1992,
yeah.
Where's he at now? No,
Yeah,
I just
great.
seen him.
That ain't
Yeah.
right.
He looks the same.
Dude.
That's
Billy looks the exact same as
No
he did.
respect.
Can I no.
So
Hey,
he just looked old then.
so my very first Motocross of Nations event was 1992 in Manjimup, Australia.
92.
Yeah, I rode the 125. Michael
Still in school,
Rocco.
bro.
Is there any Michael Rocco
Dude,
fans
you're a
here?
dinosaur.
That's right. He rode
Big
the
Michael
250.
This guy's a
Rocco fan.
dinosaur.
Parking
Right
lot
here.
jump.
Yep.
Big Michael Rocco guy.
And Billy Lyles, he was riding the World Championship at the time. He rode a CR 500 Honda, one of those fire-breathing ones that you see on eBay. You know.
Overpriced now. Yeah.
So
Everybody wants those.
I rode the 125, so I rode the first 2 races, right? There's 3 races for this event. The final race, Billy was on that 500 Honda. LaRocco's like out there just slamming people, you know, just getting the job done. Lyles, he probably told you guys, I believe he fell twice
He
in the
left that
final
part out.
moto.
He left that part
He
out.
fell twice. And if, try to picture, where's he from? Georgia, Alabama,
Yeah,
something
Georgia,
like
I
that?
think.
Holding on to just the handle grips and the rest of his body's like he's doing a Superman. and he's trying to ride the CR500 on the roughest track man has ever ridden. And he's holding on, and it's just nothing but the throttle pinned on this thing. He crashes twice, gets up to finish in whatever position it was that we needed. It was I was like, oh my God, who is this guy? Right? He was like a superhero on this 500. It was amazing. So
Yeah, what are the
That was-
emotions
that was
like
my
in that
experience.
situation, man? You're just powerless. Just watching.
yeah, so I believe probably my first 3 of 6 Nations races I rode the 125 class. So you watched the final moto. So you're just like, right, you know. It's. I mean, I'd seen Mike Kudrowski do it in '93. Yeah, it's been
You're
some
a
incredible
You're a
races.
dinosaur.
I know
dude.
you were just born, probably.
Still in school,
79. I was born in 79.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so
I
you were
was-
still you were just in. You had pimples on your face. You were in junior
Probably.
high.
Probably.
Yeah. It was a good time, man. It's it's one thing about this race, right? We're so used to riding as an individual. This is a team race, and a lot of times, your teammate is your fiercest competitor. So it adds a whole new dynamic to it.
Fro, was Manjimup the epic bar drag photo race?
Standing
The
up
epic
bar drag.
bar drag, yeah.
That's a good
Ah,
photo.
It
excellent.
was.
Any of you out there,
It was.
Google that
But
photo.
everybody
That's a
keeps
good photo.
reposting it, so when they screen grab it and then they repost it, it just and you like shrink the photo. It just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. There's an epic story behind that with the guy that actually took the photo.
He ended up falling. He didn't say, that was right
Oh,
before he
after.
went down.
Oh, after
You
the
think
photo
I
was
fell on
taken.
that?
I
That
didn't
was
know
this-
that.
You
Oh.
think I fell?
Huh? There's no way you saved that.
Brutal.
We'll never
Brutal.
know.
Okay, RC.
Yes.
First experiences on the team didn't quite work out.
Where
man.
was that
No
at?
125
Where was
used
that? Fox Hills.
Oh.
So I'll never forget. It was my second moto, and there was this hill. Right, there's a bunch of hills there.
But it
the-
rained-
Yeah, it was raining. Like
40
we
days and
landed.
40
We
nights.
landed Thursday in the UK, and it was raining when we got there, and we flew home Monday, and it was still raining. It never stopped. Just a Scotch mist,
Little.
they call it. So.
Okay.
Anyhow, on the second moto of Sunday, there's this one of the hills was just covered with dudes that had fell down, and it got to a point where you couldn't even go up the hill.
Sounds
There's
like
no
Lot
way
B.
around
Lot
it.
B
So
tomorrow night.
I'm lined up behind like 4 other guys. David Villman was actually right in front of me. He was on a
Wait, you mean you were
125.
waiting? You was
Yeah,
like
we're all sitting in
You
a
were
corner, just
staging
sitting
area?
here waiting. Like Villman's looking back at me. I'm going like this, and then you see this flagger come running over. He's like, no, you got to go this way. You got to go this way. So like they abbreviate the track during the moto. We do 2 more laps.
Is that
and they
legal?
come around and the red flag's out. They red flagged moto at the Motocross of Nations.
That's how bad the rain was.
Oh, it was horrible. And
Okay.
at the time, I wasn't a mud rider, so it was miserable.
so
Worse.
you were like when you sat on the seat, you were kind of.
Well, I'm still like that, but yeah. Yeah, so
So how did
It
you
was-
get that? How did you be that bad in the mud?
Yeah,
And then
how'd
you, in
yeah.
2006 at Millville, you lapped second place in the mud. You were 55 seconds a lap faster than me in that moto. I looked it up.
Come
55
on,
seconds
dude.
a lap.
No way.
I'm not kidding.
A lap.
I'm not kidding.
you fell down that lap.
So-
I did. Well, then Stu plowed me going up the hill. Like I
Did
was
he not
standing there
see you?
stuck. Well, I think he saw me, but he refused to let off, and he plowed into me and then flipped
Look,
over my
I
back.
told
too?
that story last week about how significant that race was at Millville. I'm like,
Wasn't that
look,
significant for me?
the best riders in the world, like Chad, yourself, James,
That's nice of you. Untrue, but
You
nice
couldn't
of
even
you.
just some
He's
of the
being
three of
abnormally
the
nice
best
today.
3 of the best ever is that you couldn't make it around the track. And David Villman, to his credit, is one of the best mud riders that there's ever been.
Yeah, he's like 6
Okay,
six
and
foot
then
5.
this guy with his little like dinosaur legs.
Easy.
He's out. He goes
Heart
out
of-
there.
You got a heart of a lion,
Hey,
though.
hey, he goes out and laps second place. I mean, it's never been done before.
Well, yeah, somebody, DeCoster lapped the field one time.
He did?
Yeah, in the 500 class, I think.
So then there's the guy they call the man, and then this guy.
So, you know,
Unbelievable.
It was,
And
it was a
did
fun.
you learn anything from Fox Hill?
I remember. I think I did.
But how did you get so much better?
I think just as I got older, my strength. You know, I got a little more strength in my body, and just smarter.
But if you look at, 97 Mount Morris mud, you had a tough day, right? You lose the points lead.
2000.
Yeah. So there was
2000.
obviously some huge step forward to not only get better and be able to maintain points leads and win races, to lap the whole field. Like that's something we haven't seen very often.
I think about what the gnarliest mud race for me ever was. I think it was 2005. Was it 2005? James Stewart and I, or it might have been 2006 at San Francisco Supercross.
Oh yeah, I was
we
out there.
lapped all the way up to third place.
Yep.
We lapped third place.
I got ninth.
But
You lapped me twice.
It's true. It wasn't even a mud race for us. After the race, I'm like, dude, we were racing in the mud, not just riding. We were racing. But Motocross of Nations is fun. I was fortunate to race it 6 times. I won it 3 times, lost 3 times. So
Really?
Yeah, my ratio.
We got the same win percentage.
You know, but what was incredible is Jeff Ward's won every single time.
Undefeated,
he's
7-0.
7-0. That's pretty crazy.
That's incredible.
Good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Jeff Ward is actually over in that tent right now
Yeah,
at
my
the Road to
percentage
Recovery
isn't too
Foundation
good.
event. I just seen him.
I am
sit down
0
with
for
him.
my last 5 spectating.
Did you
5
ever
on
go
my
to the
last.
Nations for Puerto
contribution
Rico or anything?
No, I'm there. I'm lucky they let me in the gate to watch.
How many nations races have you
I'm
been
undefeated.
to?
I've never been a part of a losing team.
No, but how many have you been to?
Not many, believe it or not.
Wait, not
I'm too
many. You don't
cheap.
know?
I was at Unadilla 87, if you can believe that. I was
Part
really
of the
I know
day.
there's some old timers.
Part of the
here.
day you were there.
Yeah, I was there for 2 of the 3 motos. Just the one that really
Well,
matters. I missed that one.
hey, there's one thing about this
Yeah.
weekend is, unfortunately, it's probably going to be pretty wet. Tomorrow, the weather's not looking
Tomorrow's
good.
rough, yeah.
I mean, but we're all here.
We got good mud
the
riders
fans are
though,
here.
this
The
year.
riders are here.
I'm okay with it.
You know, it'll be okay. It'll be good. We're on our home turf. It's a nice advantage. We haven't had that in a while.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for the boys. It's so cool to have the Motocross of Nations at an iconic track like RedBud. I mean, this is very special to everybody.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a rider on the planet that doesn't like this track.
You know what? You know, there's a term that I heard earlier today, and I believe it, so I'm going to start using it. Is that people think of this as America's track? This is America's
say that.
racetrack.
Is this America's
that big
track?
flag up there? You guys can see it right over there. 4th of July. 4th of July race. Like, this is it.
We're going to set the standard.
We're going to send it to the Motocross of Nations Experience with Jeff Stanton, our host. He's the one that put the darn thing together, the organizer du jour. So
we're going to head
you guys
over
gotta
there.
Head over, and thanks for Jeff and Rick Carmichael for coming by. I'm going to send it to the tent with Rob Vitus and Jeff Stanton.
Good to see you
Everybody
guys.
have a great time.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
All right. That's good.
Open a word of prayer, and then we're going to start releasing tables.
That's good, bro.
And get our night started with interviews. So everybody bow their heads, please. Dear Lord, thanks for this opportunity to get so many great people together, great riders, and a bunch of super great fans. Thanks for all the help in the organization. May we bless everybody that's here. And dear Lord, would you watch over the riders and guide them and keep them safe in the next couple of days. And may we just put on a great event for all the fans, not just the fans in here, but the many thousands of fans that are going to be here. Dear Lord, we just once again thank you for everything. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, so Everybody, please stay seated. This is, to me, other than what we just went through, is going to be the most painful part, and we're going to try to make it go as smooth as possible. So I am going to release your table. We got food lines on each end, okay? And we're going to start 2 food lines down there, 2 food lines down there, and let's just work a circle and get through as quick as we can. We have a cash bar going, so if alcohol is your thing, we got you covered there. We got beer and wine, and I'll go over what all the sponsors have done for us later. But so let's get through the food, and then these guys are going to take over the interviews and get everybody up and interview and hear the stories of the really what I want to hear and what I want to see for the night is stories from each one of our riders. So you keep us entertained for the next 30 or 40 minutes while we're getting food going, and then we'll go on with our interviews.
Folks, one more time, a nice round of applause for Jeff Stanton. If you have an open seat at your table, I need you to raise your hand. If you have an open seat at your table, Sarah, come on up here real quick. Let's see who's got their hand up if they have an open seat at their table. So we're looking around. We've got a couple down here to the right. We've got a few down here to the left. Sarah Stanton wants to make sure everybody has a VIP seat and experience while they're here tonight. We have so many folks that are making their way in. They've made the big trips, whether they made the trip from across the Atlantic, the Pacific, or just all the way across this great United States. The folks are here right now, and they can't wait. So Jeff Stanton is releasing the tables. We have a table at that end, table at this end of the room. And folks, I hope you enjoy it. Once we get done with dinner, we'll get right into the high-end interviews, some of the stories, the tales. The entire teams will be up here giving you what it was like to be a part of that squad and what it was like to stand on top of a podium in a foreign land and hear the national anthem played. So let's get through the food line as quickly as possible. Again, we have bars at both ends of the room so you can stay hydrated throughout the night. This is going to be truly one of the nights for the ages. We see the eyes that are out there and they're looking around, whether it's a 6-time national champion, a 3-time national champion, a member of the Motocross of Nations who was able to bring home the Peter Chamberlain Cup. They are here tonight, and they will be making sure that any bench racing session you're ever in, you will be the most knowledgeable human being at that. So enjoy tonight. Savor it, if you will. So let it all soak in. Again, both ends of the room, we will be serving.
I hope you folks enjoyed. That's a little idea of what that Motocross of Nations experience is like. Off to our left, we got a crowd out in front of us here. Oh, we got more people. All right, we got more people coming up. We have Mr. Team USA. Mr. Team USA, as far as I'm concerned. Bring him on up. We were just marveling at the record of this man, 7-0 at the Motocross of Nations, Mr. Jeff Ward. We just had Emmett and Carmichael, who are certainly great riders, up here on this stage, but they're both 3 for 3. 6 times they went, 3 times they won, 3 times they lost. You never lost as a member of Team USA. Let's cheer for Jeff Ward. That is unreal.
I'm also undefeated, Weege.
Yeah.
I am undefeated.
Absolutely. You got to be on that team. And look, man, I went to Motocross of Nations in '87, the first time it was in the United States. Whatever rain they're going to have here, it can't be worse than that. And we had Californians, and you got it done even in the mud. So you know what it's like to race on home soil, regardless of the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it a little more nerve-wracking, just because you got so many things to get ready. It's like goggles and just, different tires are used, and then circumstances just, come up that it's unexpected.
Yeah.
It was a tough day. I mean, we really had to dig deep for that when I lost my goggles, like in the second corner and rode with no goggles.
What the heck happened? Why did you not have? Why were your goggles around your neck?
I just got roosted so hard that they dropped down.
Seriously?
And I couldn't get them back up, so I had to pull them.
500 roost.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was like 15, so I worked my way up to the lead, and then I got hit with the rock or mud on the left eye, which closed it.
Oh.
And then I rode the rest of the moto with one eye and got second.
Wow.
And it was hard to get out the second moto just because it was so scratched up and,
your eye
bleeding. Yeah, but I kept the goggles on long enough the second moto to get get it done.
Jeez.
It's incredible.
So you basically had a bloody eye in these races in the mud and still got it done. That's the digging deep you're talking about.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got just more than yourself, you know, in your team. You got the whole. For one, we were at home, which you know, everybody was cheering on, which is what's going to be really cool here. No matter the circumstance, you're going to have that support and motivation to keep going. But I mean, every year we went over, we rode as hard as we could, as long as we could, until they told us not to, and stay where we're at.
All right.
You know, this is an event. I know we got matchups with Eli, and you know, then you got the fat hurlings, and it's like who's going to win. But you basically go as hard as you can, and then when you know you're in the position that you got the Nations won, you check your ego at the door and go, we're going to win this for the team, and not say I'm the fastest guy, whatever. So it's and we had that a lot. You know, every time we went over, we were always the team that had to prove we were the fastest, and we weren't always the fastest in practice. So over here, we never took practice as seriously as they did, because they did timed practice for qualifying. We just went out to learn the track. So we'd come in and then we'd be like, what are we doing 15th place and 14th place?
Really?
I thought I was going pretty good. So it was a little nerve-wracking. And then when the race came down, then everything comes back together. And
you know, now that things haven't, the Team USA hasn't won in 6 years, and it's like, oh, we're back on home soil. It's going to help so much. But the majority of those wins during the win streak obviously were not in the United States. I don't think people realize what an obstacle it was to go race in Europe, because you guys were still winning anyway. But now we're starting to realize that made life very difficult to have to do it in Europe every year.
Yeah, it was a lot of traveling. We just got done racing. We had to fly over like the Europeans are having to do here, get your bike here, find a place to ride. You know, Roger DeCoster was a big part of that, because, you know, he was from Europe, knew everywhere to go, but still we'd show up for a track that we took 2 hours to get there, that they said we could ride on, and the gates were locked.
That's happened?
Yeah, that's happened.
Really?
So we're not riding today, and then we drive back, and then there'd be times where, you know, the fuel for my 500 one year in the 83, my works bike, we had to have ELF high-octane fuel. Well, I went out and rode it, seized, to find out it wasn't the right fuel.
Wow.
So that was the first time. So the next day we went out again. They promised we had the right fuel, and we seized it again. So I went through 2 factory 500 motors in 2 days, and we had to borrow a motor from the UK factory, Cowie, to race for the Nations that year.
Wow.
So I think there's a lot of things that is not in your favor when you're traveling over to Europe, just not knowing everything in the time zone. And but once we got to the racetrack, it felt like you were anywhere else. And we got a lot of support from a lot of U.S. fans that were over there, and military people were always there rooting us on. And plus the spectators at first, when we first went over, were kind of against us, but then, you know, we became kind of, you know, kind of a big deal in the motocross outdoor, you know, fans. So with a lot of the spectators really enjoyed seeing us come over and race, and were a little more cordial to us on and off the track.
I think it's pretty understated now. The world's gotten very small. It's very easy to go travel in Europe. There's Wi-Fi everywhere. Cell phones work. You get one money to use with the euro. It's very easy to get countries.
More people speak the language.
People speak English, right?
Yeah.
Back then, and even for me, my first time to Europe was '98, maybe. Even so, going back further, I'm sure it was even harder then. Life was hard over there. It was very difficult to get around. You couldn't find the right maps. Food. You couldn't There was no cell phone. There was no Google Maps. Like
you read maps.
It was really, really difficult. So I couldn't imagine back then having to deal with all those obstacles and then still try to win a race compared to now. Now it's easy. It's almost like the U.S. Everywhere you go, you can get around and talk to people. So I think that's an understated factor that you guys always overcame that most people don't even realize was going on.
Yeah, it was difficult just finding a hotel. You know, just everything was just hard to even. We raced in Czechoslovakia the one year, and just finding the right breakfast without having anything raw in it. You know, it was like, I'm not going to eat that. I'll eat my, snack bar I brought from home.
Yeah, but all that plays a role in your performance, right? Time zones and food
different bacteria and milk and just stuff that we're so home fine trained, as athletes, just doing what we need to do, and then you go over and you just can't get what you want, and your stomach gets upset from something you eat, and you're sick. I was probably sick 30% of the time I was over there.
Yeah, all the milk's different. It's not pasteurized, and there's a lot of those just weirdo nuances that you never think about. That for a guy performing at a level like that, it should feel as good on race day. So I think see that stuff pop up.
What about the general pressure? Because you were on the team when they were first starting to win, and then eventually you're on the team when the win streak is now getting to epic proportions. So talk about, say, 90, 91, those years. What was the pressure of keeping that win streak alive starting to feel like?
Yeah, I mean, it started to build a little bit once we got up to 7 or 8, 9.
Yeah.
I think I was on the team in 90 was my last year, so we were around 8 or 9 wins at the time. And, yeah, it became a bigger deal to maybe the outside, but to us it was just another race we needed to go win.
Okay.
I don't think any of us wanted to be on the first team that lost.
No, right? No.
But and a few times we did win. We were a little bit more lucky than good. There's a few times we were kind of out of the, we had somebody and Stanton pulled through a couple times with some last lap takeouts. And, when I had problems with blown shocks, but we just always had to, it was just that next guy you had to pass no matter what. It didn't matter because that could be a position that, you got to throw out a race that helped that won the race for you. So a lot of things that kind of go on during the day.
7 times you went, 7 times you won. At any point, did you ever think about, I don't get paid for this, or what if I get hurt for a championship I'm supposed to be competing for, or the season is long, or the travel is difficult? Did you even care about that stuff, or you just sign me up?
Yeah, no, never cared at all. I mean, I raced local races at home when we didn't race on the weekends.
That's crazy.
It's just, it was just, I loved racing and to be on the USA team was the biggest bummer. I turned down the 86 year. I'd won 4 times, 3 times previously, and they wanted me to ride the 125 because they had Bailey in the 500, which was the best bet. You had RJ in the 250, which you couldn't argue with.
Yeah.
I could have rode either one of those bikes, but they wanted me to ride a 125, and that was the year they went to the production rule from the factory. We had a great factory bike, but our production bike was not. We didn't even have a rider riding it. So I was like, how was I going to get it? And I just said, I'm not going to be the guy.
Yeah.
And then you
walk
had
into a bad
Osho
situation.
With the Honda bike was the way to go. So that's why I didn't go.
Oh, that could have been, if the bike was good, that could have been you in O'Mara's spot. Turned out.
I came back in '88 when they asked me to ride the 125, and I did, and I won. That's when Jean-Michel Bell was world champion in France.
Yeah.
He beat me the first moto, and then the second one we went at it, and I kind of cleaned him out. During the race, so,
you cleaned out JMB in France?
In France, so I wasn't very popular. I was lucky I got out of there alive. But no, he was cool. It was, we hit, but neither one of us were shutting off. It was kind of, we ended up in the same spot. But the fans of there, of course, it was a takeout.
Oh,
but he was cool, and I've always been good friends with him even from that day. But, so it's some of the motocross of the nations have probably been some of the best racing that I've done personally, and what it means, even like this right here, it means a ton to all the fans. Everybody's got kind of their one rider they like, Tomac, whoever. But when you got it's one event, and that was the coolest part about it was getting to ride with RJ that I hated, and Osho that we just fought every week.
Yeah.
And then come together and then work together and get to know those guys, and then there's RJ up there rubbing my shoulders before the motos.
That's
and
awesome.
The guy that we beat up the next week, and so that's the biggest thing we got out of it was being able to go into that with the guys that you fought with every week and which you have so much in common with because of what you go through was probably the biggest getaway from being able to win with those guys.
That's amazing. Let's hear it one more time. Jeff Ford, 7-0, Mr. Team USA. We'll let you go back to the experience.
Back there,
Thank you, Jeff Ward, for stopping
Thank you
by.
guys.
All-time
Have fun,
hero.
everybody out there this weekend.
Not only 7 times, but he did it on each size bike that you could race, 125s, 250s, and 500s. We're going to run a quick commercial break here on RacerTV.com. We'll be right back from RedBud.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by FMF. From our hands to yours, American Power, and Thor, the First, the Forever, Torsten Hallman Original Racewear, and Alpine Stars. One goal, one vision.
Alpine stars. One goal, one vision.
Oh, yeah. Crowd keeps getting bigger. People are moving from the racetrack area where we had the team presentation earlier, now into the camping area, which is where our stage is. This is the Raceday stage, powered by FMF. Big thanks to all our sponsors. Oh, we got big. Get that camera back on them, Griff. Yeah, this is a big group of Team USA lovers right here. Big thanks to all our sponsors who helped make this possible. Thor and Parts Unlimited, all the folks there. Also Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles. And we have one of the all-time heroes of Team USA, and I know when you get 36 of them together for the Motocross of the Nations experience tonight, they're all heroes in their own way. But the legendary stories of Jeff Stanton saving Team USA's rear 2 years in a row, 1990 and 91. You've won 6 titles. We call you 6-time. But those moments, I feel like really that's what Jeff Stanton's all about, those Motocross of the Nations moments.
You race all year for those moments.
Yeah.
You really do. You want to win titles and win races in America, but it was an honor to be a part of that team every year, year after year. Mm-hmm. And so you look forward to it, and you put everything into it.
I'm going to get this even closer to you. There you go. Yeah.
You put everything into it. It's the Olympics, you know?
Yep.
And so you do what it takes to win. And no matter what, that's what it takes to win a Motocross of the Nations. We've lost that the last how many years? I'm not going to be straight up with
we didn't want to say it.
And I hope, we got it back being in America and everything that we're doing, all the hype. I hope it's coming back.
Yeah, so that 90 and especially 91, backs were absolutely against the wall. You had a great story you told recently about Bevo on the side of the track, Bevo 40, and how you knew that it was all on your shoulders and how that pumped you up.
Yeah, I as I said this week, I had kind of one father figure at the races, and it was one of my sponsors in Bevo. And so I can remember going into that race, we had to do good, and I screwed it up. I fell down and was all the way in the back. And so you get back up, and you're doing what you can for your country, And I see Bevo, and Bevo now is half of what he was back then. He was 350.
Okay.
That was his hanging weight. You know what I'm saying? And so I see Bevo on the side of the track, and halfway through the race, he's like, all right, keep going, and the laps keep going, and I can see his excitement. Like every lap I'd come around, I could see his excitement level going up. And with 2 laps to go, imagine Bevo, 350 pounds. He's jumping up and down, and he's going like this, and he's going, he's getting aggressive. So, dude, you get pumped up. I get goosebumps talking about it. You see the excitement that he has. We're in a different country. He's red, white, and blue standing there, and so you just keep going and going and going. And, I booted the guy off the track on the last lap to win. And so, that's my cool story about Bevo and the Motocross of the Nations. But you do what it takes to win. You're upholding your country. It's the Olympics. You do what you got to do.
Jeff Stanton took out a guy in the last lap for Team USA to win. Is that cool? Yeah. All right. So it had to be done. Wasn't there a little backstory, like the dude was jacking with you guys a little bit throughout the weekend?
Yeah, he was continuing jacking with us, and after that race, that's where I was most scared. I mean, I pulled off the track, and the next thing I know, here he comes through the pits.
Really?
And my mechanics got wrestling him down, and so there was high emotion. It is. Everybody wants to win.
And the camaraderie that we had Jeff Ward on here, just mentioned. So Jeff Ward is a guy, you were battling almost every week, whether it was Supercross 250 or 500 Nationals. You and Wardy were always locked in battles, and then every year you guys were going there together, working as a team.
Yeah, and that's the cool part. That's the part about being together. The three guys we have now. Justin battles Eli.
Yep.
And Plesner's kind of his own gig, but you work together as a team. It's about a team and making it happen. And if somebody's having a bad day, you lift them up and pick up the slack where slack is needed.
Okay, so RedBud is special for everyone in American motocross, but especially for you. You're a Michigan guy. I know you folks are pumped on Jeff Stanton, one of Michigan's finest. You probably raced this track many, many more times than just a national like most riders did.
Yeah, for sure. I was here when I was 6 years old. In the spring when the ground was froze and it was way muddier than it is now. Okay. And let me tell you, I'm going to show my age. 30 years ago, this place didn't look nothing like it does now.
All right.
It was kind of a dump, really. But what the Richie's done here now is it's unbelievable. Tim and Amy have just stepped up. I mean, that's why we're all here, because it's the best facility. And it's what we could uphold as Americans and be proud of to come here to this facility.
How well did you know Gene, her father, who started this whole thing? It was his dream to not only have the track, but to have a Motocross of Nations here. We lost Gene a few years ago, but how well did you know him?
Oh, I knew Gene real well.
Yeah.
I was fortunate to know the whole family super good, and to lose Gene, it's a part of life. But he's up above, smiling down on everything that's going on, and proud of his kids that are really putting on a legacy here.
Yeah, and then you ended up getting involved. Maybe deeper than you wanted to, because this Motocross of Nations experience is happening over here. You kind of had the reins over that.
Yeah, Amy called me after they knew they got the approval to get the Motocross of Nations.
Okay.
She says, "Hey, Jeff, can you call on some favors?" I'm like, "Oh, I can try."
All right.
She goes, "Can you call some of the past champions and put a parade lap together?" And so, long story short, my first call was Rick Johnson. He says, "Yeah, I'm going. I'd love to do it." Wardy. "Yeah, I'm going. I'd love to do a parade lap."
Okay.
So I started getting a hold of all these guys, and before I knew it, I had 20 guys on my list. And so then it led me to, if I can get 20 guys under one tent, what would people pay to come hear the stories?
Yeah.
And to raise $100,000, $150,000 for Road to Recovery in the Alpine Star Mobile Medical Unit would be awesome.
Nice.
And so I kind of had a pipe dream, started putting it together, and they're over there now with 450 people under the tent. I raised about $170,000 for Road to Recovery.
Woo. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so it's been a project, but it's been an honor.
All right, and it is somewhat of your day job now to arrange stuff like this. But you said this is more stressful than helping people plan weddings.
Yeah, I have a wedding venue here in Michigan and do weddings every weekend. We do 50 events a year, and it wasn't nothing like putting this event on.
Really?
No, nothing at all. I was more stressed about this because you got your peers that you looked up to and people that looked up to you, so you want to do a good job and a quality job, and so, yeah.
Wow. So what is the atmosphere like in there right now? Because this is it. It's finally
it's
happening.
good. Everybody's in. They're serving food now, and so now it's just about hearing the stories. I want the riders up there and tell stories.
Can you relax a little bit now?
I can relax a little bit now, yeah.
Okay.
The damage is done. Whatever it is, it's all good. They're all in there, so it's all good.
Let's talk a little bit. The next 2 days, you'll be off the hook. Your event's going to be complete after tonight. Then it's race time. What about Team USA? Can they get this thing back?
Yeah, sure they can. Justin, in my opinion, is our strong link. He loves RedBud.
Yep.
He gets awesome starts here. He's a great starter. And Plesner's done a great job all year. So Eli's got to get some good starts. I mean, everybody's putting the hype on Hurlings.
They are, yes.
In that whole process. So really, it does. In my opinion, you can't focus on any of that. You got to focus on winning this as a team. And so. I hope they're focused on the start, because the start's going to be 90% of the race, and let it fall into place. Both Justin and Eli are fast enough to beat all those guys as long as they get a good start and make it happen.
And just by chance, if we do end up having more rain and it gets muddy, we have, if you want to pick your mud rider team, we're in pretty good shape there.
For sure. All the guys, Plesner, look, he's won almost every mud race, and then Justin's done what he's done this year. So, a great group of guys.
How cool will this be if they win and at RedBud? That's going to be pretty once in a well, we know it's once in a lifetime. That experience would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be amazing for everybody here.
Yeah.
And the riders themselves to do it. It would be a dream to do it in a home country in front of the home fans and make it happen.
All right. You guys pumped on that? You guys pumped on Jeff Stanton?
Yeah.
Yes. You know, I'll leave you with this. What you mentioned, it's not about the individual thing. That epic moto on the 500 where you had to come through and Bebo's getting you pumped up. I just looked up recently. I think you got like 5th in that moto. No one remembers what the position was. It would seem like you won the moto.
Yeah.
Who cares what the position was? It was just doing what you had to do.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it takes.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's a first, a second, a fifth, you do what it takes to win the whole deal.
All right, let's hear one more time for Jeff Stanton. All right, and big appreciation for what you did here, raising big money for charitable organizations here in motocross. We've got more guests. We're letting everybody in the tent enjoy their dinner that they paid for. They paid good money, $500 for Steve Mathis to hang out with Tim Ferry. And we're going to bring Bevo 40 up here.
Before I get up there, I want to give you the famous wave, okay?
Okay.
Get the hell going, Stanton!
Yeah. Let's get Stanton out of the way so we can get Bevo up here and talk Motocross Nations. Bevo, can you even count? These guys are pumped. You want to get a little USA chant going? They're pumped on Bevo. Here it comes.
Yeah.
All right, we got the USA going. Show that.
This was me by myself the last 5 years, 6 years in Europe doing this chant by myself.
Just you.
Yeah, just me.
Solo.
Just me, everyone around me looking at me like I'm
waiting
a moron.
for someone.
Yeah.
They almost had a Bevo chant going there. Bev?
Well, you know, see, what a lot of people don't understand, Weege,
all right,
is that between me and Jeff Stanton, we've won 6 national championships and a couple Supercross.
Okay, all right.
He won 6, I won none.
Bevo,
that's a joke, guys.
I like that. All right. Between me and Stanton, also 6. I get it.
Want me in there, too.
Yeah, go ahead, JT. Bevo, Motocross of Nations and you, can you even count? Do you even have an actual number of how many you were involved with, how many you went to?
Well, at an earlier age, I could have probably told you about it.
Okay.
At 69 years old and 45 years coming to these,
woo!
I've been to a few.
Okay, you've been to a few, yes.
But you know the famous one, right? Bring it up, Weege.
Oh, well, Bevo is a one-time team manager of Team USA. What was the record with the one time?
I believe that we had a 12-year streak of winning going.
Okay, all right.
And I was the team manager on the first losing team.
Okay.
Don't boo me.
Switzerland, right?
I did all the double jumps. Okay. I did everything I could.
0-1.
Yes.
0-1.
This is 94.
But I have a trivia question.
Right? Oh, okay. All right. I like these. All right.
Huh?
I like it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You should.
All right. You have a trivia question. Go.
No, I am the trivia.
Oh, you're the answer.
Yeah.
Yes. Who was the team manager
loser?
when the team finally lost?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Bevo. But I'll give you credit. I did not know until Stanton just told this story that he is crediting you with the 1991 victory because he said Bevo, it was twice as much Bevo back then. Jumping up and down, pumping him up on the side of the track.
Well, he probably didn't tell you how heroic it was.
Okay.
He started out about 25th, and it's a steep, deep sand track. And, you know, these Europeans said, oh, we're sand riders. Because in America, the sand sort of has a bottom.
Yeah.
You know, being from Florida.
Absolutely.
But over there, there's no bottom.
Yeah. Deep
so
as it gets.
Stanton comes around, and he needed to win. And on the last lap, believe it or not, he was 30 seconds behind and caught him.
What?
Yeah.
He made up 30 seconds in a lap.
Oh, well, maybe a little fish story there. But
all right, it's gone.
Maybe 15 seconds.
Okay.
But no, really, he put on such a charge. And I really don't go by the track and wave people on because.
Oh, they're pumped again.
Go. See, they got the goosebumps from the story now.
Yeah,
Stan got him.
The Stan story got him. I love this.
I'm the fastest non-rider in the industry, you know that.
Yeah, so were you going, like, during that win streak, besides you managed the team and they didn't win?
Well, you know what happened at that in the 94 Motocross of Nations, Greg Albertine had a 30-second lead, and you know what happened? A deer ran across the track, and he hit a deer. That's the God's truth.
I've seen the video of that. It was not
this
pretty.
video?
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen the video of it. Yeah,
I did not know this
pretty.
video of
Yeah,
this.
That's not a deer anymore. Let's put it that way.
And I talked to some guys earlier, and they say the carcass is still there.
Oh. There wasn't
I thought
much
they
left
brought it
of
up to him or something. They brought it to Albie, part of the deer, later in the that night
Really?
or something like that. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Some fans.
And they didn't
rabid
even
fans.
stop the race. Oh, hey, Albertine's
Right.
down, the deer's dead. Let's
Where's
keep
Albie?
going.
Ah, something happened. There's a deer. It's not good.
And the amazing part about that whole day is England won,
Yeah.
and two of the riders, Paul Marlin and Herring, didn't even come to the U.S. Grand Prix because they weren't in the top 10. But you know as well as
Yeah.
I do, back then, the Europeans were doing everything possible to beat us.
Yeah.
They said, okay, you can't use 4 riders. You have to eliminate one. You can't do this. We went to that track, and this is loam compared to that.
Oh, yeah.
This
Hard
table,
pack.
Yeah.
right here.
And at that time, all the Europeans would take outside lines, and Americans were taking inside lines. And you ever tried taking an inside line with no berm? It was like, I hate to say this, it was a setup.
Well, it was a little suspicious.
I
That
hope this isn't worldwide. I'd like to go to Europe again.
I know. Well, next year we'd like to go to Holland because they'll be hosting. Yeah, it was suspicious that they had sand tracks for a few years in a row. That didn't work. And then
Right.
they switched to the exact opposite for the next couple of years. They
Yeah.
went from the deep sand, that didn't work. Now we're going to go to the Emmig's famous quote I remember from 94 was.
And there were never any double jumps.
Yeah.
Right.
And no,
Yep.
they had a whoop section that my kid probably did with a little a shovel.
Garden
You
shovel.
know, so it was pretty much. I hate to say it, but I'm going on the record. It was a setup.
Hey, what was the crowd like back then? I know now when Team
Younger,
USA goes
a lot
over.
younger.
What's that? Back
Younger.
then. Back then. I know now when Team USA goes over, they're kind of like rock stars. These are the riders that people watch on TV in Supercross, and they only get to see them up close and personal once a year, and the fans are really excited. In the 80s and 90s, were the European fans, did they like the Americans, or were they angry at the Americans?
Well, I know unfortunately, I'm so old that I even remember Brad Lackey, okay?
Okay.
Brad Lackey, they told me the last race when he was going to win the title, the Belgians were swinging stuff at him, throwing rocks at him. And, I mean, it's definitely they did not want Americans to beat them.
Yeah.
And when you went to you're a witness
Yep.
to this.
Yep.
You go to Italy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely.
If you're winning, you'll come out with a pizza on your eye,
Yeah.
on your face.
Yeah.
They throw everything
It's your
at
eye.
you.
Oh, so even now there's elements of that.
Yeah, it's obviously, this is a very proud event, right?
Yeah.
And just like all of the fans here are going to want to see Team USA win, they want to see their team win, and it's almost a Europe versus USA feel. Even though it's country versus country, there's definitely that Europe versus USA sentiment. So,
Right.
Yeah, you hear the crowd chanting,
They
we're
cannot
hungry
stop.
for a win. We need to bring this thing back home.
I cannot stop. Unfortunately, to get to be a team manager when we had one of these here in the United States would have been a lot easier. But you were there, I remember, at Unadilla. I know you were there in '87.
Yes,
and,
I was.
Look.
One of the stories of Unadilla.
Okay.
It was so muddy there. Hannah was of course, I wasn't a goggle guy then. That's why no one had goggles on. But anyway, Hannah.
Okay. All right.
You like that, huh?
Right. Yeah.
That was a commercial. Anyway, Hannah was the only guy to keep his goggles on, and it was so bad, he was using a film system, and he'd pull it just enough so he could look out of one eye.
Really?
That's how he made it.
To try to conserve it.
Yep.
Wow. So he was getting half pulls, basically.
Half pulls just so he could. I mean, it was terrible up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a real bad mud race.
Let's hope we don't see
but
that
you know
this
what,
Sunday.
gang?
Yeah.
USA. USA.
Cheap heat. Easy.
Hey, here's the next. I'll show you how you get the people to cheer from you. Ready?
Okay.
Anybody here from Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I got one right
Anybody
there.
here from Michigan?
Well, we've got some competition rolling in.
Oh, wait, we've got some French flags
across
coming out in the back.
Yeah,
we got some French flags. What do
about
we
to
have
get
right
real.
up here?
We've
We got a
got Team
Maple
Canada,
Leaf flag. You
Team
can see
Canada
on
in the
TV
back.
right now. Got a member of the Kansas City
we
Chiefs.
just did a
very
nice
proud.
trade agreement with you.
Yeah, I was just saying, NAFTA.
You're going to be drinking good U.S. milk here in a couple months, guys.
Congratulations on NAFTA. Love you guys. We got some French fans about to roll in here.
Uh-oh.
We know the night is still young. We'll be on the air, for another 3 hours or so, and the night is still young. The infamous Lot B of RedBud is to my right, and the tent where the Motocross Nation Experience is to my left. So it's going to get louder and crazier as the night goes on.
Well, I just have to say one thing.
Yeah.
This track and the way they prepared it is unbelievable. I mean, this is the best motocross the nation's track I think you're ever at.
For me, I've been to a lot of events around the world, and when the Europe contingent, Australia, these other countries come to the U.S. for this event, I take pride in it, right? So when they come and they see this great of a facility, this great of a track, this many fans coming out, everyone camping, that makes me proud. That makes me proud to have an event to say, yeah, this is America, this is what we do, this is the event we can put on. So
how about that American flag he flies out there?
Absolutely.
How about that American flag, huh?
Easy, GP.
I was going to say the Pledge of Allegiance, make sure everybody stood.
I see a little flames out there right now.
That's just lot B.
Get the barbecues
That's
going.
just lot B.
Okay.
Lot B's on fire.
Yeah, it's already on fire. Okay. We're going to try to distract everybody from that. Yeah, so as great as this event is going to be, I've heard really the goal is we've got to measure up. You were in France 2 years ago. I don't know if you were there. Were you in France?
Last time I was in France,
yeah.
Carrie Jo Coons locked herself in a car and couldn't get out for an hour.
Really? Did she do that on purpose?
No, she couldn't figure out how to get out.
Couldn't figure out how to get out
Yeah.
of a car. Couldn't get out of a car. Didn't want to wanted to get out. I didn't know if that was like a way to just avoid
Right.
the hubbub.
No, she couldn't get out.
You were in France 2 years
I
ago
was.
when France won
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
That atmosphere was pretty hard to top.
Unbelievable. Italy was close. I would say France was a little over the top from that, but that's just, and I think we're going to finally match that. I think there is such just a demand for America to show up and show what we're all about. And I've been to all these races in Europe, and it's hard to tell anybody what that atmosphere is unless you've actually been there and seen it. I'm so excited, though, because I think we're finally going to get that on American soil. And I know those guys, our riders are excited. The mud is obviously, the X factor of this whole thing, but I can't imagine the adrenaline and the goosebumps those guys are going to feel on the parade lap and sitting on the starting line knowing that they've got 100,000 people got their back ready to do this thing.
Hey, what do you guys think about Plessinger's haircut?
It's awesome. I love it.
Did you guys see Plessinger's haircut?
That is all in.
And tomorrow night, Bevo Corsa, what's that guy, Lou, on game day? What's his name? That makes the predictions. Lou Corso.
Lee Corso.
Lee Corso, yeah.
I have a surprise tomorrow night on my predictions.
You have a mascot head?
Okay, but predictions are tomorrow night's show.
Yeah.
Okay.
So tell all your friends, bring your friends, because I'm telling you right here, this is a real nice thing that's going on here tonight. This live broadcast for the people that aren't here and for something to keep the beers out of your hands for at least an hour or two.
Or a slight cutback on the intake. Try to distract you from the curls. Plessinger's new to the team.
Yeah.
And we had our they're starting the Plessinger chant.
There you go.
Plessinger. All right, I like that. He's new to the team this year. And
anybody here from Ohio?
And there you go. Bevo knows the GP. We'll talk a little bit more about
getting
the riders on the team. I think the one good thing about Plessinger is, yes, he's new to the team, and this is pressure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's in his personality to really be nervous about such things. He just takes it.
Well, you look at Plessinger, right? His first race, he wins in the Supercross. He's dancing.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
A year later, he wins in the mud. He jumps in a mud puddle
with
all these electrical wires.
Yeah, that's right.
When he jumped in there, the producer in his show went, "Oh my God, I hope he doesn't get electrocuted."
Yeah.
He's such a great personality for our sport, and he's a local too, right?
That's right, close enough.
Yeah.
All right, Beav, we're going to let you go. You can go hang out with Jeff Stanton and the boys over there at the Motocross Nations Experience.
Thank you,
Bevo. Got the Bevo chant.
Hey, okay.
The Bevo chant.
I have
Absolutely.
one last thing to say, okay? One important thing. God bless America.
Excellent, Beav. Good job. All right, we're going to bring in some of the principals here behind this one. This is awesome. Thank you, Bevo, for your service to Team USA through the years. We're going to bring on, yes, we got the Bevo chant going. That was awesome. We're going to bring on David Luongo, who is a big part of Ustream, which organizes the entire Monster Energy FIM World Championship Grand Prix Series, and, of course, the Monster Energy Motocross of Nations. And Davey Coombs on here. Good to see you, Davey. Good to see you, David. And you were part of the very beginning of our press conference today, working with the Ritchie family and everyone from the FIM. This has been a dream for a lot of people, certainly the Ritchies and all these fans, to finally get this race at this track. So thank you for doing it.
Yeah, thank you very much to be here. You are such amazing. You know, it's a big pleasure to be here for all Ustream and all the MXGP rider. And man, you are fantastic. You know, I saw already for the presentation of the rider at 5. You were so many people here. Already the attention and the atmosphere is great, so I hope it will be a great racing, and very happy and very proud to be here, honestly.
And we're hearing quite a bit about the campground sold out, the pre-event ticket sales. It appears this crowd is going to be pretty big when we go racing.
Yeah, I think it was a long time that we didn't bring back the Motocross of Nations in USA, so it was a lot of expectation for the fans. And I think with Davey we made it in a good way, and thanks to Tim and Amy, we've definitely find the best location possible to make this race. And RedBud is a fantastic place, amazing track, huge area everywhere. So honestly, it's fantastic to be here, and thank you very much for everybody to be here.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
When his dad called and said we want to bring the Motocross of Nations back to America, where would you put it? And I'm a track owner. I got High Point. I got Ironman. I was like, RedBud. It's the capital. RedBud, capital of American motocross.
That's right.
And Giuseppe, his father, said, that is the dream. That is what we want. And so we're here. And thank you guys for coming out. Thanks for supporting.
It's easy with this crowd. It's easy to get these people fired up. Now, you've been to these races year after year. We were in Italy. We were in France, through Germany and Lommel and all the previous years. It's one of the neat things. When we race the Nationals here, it's really a one-day format. It's amazing to think that we have today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and this crowd is just going to get bigger and louder.
My mind is blown. The only motorcycle that's been started so far is my Honda Grom.
Yeah, we haven't even had a bike.
There's thousands of people here to enjoy the Motocross of Nations, enjoy RedBud, and there's not been a race yet. There's not been a practice yet.
Yeah, we start tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I have a good story about your Honda. When we had the meeting, the first meeting we had together was 1 year ago in Daytona during the Supercross, and we were so pleased to be here. It was the first time I was coming to see a Supercross race in Daytona, and you offered me the Honda to go to make a tour during the bike week, but we make the first street, the second street, and then we arrived to the place where all the bikers arrived with the Harley Davidson, and everybody was looking to us like, what the fuck are you doing here with an Honda, So we stop on the side, say, okay, let's the Honda here, we go by walk, It was a nice present to start.
So we got some guys.
But we survived, so it's okay.
Grom world.
So we got some guys from Italy riding Groms during Daytona Harley Davidson Bike Week. Stuck out just a little bit.
So we stopped to the first burger to buy one burger, and the guy come outside of the burger store and say, man, you are brave to come with Honda here, So he offered us two burger and one beer. You say, okay, come on, it's great.
Okay, we can all bond over some burgers and beers. Yes. What is the atmosphere for the European riders to get a chance to come to a track that they've probably heard about, probably have seen photos and television footage? Is the GP paddock excited? What were they talking about the last couple of weeks?
No, here, as you said, David, we are on one of the most beautiful tracks in the world. So when the people arrive here, they have the smile. It's, okay, the weather is not so great, but still the track can handle such weather with the rain. We saw with the sand, and the track is beautiful. So everybody is very excited, and also the level of rider we have today is very good. So the fight with the American rider will be great, and I think everybody wants to see that. So everybody is very excited about the race.
It's been amazing the way it's worked out. France got a win on home soil 2 years ago, and everybody tells me how unbelievably epic that was. To have a strong team, expectations to win, and then doing it, and the crowd was amazing. So it's amazing when that happens.
This is a little bit the difference compared to a normal GP or also the outdoor, the Supercross. When you race for the Motocross of Nations, you race for your country. So you need to be proud for racing. You have all the history of this competition. It's like the Olympic Games of the motocross. So when you start with the bike for your flag, come on, it's something special. It's really, I'm sure all the riders in the paddocks, they just think about Sundays when the gate will drop, and to win for the country. So it's a special event. This is clear.
So what's it been like working with the Ritchie family who owns this track? They've wanted to have this for a long time. What has that whole process been like over the last year or so?
It has been really, really positive. From the first moment when we met in Daytona, they were very, very positive about the event. We have our staff that came many times to make visits, to implement, we have here the skybox for the podium, we have the pit lane, we have a bit more infrastructure to put in place. And they were so kind to help us to make the place, to build everything. And they have been very helpful. And during the opening press conference this morning, they were also very, very motivated. And they are a very good family and a very good team.
I actually missed the opening press conference because my mom and I were trying to park cars. Even Reed is here.
Okay, even your mom's here. Okay, I got a visit I got to make. Yeah, it was a tearjerker, literally. As soon as Amy Ritchie started talking about her dad went to one of these in the 1970s, at that point never thought that his track would get to the stature where it could do it. And then a couple of years, not too many years ago, he did go to another and started really thinking this is something that could happen. And now that that's become reality, I mean, she was literally overcome by tears at that point, and she had to hand it over to her brother Tim to talk. That's how much this means to the Ritchie family to have this race.
Yeah, I know that Mean Gene, as you guys who grew up here knew him, he loved motocross. He loved international motocross. He had Trans Ams, Trans USAs here. It was always the dream to do something bigger, but it never quite worked out.
Yeah.
And again, it goes back to when David's father, Giuseppe Luongo, said, hey, we're going to bring it back to America.
Yeah.
We want to do it right. I'm like, doing it right means RedBud.
Yeah.
RedBud.
All right.
Unfortunately, we lost Gene last winter.
Yep.
And so I think that everyone on the staff, not just Tim and Amy, but I think that all the people here working, all the people from the AMA, all the people who've come here, we all know that this is his legacy, that we got to do this right. And, I mean, anybody who drove in here from the start, you saw how clean, how well-kept, how perfect everything is. The rain changed nothing.
Yeah.
This is RedBud.
Yep.
These people know how to motocross. This is the centerpiece of American motocross, and that's why it's the perfect place for the Motocross of Nations.
Absolutely. Yeah. They are pumped about that. And pretty cool, you guys had some USGPs here the last few years. This year it's just this one. The top American riders, everybody put their hand up. Eli Tomac said, I want to race. If you pick me, I'm in. Plessinger dyed his hair red, white, and blue. It's awesome to have those guys saying, yeah, we're in 100%, and we got the pick of the riders we want. So that makes the racing that much better.
Yeah, no, the level this year, the level of rider, you have the best rider together fighting for the title. So it will be crazy. You know, we have Jeffrey, you have Eli, you have Plessinger, but also Prado, which is a very, very good. I think the American fans doesn't know him very well because he came the last 2 years, and but he's a very good kid, also very fast. He has a very good start.
Yeah.
Always. Then you have also the French team, the Belgium, because here you have a little bit of sand on the track also. So you have some rider of Europe that are used to ride on the sand. They will also be good. So no, the fight will be amazing. It will be. I think it will have a lot of fun. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
So I have a challenge for David.
Oh, okay, Davey and David. Okay.
The best bottle of wine that you could bring from Italy.
Ew.
As compared to the best bottle of wine I can bring from West Virginia.
Yep.
You're going to hope you lose.
You take Jeffrey Hurlings, I'll take Eli Tomac.
Yeah.
Good? Yeah.
My man.
You guys want this? You guys want this? Oh, that is good.
I will have a meeting with Jeffrey tonight.
Yeah, pump him up. I hope you lose because that's a nice bottle of wine you're going to get out of the deal. That might work out. Yeah. Yeah, that's the story everybody wants, but we know that Motocross of Nations very rarely turns out to be one rider against one rider to determine it all. So there's a race within a race, but the team thing is really usually a completely different scenario.
Well, I think that as Team USA, we haven't won since 2011. We need this. We need this as a country. And I'm sorry for my Canadian friends out there. I don't think you got a chance.
They got NAFTA. They're pumped.
But as excited as I am, I'm sure David feels the same way to see Eli versus Jeffrey, Jorge Prado versus Aaron Plessinger, and Justin Barsha versus Tony Cairoli. this is going to be the ultimate motocross race.
Yes, we're going to get such a great showdown. And like you said, Prado, so young, so new on the scene. A year and a half ago, he wasn't even really world championship level yet. And then he turned it on this year. Second half of the season was phenomenal. This is where a lot of names are going to be made for maybe some of the American fans that don't see this. Hunter Lawrence, who's going to be moving over here. He's spectacular as well.
Yeah, it's a very
so there's
good
going to be a lot
also.
of people that I think the fans here are going to be like, man, these guys can ride. It's pretty cool.
No, it's you know, from some years now with the we made a lot of investment in the European Championship, and we have a lot of kids coming up to the MX2 class, which is a kind of access class to the MXGP. So you have many young kids that are arriving in this class, and so in 1-2 years they will be known. And Hunter, Jorge, they are on this level now. And they are quite fast. Hunter is a very good kid, very fast. You will see also next year in USA. He has a very good technique. So, and last year during the nation in UK, he was the best rookie. So, yeah, for sure he wants to defend also his country, and he will be good.
Yeah, he took a moto from Zach Osborne.
He did. He won the class, won the overall. Yeah. So Hunter Lawrence definitely can ride. Can these teams piece it together? We know that the Dutch team is going to be strong. French, it doesn't even seem to matter who's on the team. They always do well anyway. Last year they had to pick a guy out of the Enduro Series, and they still got the job done. We know the American team is strong. Can these other teams piece it together? Could Belgium be in contention? Somehow they always
Germany
do it.
Also. Germany,
yes.
Germany with Ken Roxen and Nagel. They have also a strong
Jacoby.
team. Yeah, Jacoby is a very tough rider. You know, he's very aggressive. It's okay. And you know, nation is always particular. Motocross of nation, you defend your country, you defend your flag. So when the gates start, when you get dropped and you start the race, you enter in a mode, in the beast mode, you know. So it's very strange, even compared to normal racing. So sometimes also the teams that have a good spirit between the rider, then you have also a nice dynamic between the riders. So yeah, can be all of these 5 teams.
Yeah.
But for me, USA and Netherlands are a bit on top of them.
So what about Puerto Rico?
They got the USA chance going.
Puerto Rico has to qualify. They have to qualify.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, this is real. This is happening. This is a real deal.
Yeah. When we will see Pastrana making a backflip on the Larocco jump will be nice, you know.
Maybe, yes. Hey, you guys think Pastrana could backflip Larocco's leap? Could he do that?
Okay.
During that press conference today, there was all this noise from the back of the room. The riders are in the front talking, and we couldn't hear them because there's all this noise in the back, and we realized it's because Travis Pastrana was in the building. And I think people still cannot believe that this is really happening.
Yes. Yeah, he will race. He will race, and he trained a lot to be ready for this event.
Yeah.
So, they have a team. They will put 100% to make it, huh?
Yeah. We'll see how long it lasts. Maybe they'll get in. You got to be top 20, right?
I think they get in. I think Ryan Sipes, Kevin Windham, and the Travis Pastrana, they got this. Okay. I see them qualifying.
They're going to get in.
I see them qualifying.
You can see Wyndham's beard. I can guarantee you that. I mean, that thing. I was talking to Emig. They had to outfit him with gear because he's the team gear deal. He's back on the Geico team, and he said they had to get the biggest helmet they make to fit all that hair and beard inside a helmet. So what an amazing extra bonus story to have guys like Wyndham, Sipes, who's done it all now, and Pastrana racing. That just makes it that much more fun.
Yeah. Honestly, we saw when Team Puerto Rico was announced, it was like a big bomb on all the social network. A lot of requests from the media also. So it was it helped a lot the event also to be even more popular than what it is. So it's a great news for the show. You know, we saw it during the presentation here during the parade. Yeah, Travis jumping in the crowd already. So for sure they will make the show.
Oh, I wasn't over there during that. He did. He got into the crowd.
He got a chainsaw. Him and Wyndham got chainsaws.
No way.
Yeah, because some European bring some, you know. You will have good noise also.
It's a shame that we can't do that in America. I mean, who brought their chainsaw?
Oh, I don't know.
I guess
that's just vocal cords. Those are just vocal cords. Yes. All right.
Nice.
There was a bunch of Swedish fans. They had the chainsaws going. So Wyndham and Pastrana jumped in there and
grabbed them. They grabbed some chainsaws and they were having that. It was really cool. And you know, that's what this event is about. It's about having fun, celebrating the global motocross world and having a sort of an Olympics of what we do. And I really appreciate the fact that Youthstream, your father and yourself, David, brought this to RedBud, because this is the capital of American motocross. And that's why we're here.
All right. Going to Holland next year. So we're saying
don't talk about that.
There's more pressure on Team USA because if you don't get it done this year, it's going to be really hard in 2019.
Yeah. It will be a sand track. Yeah. Deep sand.
It's amazing what you folks have done there, though, because the road race facility turned motocross track, it's been done. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. There's no doubt that's on the great column. That's a good one.
Yeah, Asan is a good one. Imola also was a good one last week. So, yeah, but as you said, we need to find a good place because these facilities are made to attract also people that are not used to motocross.
Yes.
So we need on a way to keep the people that like the sport, but also bringing some people because was also the conversation we had together. You know, our sport is so great, but we don't have to fight together. We have to fight against other sports. And we have to fight against football. We have to fight against Formula One. We have to fight against those sports.
And iPhones.
And iPhones, to deliver a good show, so, live. So when we go to such facilities, which is 2 or 3 during the season, will never be the full championship because we need track like RedBud, like Ernée, like Saint-Jean-d'Angély in Europe, But when we make event in those tracks, we attract people that are not used to the motocross. And then they will come back and will say, hey, tomorrow, instead of going to see tennis or football, we go to see motocross because you have grandstand, you walk on asphalt, and it's easier to bring new people, But then facilities like this are needed in our championship because they are amazing. They are the best.
Got to have a little balance there.
Yeah. We have the balance. It's 3-4 races maximum per year, and the rest is historic.
And you're in the right place because this is the soul of American motocross right here at RedBud.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, the 4th of July thing is always crazy, but we've turned it up to another level here. So, yeah, big thanks for doing it, for recognizing that. And really what I like is the fans are pumped because it's the European teams against the American teams, but I feel like the angle that you folks take, whoever wins, you guys are happy either way. I never sense well, we would prefer this team to win or anything like that.
My family is doing that for more than 30 years, and we have the passion of the sport. So in the past, when we were watching Ricky or McGrath or Ryan Villopoto or Dungey or Everts or Villemain or all the big stars, we had both sides. We just enjoy because when you like motocross, you want to see stars with amazing skills. And it will be like this during the weekend. It can be Eli, it can be Jeffrey, but from the moment we have a good start and a great racing, this is all what we want. And so I hope it will be a safe race for everybody. And it will be a good show.
Cool. Are there any future donations? America, you have any idea? Is it coming back anytime soon? Or we just got to wait and see how this goes? How's that all work? How do you plan that?
When we see the popularity of the track and the event, for sure we want to come back. But then we will have to start discussing.
All right.
2022.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this might not be. We might not have to wait. I mean, I went to one in '87. It took 20 darn years for it to come back. It might not be that long again.
No. It will not be so long.
Okay.
For sure.
Excellent. Well, great work. The place looks awesome. Love watching the series. That's David Luongo, big part of Ustream. Let's cheer this guy for bringing this race to this track. Let's hear it for him.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right.
Enjoy the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Team USA is still going to win.
And there's a bottle of wine on the Tomac versus Hurlings thing. All right. I heard we can send it over to the MX Innovations Experience dinner, and we'll get stories from the riders inside the tent. So we're going to send it that way.
one goal, one vision.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
We are back here at RedBud! RacerTV.com. This is our Race Day show powered by FMF. We've flipped the stage around. That was genius engineering of this thing. You can now see the crowd behind us. And we are joined by a bunch of sponsors made this happen. Now, this was a quick vision. I got to give a shout-out to Tim Cotter from MX Sports. It's always been his idea to have a college game day type show at a motocross race. There is no better motocross race to do that than the Motocross to Nations, but we did need to get a lot of sponsors on board to make this thing happen, so big thanks to Thor and everyone with Parts Unlimited. They're on board, FMF, Scott Goggles, and of course Alpine Stars. We have Ashley from Alpine Stars here, and it's really exciting because Alpine Stars is always a big part of Team USA. It is legend that when you go to the Motocross to Nations in Europe, Team USA's oasis, their home away from home, is the Alpine Stars hospitality area. So Alpine Stars have been back in Team USA for a while. Eli Tomac, you're a huge part of his game and his program, and I know you got some new gear that he's going to be running this weekend.
Yes.
I'm going to tighten you up here. Here we go. Go ahead, Ashley. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have our new flagship gear. It's going to be the Super Tech.
Okay.
Some of the guys were already running it a little bit towards the end of the motocross season, a little bit during the Supercross season. But it's going to be our new flagship gear. It's extremely lightweight, extremely durable, has a lot of stretch to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about 80% stretch.
Really?
Which is insane. One of the only places that really does not have stretch is going to be the saddle and going to be the inner part of the leg.
Probably don't want that. Probably don't want thin, stretchy panels in the saddle area.
Exactly,
yes.
exactly. But yeah, so you get a lot of grip, you got a lot of protection with the inner leather on the leg, so makes it nice.
When the riders first started to wear it, so Eli will be wearing that gear this weekend?
Yes.
Did they notice when they first started to wear it, like, wow, this feels different, this feels better?
Yeah, I mean, with Alpine Stars, our riders, of course, are a big part of our testing and developing our products,
So they were tuned into it, and I mean, look at the lineup that you folks have now. Tomac, Barsha, also a member of the team.
Yes.
And let's not forget our Monster Energy Supercross champion,
Yeah.
Jason Anderson, also part of the Alpine Stars gang. So they're just tightening up the mic here. There we go. We'll flip it. We've flipped the whole thing around, and that includes the microphones. Jason Anderson also wearing Alpine Stars gear. So this is a huge push.
Yeah. So we have Supercross champion, obviously Jason Anderson, our gear, and now Motocross champion Eli Tomac.
Absolutely. And some special Team USA colors, I'm thinking, on the gear?
Yeah, we had to go with the iconic red, white, and blue.
Okay. All right. And I don't know if you folks can see that over there. We've got some of the gear there with the Team USA, the stars and the stripes and all that. And then I see the colorway on the boots here. So we want to talk about the Tech 7 boot. Now, the Tech 8 was legendary. Tech 10 came along a couple of years ago, and that's maybe the gold standard. Tech 7s, I actually like Tech 7s myself. So the Tech 7, you got something cool with that design as well.
Yes, yeah. Our Tech 7 is obviously one of our best-selling boots. you have the protection, you have the comfort, and it's a great boot no matter what type of riding you're doing.
Yeah, I got the ones with the off-road sole. It has actually a little bit of tread to it, so when you're getting stuck all the time like I am, it helps. But you're right, when you're riding all day long, that's a really comfortable boot, even for walking around, to be honest.
Yeah, and even with the Tech 7 Enduro, like you said, you have that extra grip on the bottom. But yeah, our Tech 7 in the Union colorway, limited edition, is going to have the motocross sole on there.
Okay, so this is a boot that people are going to be able to buy in that, they call it Union colorway?
Yes, this is going to be our limited edition Union gear set.
Wow, okay, so you can match the boot with the gear.
Exactly, yes.
Same stuff, same gear at least that you'd see with Barsha and Tomac.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, okay. I know we got some Team USA people back here. You guys pumped on Team USA? Yeah? Well, you can actually have the gear that Eli Tomac and Justin Barsha are wearing that Alpine Stars makes. Are there some other features on the Tech 7 that are making this thing even better?
Yeah, so you have the one-piece molded lower.
Okay.
And that's going to have 2 densities and a steel shank for added protection. The sole is going to be a dual compound. So it's going to give you a great feel. It's going to give you durability. And it's also going to give you a lot of grip on there.
So you have protection when you want it, but you still have a feel for your levers.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And the buckle system, how's that work?
Yeah, so the buckles are actually self-aligning, self-cleaning. So I think we've all been there. You get a little bit of mud in your buckles, so it pushes it right through. And it has a really nice closure on there.
Cool. Now, we know that you're involved, the Union colorway, the red, white, and blue gear. But Alpine Stars, I always feel like it's kind of like the universal brand, because there's riders that maybe don't wear the gear, and they have a helmet coming and all that too. Maybe they don't wear the helmet, but the boots, almost every rider has been an Alpine Stars athlete at some point, and that includes not just Team USA, but the European riders too.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of athletes. Like you said, you don't have to be an Alpine Stars athlete just to wear the full gear head to toe. You can just run the boots, helmet, gear set. So.
Yep, and that includes a lot of the European riders.
Yes.
Even Roger DeCoster was an Alpine Stars guy back in his day. That's crazy.
One of the originals.
Yeah, one of the originals. So that's amazing, and I know also you can go all the way over into the road racing side and the car racing side, a really an iconic brand. I just think it's cool that when a company gets that big, that they're going to stay with their heritage, investing big time still in motocross.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, I think Alpine Stars does a really good job of staying true to that and their heritage. And, you know, race on, we take what we take from the weekends, the racing, and we put it into our gear and try to make it better and improve it. So, yeah, it's a great product.
When is this gear going to be available for people to actually buy, and the Tech 7 boot in that Union colorway?
It is available right now.
Oh, okay.
Go out and get some.
All right, get it right now. Where should they go if they want to do that?
So with the boot, I would strongly recommend going to your local dealership.
Okay.
For the gear, it's going to be on alpinestars.com.
Okay, alpinestars.com for the gear. The boot, go to your friendly local dealer.
That's right.
Ashley, thanks for stopping by. You did excellent.
Thank
you.
you.
Did excellent. All right. Did she do good? Yes.
All right.
The USA fans are pumped. They like the gear. I'll give you that.
Awesome.
And you bring red, white, and blue stuff to the stage. They're excited.
Exactly.
Good job.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. And congratulations. That's a big part of Team USA. 2 of the 3 riders running the Alpine Stars gear. We're going to bring on more guests. Bring them on. All right. I'll grab the headset. This is an all-timer right here. Okay. We're going to leave that. Thank you, Ashley. Oh, yeah. They're getting fired up here. They're pumped on USA, and I've got to imagine they're probably also pumped on Little Beast from the East. You guys like yourself some Damon Bradshaw? Yeah. All right, Damon is here as part of the Motocross of Nations experience. Always a pleasure. Damon, Motocross of Nations, man, you got thrown into the fire when they first put you on the team. They stuck you on a 125. You weren't a 125 rider anymore, and it was at the apex of that win streak and all the pressure that came with it. That must have been some crazy experiences to go through that.
It really was. You know, it's hard to really put into words how much pressure that I put on myself, and the pressure that you felt from going overseas and racing and, you know, having the USA and them guys winning for so many times.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're there and you want to continue that streak. And
yeah.
I wasn't very successful there. I mean, I ended up in the hospital, I know, one time, and again, riding a 125 and not having a lot of testing on it, so we were a little bit behind the 8 ball there. But fortunately, man, I had good team members and you know, good support, and the guys are able to make it happen.
Yeah, and I talked to Stanton and Ward, who were your teammates at that time. These were guys you were battling with when you were racing week in and week out. You guys were battling, and then all of a sudden you have to go over there and get each other's backs, which is a crazy situation.
You know, and I'm sure from a lot of people knowing my career and how I was as a racer, and I really wasn't friends with anyone. But that was just so different. It was like you turn the light switch off, and you go there and you come together and you make that happen. And for me, it was an honor going to race with two guys that I looked up to, you know, coming up as on mini bikes, and Jeff Ford and Jeff Stanton. So that added pressure as well. So again, I was telling the people at the table tonight, I said, you just can't explain how much and what you feel when you're in that position. And on top of that, I was super young. So maybe at 20 or 22 or 23, you could handle that a little better. But it was hard on me. And, you know, I had some decent rides, but I didn't feel like I contributed the way I would have liked to. But again, man, having good teammates, and you know, that's what it's all about, is having three good guys. And I don't know how the format is, if it's changed nowadays than the way it was when we rode it, but fortunately we were able to throw away a bad moto.
Were you like 17 when you did it the first year, something like that?
I think so.
Wow.
I think it was it 90? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was 90 your first year, right.
So I would have been 17.
Yeah, that's a lot on a 17-year-old. But you had brought that hype because you had done so well from such an early age, and it always seemed like you always seemed older than you were. It didn't seem like pressure got to you because you were winning races so early. Were you actually feeling this stuff inside, but on the outside showing this hard exterior?
Yes. I mean, I had tons of pressure, but typically I was able to perform well under those pressures.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it started as early as the mini Olympic days.
Okay.
You know, going there and having to win every moto because Ezra Lusk is winning every moto and able to win.
Okay.
So that pressure was always there, and I always performed well under it. And I don't feel like that's the reason that I wasn't so successful at Motocross of Nations. But when it was all over, man, it was like, wow. And especially going home as winners. And, you know, the third year, we got beat up pretty bad. I know me and Stanton did. We chose not to go. We had a long year, and we wanted some time to heal up. And the other guys got to go and experience it, and maybe they wouldn't have had that opportunity. And they were able to go and win. So it meant really as much to me of not going and then having those other guys get to go.
Now that you're looking at Team USA hasn't won in a long time. RedBud's an iconic track. They're trying to get it back. It's like this perfect storm. It's kind of brewing right now for this year.
It's so cool being able to be here, you know, and with Fly Racing bringing me here and being able to watch this race and be a part of it in the U.S. is just going to be amazing. You know, cruising around today and seeing how many people are here. And I think I shouldn't say I think. I know these guys can do it. And, you know, not only the pressure they're dealing with, everything has to fall into place, but it's not just falling into place for them, it's everybody else. So they have a great team, and these guys have performed well all year, and I've enjoyed watching them. I've been a part of the motocross and supercross scene for the last 2 years more than I have been in a long time. So it's really cool to be here and have followed the guys for the last 2 years to see it all come to a head.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I feel like we got Damon Bradshaw back. You were doing the Monster Jam thing for a long time, and when we talk to you, you talk a little moto, but you also want to talk about the Monster Jam. But it seems like something has flipped here, and you're all in on dirt bikes again.
I am. It's really cool. I call it that full circle thing. And now with what I do at WPS Fly Racing is I'm able to go in and do these ride days and hang out with people that I didn't get to do that when I was racing before. So we hang out, we go out and ride together, we come in, we talk about it, and we have a beer, and we tell stories. So it's really a lot of fun. I'm very fortunate to be in the position I am with Fly Racing.
And I've heard this from you. Stanton says the same thing. Ryan Villapoto says the same thing. When you were a racer at the top of your game, the fun part, it was hard to have that kind of laid-back fun thing on race day. Now you're getting to experience that side of it.
I've heard that so many times over the last 2 years. People say, we never realized that you were this type of person. I said, I really wasn't when I was racing. You know, you have to have this race face and, again, the pressure and all of those things that go along with it. And I've tried to explain to people because they'll come to me and they'll say, well, we went to a national and this rider was this and this rider didn't have time for us, blah, blah, blah. And so you try to break it down and tell them what they're going through and how much is asked for them. And that pie only has so many pieces, man.
Okay.
Brian Lennis told me that one day. They go, there's only so many pieces of pie there, and when you pass them all out and there's none for you, what do you do? So I try to get people to understand that, and I think later on they'll see that of these other riders, that you're just a different person when that's gone, and you can kind of enjoy it.
You said that in a way you motivated yourself by not liking your competitors. Do you look back now and say, man, maybe I could have enjoyed it more. Maybe I could have had more longevity if I didn't motivate myself that way. Or was that what you had to do? Was there no other way you could have done it?
No, I wouldn't have changed any of that.
Yeah.
I felt like that was one of my tools that I used, and I was friends with the guys on my team, and again, that's what motivated me. I don't think that. I think I put a lot of pressure on myself. It wasn't sponsors. It wasn't Team Yamaha. It wasn't those guys. They were there for support, but me, I expected 110% every time, and when I couldn't give that for whatever reason it was, it really, really bothered me.
Yeah.
And I didn't want anything any less than to win, and you can't always win.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You're giving yourself a really high standard of saying, if I can't win, I don't want to be here.
Well, Ricky Johnson made the comment when I won in Japan against him. He goes, you've really developed a problem now. He goes, because from now on, when you don't win, they want to know what happened. And he was right. He was right. From that point forward, when you didn't win, whether you were calling home to family or friends or whatever, was, well, what happened? Well, I got third. I got beat.
And this is 15, 16 years old that this starts. Yes, and I remember well when you wouldn't win, it would be like, what's wrong with Damon Bradshaw? Yeah. And I'm sure you're hearing that from all angles.
And we don't have the type of, the internet and the social media that we have nowadays, so I'm sure it's way worse now. Then we had to wait 7 or 8 days to get cycle news.
That's right. That's right.
But no, you're exactly right, and I just put that pressure on there, and that's what shoved me out.
So Motocross the Nations, you get to come back here and hang out with all these people. Are these folks that, as I said, where you were gone on the Monster Champ Tour, are there some folks you haven't even seen in a while that you're getting to kind of reunite with?
Absolutely. Seeing John Dowd tonight, I was like, the last time we saw one another was 97.
Seriously?
96, we were on the same team, so we were friends and, working and trying to be the best we could. 97, I didn't see him much. I rode Hondas, but, yeah, it's been that long.
Wow, 20 years.
Yeah, so it's really cool to see. And I haven't got to talk to everybody. I mean, there's so many people, and I'm sure there will be some I won't, but it's really cool being in that 10 and being around so many guys that I looked up to as a kid and now, and got to race with.
And Jeff Stanton's one that spearheaded this. And you and Stanton are like locked into history together. The Stanton and Bradshaw battles were epic. You guys were at the same level at the same time. Maybe even wore each other out because you both kind of get out at the same time too. So when you think Stanton, you kind of think Bradshaw. You guys kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, and I've been talking with the people at my table tonight, and they've asked those questions, and I go, I don't really know why we had that we could go out and we could battle against one another, we could run into one another, but we knew how to trust one another and race with each other, and then we could maybe not necessarily talk about it, but we could still speak.
Yeah.
The other guys, it was just race, battle, run over each other, and move on to the next race. The only thing I can think is that, I was riding 80s, and Jeff was already riding big bikes, riding 250 and 500, and he was on Yamahas, and so was I. So we talked, and I looked up to Jeff, and so I don't know if it's the little bit of age difference that we are, or how I came up and he did, that's how we raced.
Wow, yeah, because I think there were some other guys that maybe you didn't race quite the same on the track as Stanton, a couple others?
No, absolutely not. I was telling the people that we were sitting with, I said, you learn to race every individual rider, and everybody's different.
Look at the Bradshaw chant going. You hear this? We had a Bradshaw chant going.
Thank you guys, man.
For David Bradshaw. Oh, that's great.
That's a good
I
feeling,
wish I was
man.
in that crowd. Man. Yeah, so you had different strategies for different people. You didn't race chicken
rider.
like you did Stanton?
Absolutely not. And I'm curious if I'm sure it's that way today. I mean, whether you're catching a guy and you're going to pass him or he's catching you and going to pass you, you know how to treat them and or how you're going to race with them. I said, you could have a local pro rider that you never raced against that could be harder than guys you raced with every weekend because you had to learn to race with them.
I think
or how to beat them.
Now that you're moving back toward the inside, we'll pick your brain maybe 2 more years from now, because I'm sure you're going to start talking to these riders more and learning more of their mentality, and you'll see how similar it is, or maybe it isn't.
I am very curious to do that next year, and my involvement with fly racing at the Supercrosses and throughout the Nationals. It will be interesting because I'll get to talk to them, and it's really hard to be on your side and me sitting over there, flipping that. For having you ask me questions versus asking them, but it'll be real cool to see how they think.
All right. I hope they just remember. I hope they remember.
There's a lot of them that don't. I run into it a lot going into dealers with kids, but hey, that's all part of it.
I try to explain to people. I'd be like, this would be your top 250 class rider, whoever it is, rookie, winning in the main class his first year.
Yeah.
That's what you were doing. You were doing that at 17 in the top class. Doesn't happen very often. You're in a class by herself in some ways.
Yeah, and I don't know really how it happened then. I mean, I think about there were so many guys that I was able to race against. I mean, when you start naming them off, Jeff Ford, Johnny O'Mara, Jeff Stanton, I mean, it was pretty cool to race with that whole era that, God, I remembered them when I was a kid, you know?
Yeah,
So,
and you were there.
And everybody's
like
got to look up to somebody, but you do that, and then you have to race against them. So now you got to flip that switch off and go.
I didn't know you had that, though. I thought you just hated everybody. I didn't know you actually did deep down inside feel that way.
Early on, I did, but like I said, when it was time to go racing against them, and friends with Ricky Johnson and Ronnie Lachine, but we all had our times of battling, and I know they probably hated me just as bad as I did them.
Just racing. All right, Damon Bradshaw, we'll let you go back to the experience there.
Me,
Pumped on Bradshaw here. Thank you, Damon. They had the Damon Bradshaw chant. Yeah, he's got the crowd pumped. There it is. It's like John Bon Jovi on this stage at a race a concert in New Jersey. All right, we're going to throw it to a break, I believe, here on RacerTV.com, or they'll bring me more guests. Well, we'll just see what happens. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. We got plenty more guests and a lot more to come. Cheer one more time, folks, before we go to break. Yeah, RedBud!
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions.
Hey guys, coming out of the commercial break, I'm going to ask the people in the back, come up.
Stars. One goal, one vision.
welcome back. Crowd starting to build here at RedBud on a Friday night. Racer TV's Race Day show, powered by FMF. Thomas Covington, a member of the team just last year. Crowd is pumped, and I got something that's going to get them even more fired up. So we just had Damon Bradshaw on the show. You guys want yourselves a Damon Bradshaw jersey? Damon Bradshaw's going to sign the jersey and throw it out, but you got to earn it. You got to cheer real loud if you want that thing. Who wants a Bradshaw jersey? Here we go. Yeah. That's good stuff.
Hey,
all right. Thanks, Damon Bradshaw, for the fans inspired him to come in with an idea like that. So it's Jason Wygant here, Thomas Covington. Yes, 2017 member of Team USA. I'm sure you'd like a redo or another shot or a do-over at that, because now what we found out after the fact was you were hurt before you even had a chance, really.
Yeah, it was a bummer. In the qualifying race, just didn't even crash, actually. I just stuck my knee in the mud, or my foot in the mud, and twisted and a pop, and I kind of knew something went pretty wrong there, but I just tried to keep it quiet. I was getting geared up in the tent before the races on Sunday, and I had the physical therapist in there taping up my knee, and Zach was sitting next to me. He says, "Dude, what's up with your knee?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing. It's all good. Just in case. Like, I just feel better with it."
Yeah.
'Cause I just didn't want to mess with his head. I wanted him to go out there and still go for the win and not be bummed out. So, then afterwards, ended up telling everyone afterwards. But it was just kind of weird. I knew I had to get a few points. I was hoping Seeley, could have a couple good motos, and maybe I could get a good finish and still at least get us up on the podium, or possibly a win. You never know in those conditions where it's muddy like that. But it's a bummer for sure. Hopefully one day I'll get another shot at it.
How ready were you? I mean, you were taking the flag and saying, "Look, I'll ride whatever class you need me to ride." You were a 250 guy, but you rode the open class. But had that knee injury not happened, I know you can't tell for sure, but how good were you feeling going into that weekend last year?
No, I did feel really good. I think the only reason they did put me on the 450 is because Roger had seen me ride the 450 in California a few weeks earlier, and my style seems to fit really well with the 450, so I think that's the reason for that. And in the qualifying sessions and everything, my speed was really good, and even in the qualifying race there, I felt pretty solid until I tweaked my knee. And it would have been cool to see where I was at on the 450 there.
How many people actually knew about the injury on Saturday? I mean, did you tell your not your team, your teammates? You didn't tell Osborne and Seeley. Did you tell any Husqvarna people? Like, did anybody know?
I think the only person that I told was my dad.
Really?
Because, I just wanted to tell myself that nothing was wrong.
Okay.
When you start telling people that you're injured and then you have to explain it to everyone, it's like kind of a mental thing. Everyone asked me, like, "Oh, is everything okay?" Like, "Yep, I'm fine. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to do my best." I think that was the only shot that I had at it, to really have a good result.
Just kind of psych yourself up. Keep your head in the game.
Exactly. Just pretend nothing was wrong and go out there and race like I had originally planned to do.
Okay, so your experience now at the Motocross of the Nations, the team didn't win, but you certainly saw what the event is like. These people are about to experience it. The weather wasn't awesome last year, but it sure seemed like the crowd was pretty crazy anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Always in Europe, the fans are pretty crazy, and so far just on Friday here, the fans have been nuts. It's really cool to see, and I'm looking forward to hanging out on the weekend and watching Team USA. I think we got a really strong team this year, and we got a good shot at winning it.
Now we have some news, and I'm not sure every fan knows for certain, but you're coming back full time. You are racing in the United States, Supercross and Motocross next year. You are making your return.
Yeah, I'm coming home finally. After 5 years living in Europe, finally got the opportunity that I wanted to come back and race Supercross and outdoors here. And I really enjoyed my time in Europe. I'd do it all over again. It's something I'd never take back. I enjoyed it, but it always feels good to come home. And ever since I was a little kid, watching Supercross, and that's kind of been the dream since I was little. It changed a little bit the last few years. Wanted to be a world champion, but I'm back now, and I think it's going to be a good change of pace for me.
But you could have cashed in. You had one more year of eligibility with those MX2 rules. We've seen you in races there. Second half of this year, once you got past the knee injury, you were on the podium almost every week. If you did stay one more year, who knows, title-wise. So what made you decide, no, I got to go back to the United States
Yeah, actually, my first choice would have been to stay one more year in the GPs.
Okay, go for that title. Yeah.
But with the spot open, with Osborne moving up, and then Bobby Hewitt had a spot open there, and asked him, I was like, could we just push the deal back one more year?
Okay.
And he was just like, yeah, we can, but I can't promise you that the spot's still going to be open.
Yeah.
So after thinking about it, it's just I just couldn't pass it up, and I've been over there for 5 years and felt like it was time to come home.
How do you rate this season? I know the knee injury got a little more complicated at the beginning of the year again.
Yeah, actually, because I tore my left ACL at Nations, and then everything was going according to plan. I didn't get much riding time before the season, only like a few weeks there, so was kind of building into it, and then had a really good race in Italy. Won the second moto, was second overall. A really good battle with the with the champ Prada.
Yeah.
And then that next weekend was running second and just tweaked my knee again, and actually partially retore the ACL.
The same one.
The same one.
Oh.
And so I thought possibly the season was over there, but just kind of pushed through it and worked hard in the gym to get all the muscles around it strong and get some stability back. And it actually didn't bother me at all the second half of the season, and was really good. And like you said, the second half got 9 podiums and was really strong. That just makes it harder to leave knowing that I had one more year.
I know.
But I'd already made the decision, and I'm happy with it.
Well, you said it is the dream. I mean, you're from the United States all the way. The accent is not a Dutch accent. You did not gain an accent while you lived over there. Didn't gain a Brit accent. So what's it going to be like when you're actually in a stadium next year, finally getting to race Supercross? It took you 5 extra years to finally get that.
I'm really excited for it. I'm not sure which coast I'll be on. I think the tentative plan right now is to ride West Coast. So, walking through the tunnel at A1, that's something you dream about. I think I'll probably get a bit more nervous when it gets closer to time, but for right now, I'm just excited about it. I'm really looking forward to getting to the Supercross grind and just actually living at home around my friends and family and stuff like that. It's going to be really nice for me because in the past I've just been basically by myself all year.
Yeah, Europe, how old were you when you went over there?
I was 17 years old when I moved over, and just kind of dove in head first, moved over by myself, and luckily I had a lot of good people around me that took care of me. I was fortunate to be in some really good teams that was really like a family atmosphere. But I was just 17, living in Holland by myself. It was forced me to grow up pretty quick.
So when you're back here now, and I'm assuming you're just here to be here, like you just want to be here. Is that why you're here this weekend?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Motocross of Nations in your home country, couldn't miss that.
Okay.
After seeing Nations a few different times in Europe, I was thinking RedBud, Motocross of Nations, it's going to be unbelievable. So came back just to cheer on the guys, and I'll be down there in pit lane yelling for them every lap. So hopefully they can bring it home.
You fans back here behind us, you guys pumped what Thomas Covington has done the last couple of years, won a couple of GPs, represented. Yeah. How many did you win? 3? 4?
4 GPs, yeah.
4 GPs, that's pretty good. Who knows? Who knows how the career turns? Maybe you'll be back someday to try to win some more. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yep.
Still like to win that World Championship, so we'll see.
Okay, but right now the goal is America all the way full-time next year, and see how it goes from there. Good luck in Supercross and Motocross next season in the United States.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Thomas Covington, Rockstar Husky, going from one country to the next. They're pumped. Let's cheer for Thomas one more time. Heard the TC chants going. All right, so Thomas Covington will be back in the United States next year, and you never know. Could be Team USA one more time somewhere down the road. From someone who's going to learn Supercross, we bring it to the man who knows more about Supercross than anyone ever, the all-time king of Supercross, and a 2-time member of a victorious Team USA. Let's hear it for the king. It's Jeremy McGrath. Woo! Yeah. I'm going to give a little room over here.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, MC. Look, man, the king of Supercross, we could talk about stadiums, we could talk about Anaheim, we could talk about that for days. But it's all about the Motocross of Nations experience here at this RedBud weekend, and you're part of Team USA history just like anyone else. You had the 93 year where they threw you on the team. I don't even know if you were ready or if you wanted to, but you did it.
I definitely was not ready.
You were not ready,
no,
okay.
I was not ready. To my own accord, there's no way I was ready.
Okay. How did it come about? Like, were you asked and you're like, I don't know?
Well, I mean, first of all, that was '93, right? So I started winning Supercrosses.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it was way out of my realistic dreams even to be considered for Motocross of the Nations team. But I think somehow I must have got the most popular vote maybe that year.
I think there was a weird – the year before, a lot of guys didn't want to ride. So if I remember right, the magazines were having fans vote to really put pressure. So it was like, if they said it, now what are you going to do?
Yeah,
you got to do
I
it.
mean, listen, it was a complete honor to be able to be on that team. I mean, to be even considered to be on that team.
Yeah.
And I thought, what the heck are they even doing putting me on the team after? Like I can't even. I always say this now, but 4 years into my career, even when I was winning Supercrosses, I still really had no idea to ride outdoors. Okay. I mean, I had no idea how to ride an outdoor track. I mean, and then let alone if we got some rain or some mud, I was such a fish out of the water. I mean, being from California, you know, we don't get a lot of rain at that time, and I was kind of like, who really needs outdoor? I got Supercross.
Okay.
But you know, lo and behold, later, you know, it was a challenge. I figured out how to do it, and then, you know, obviously with Jeff being my main rival and he was kicking my butt outdoors, I was like, okay, I got to get motivated to figure out how to ride outdoors.
Okay.
And got that. So yeah, that '93 year was, and I've said it before, like I was the total weak link for sure. I mean, I think I got
Jeremy McGrath, the weak link.
I got
Jeremy McGrath, the weak link.
I got a fourth. Yeah, I got a fourth in one moto, and that was. I just barely got by. I mean, I just barely got enough to get the team victory. So,
how nervous were you then going into that race day? You had to be terrified.
Well, I really was terrified. I mean, I was obviously really scared to be the losing member of the team, and then maybe cause us to not get the victory. The track was in Austria. There was no jumps, so it was completely
perfect
off.
For you. Yeah.
There was no jumps, and the whole track was off camber.
Jeremy McGrath,
I was like,
they were thinking.
Yeah, I was like, man, I really just don't belong here. So, and then I think they put me on 250.
Yeah, you had ridden 125s.
I rode 125 nationals that year.
Yeah.
So I was, I mean, everything was backwards, but we ended up getting a victory that year, and somehow, and then it went on for another couple years, which I wasn't on the team, and then I got invited again in '96.
Okay, so '96 much more ready as far as for the assignment.
Yeah. I mean, '96 I was welcoming the challenge. I mean, I was like, okay, I think I was the lead member of the team at that time. And I always say this, and I've said this for a long time, '96 Motocross of Nations in Jerez, Spain was one of my favorite races of my career. I mean, it's not often in anyone's career, for that matter, motocross, baseball, anything, that you can actually say you were the best guy in the world for one day. Mm-hmm. And so in Jerez that day, our team was phenomenal. We all won our motos, but I won the motos too, so we were all the best in the world for one day.
Did you win both your motos overall?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can stick that in your back pocket
forever.
I
think our team,
Yeah. There you go. Jeremy McGrath.
Who said I couldn't do that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so the funny thing is that I think, the most famous team that you and I looked up to, who just got interviewed here, Bailey, O'Mara, Johnson, Donnie Hansen, I think, were so dominant that year, but I think Emig, Lamson, myself kind of pulled the same thing in '96. So we're very proud of that. I was on two teams and two winning teams, and just super blessed to be actually invited to be on the team.
The way it all worked out in your career, like you had the Suzuki year in '97, and then you got hurt in '98. I mean, had you wanted to be on the team more, would you like to have done it more than 2 times if it had worked out?
Yeah, it was weird because, the timing of me going Supercross only at that time was really because I broke my wrist.
Yep.
And it was '98 when I was on Yamahas that year. I came back and I won the Supercross title, but Pontiac that year, I cased a jump really bad. The handlebars broke off, and I ended up breaking my navicular. And I ended up, thankfully, I got to ride the next couple races with the broken wrist, but I didn't. I just kind of put some tape and muscled through it. But that year in the outdoor series, when we got to Mount Morris, I had a crash in practice and just really bent my wrist, and I was like, man, something's wrong. And so that kind of accelerated my Supercross only plan. But I mean, I did go ride some outdoors after that. I rode Hangtown the next year, I rode Glen Helen quite a few times. Even went to Steel City one year. I think it was 06 maybe. So I really liked outdoor. You know, at first I wasn't very good at it, and then, you know, just worked my way into it.
What do you attribute that in '95 was kind of the big stepping stone, right? You turned the corner and the title came, right? Mm-hmm. What do you attribute that learning process to? Was it training harder, just getting smarter? You know, obviously there was a huge jump in your performance, and I think that's an interesting thing to look at. Is like, so for someone who was dominating Supercross, you were struggling outdoors relatively, but to jump up and then you were the guy.
Well, I think it was this. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple key factors. One, I stopped being lazy. Right?
Yeah.
That's the key factor right there. Because, I mean, naturally, when I was a kid, I had a lot of talent on my bike. And everyone always said, oh, you know, he doesn't really work at it. And it was true. You know, for the longest time, I just relied on my talent. You know, after a while, I got tired of people going, oh, he can only ride Supercross. He'll never be considered one of the greatest riders because he doesn't ride motocross well. So that was another factor. So, and then, you know, I had to retrain the way I was thinking about it because I was, for a lot of years, I was dreading going to the races. I was like, man, I just not into it. It's a lot of work. I mean, this is tiring. But, you know, working with Semex at the time, he was my trainer. I was like, he got me to retrain the way I thought about it and sort of attack the challenge. The other key factor was Emig was beating me, and I didn't want him beating me anymore. So that was one of the key factors. I was like, look, I got to figure this stuff out because I don't like losing, and losing to him really bothered me. So, you know, it was just that's what happens when you have a rival. You know, you just don't want to lose to that guy. And then, you know, eventually there was no greater feeling than winning an outdoor national. Like, if you know, when you kick your body's butt and go, you know, have a great score that day on the roughest track. I mean, I remember days riding home in the rent-a-car just curled up in the back seat after I went 1-1 on the day. Should be happier, you know, than anything. And I'm in the back seat just cramped up.
Tired, yeah.
And so, I mean, there is no greater feeling than winning an outdoor national. It just was a lot of work, and I had to retrain the way I thought about it.
So if you didn't get hurt, say, in 98, you'd have been willing to go and do Donations again if the opportunity was there?
Yeah. I mean, it's an honor to be on the team. And I know for a few years there it was kind of funny. People weren't riding on the team, and it just kind of was you know, you got this feeling of like, man, where's our heart, where's our American pride, and you know, I think we've rejuvenated a lot of that. These guys, I think this year, I'm rooting for these guys. We got such a great team, Eli and Justin and Aaron. They're going to do a great job out there, and you know, we're at RedBud. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
So I haven't been to. I was just saying today that I haven't been to RedBud since 90. I don't know. Maybe it's 2000.
Like since you raced?
2000. So yeah,
awesome. Since you raced. Really?
Man, I don't know if it's been since I raced, but maybe 2000.
They're pumped on that. Yeah. We got some sort of a unicorn back there. Hey, what's this experience been like hanging out with guys? Maybe a lot of them maybe you haven't even seen in a while. All these former Team USA members.
I mean, we're in the middle of doing the Road to Recovery, you know, charity function here, and I was like, to be honest, I was like a little kid coming here because I was like, man, there's 35 past champions going to be in that tent. A lot of them I've never met. I mean, it's good to see old friends and old faces that I've, you know, missing for so many years. But what a great event. And yeah, it was one of those things I just put it on the calendar. I'm like, I don't care if anyone's going with me, any of my buddies. I mean, I don't really care who's going. I'm going.
That is awesome. All right, that's Jeremy McGrath. That's the king right there, folks. You pumped on that? Yeah. Can you give us a RedBud? Can you give us a RedBud? Can you give a RedBud? Can you give us a RedBud?
My best RedBud.
Okay, here we go. No, just a chant. Just a chant.
I got a good one. It's another Emig one.
No,
just a chant. I want to hear the story now. We were just going to have you yell out RedBud, but I would like to hear a story. Please, here we go.
Well, no, it's one of those things that I remember in my head like so strong.
Okay.
And one time Jeff and I were battling here, and he didn't jump Larocco's leap, and I jumped over his head and made the pass. So that was like
I'm sure it's one of his favorite moments as well. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he loved that.
Hey, I guarantee he would just say that he didn't remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Very convenient.
It's on video though. I've seen it. All right. So yeah.
Can you give us a RedBud? Can you give us a RedBud?
To the camera?
Yeah, sure.
RedBud!
Yeah. Oh, now you got him pumped up. All right. That's the king, Jeremy McGrath.
Nice to see you guys.
7-time Supercross champ.
Nice
Always
to
good to
see
see
you.
you. And
See you guys.
2-time member
Good
of
luck,
Team
Team
USA.
USA.
Yeah, and he'll be here cheering people all weekend long. And always good to have MC still involved. Everything's doing with
Let's be real,
Kawasaki.
Weege. That Jerez performance was an epic beatdown.
It was all-time.
Unbelievable.
All-time beatdown. You want to
Yeah. Hey, I rewatched it this week.
Hey,
Okay.
true
Yeah,
story.
you did recently?
True,
Yeah,
no,
pump yourself
no,
up?
right before I came. I was
Seriously,
I watch
did
it all
you?
the time. It's in Spanish.
Yeah, it's
the
in
commentating's
Spanish.
in
Yeah.
Spanish,
Yes.
and I watch it all the time. And I'm like, yeah, get them. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah.
but I know we are beating them down on that video. That's all I
It's
care
so
about.
funny because I look at that and I'm like, man, I felt so fast, like invincible that day, right? But when you watch the video, how slow was I going in the corners? Like,
Well,
compared to
For me,
today's
relatively,
speeds?
you're going pretty fast. Like I know what slow is.
Right.
I know what
Yeah,
slow is.
yeah.
Trust me. So,
So,
yeah.
Anyway, it
So
was a
you're
good day.
saying
It
if
was
you
a
look
good
at
day.
96,
The evolution of the
252
bikes
stroke
sport.
bikes tracks, it doesn't look fast compared to what you see now?
Well, it's just so different. You know,
Yeah,
the times
yeah.
are so different.
The bikes have evolved so
Yeah.
much to allow you to go so much faster. It's
Yeah.
apples to oranges.
Yep.
We did pretty good that day for being a hard pack track on 2-stroke, so
Not
it was
bad.
good.
Okay, there you go.
And we had a hell of an after party, so that was good.
All right, they won the after party too. All right,
All right.
yeah.
See ya.
Hey, that's 90s style right there. You got to have some fun. Now you're good, dude. That's Jeremy McGrath. Not only one of the greatest riders ever, but just one of the coolest dudes ever that you're ever
The
going to
real
want to hang
champ
out with.
and the people's champ.
Yes,
All in one.
absolutely. They
Yeah.
love Jeremy McGrath
Yeah.
here. We're going to take a break. JT and I will be back with more guests and more bench racing right after this.
Alpine stars. One goal, one vision.
RedBud Race Day Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
We are back. It is RedBud. It is our Race Day Show live, powered by FMF. Big thanks to Thor, Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles, and everyone providing support to make this happen live on RacerTV.com. But most importantly, thanks to these fans who have been going crazy now for about 4 hours. So big thanks to them. We just had the king of Supercross, Jeremy McGrath, on. But look, for men of a certain age, and I guess I'm old enough now, there is one all-time hero if you're my age. I am now 40 years old. I'm going to label that. I'm just going to wear it proudly. That means Rick Johnson was the absolute man when I was breaking into this sport. And when I think of Team USA, I think of Rick Johnson saving our ass at Unadilla in 1987. Thank God you're on the team. And I don't know how a guy from California was that freaking good in the mud. But
Well,
thank God you were.
But here's why, because we never got rain in California, ever.
Yeah.
But so as soon as it would rain, I would like run home from the bus stop,
Okay.
get on my bike, and I would just go ride as much as I could because you never got to see
Yeah.
it. Everything out in California was rock hard. It was terrible. But it taught you throttle control. But anytime I could get in the mud, I did. And honestly, I kind of liked it. The worse the condition, the worse the rider let go. You know what I mean? You could push somebody to their quitting point earlier when it was bad, when it was really hot, when it was really rough, when it was really muddy.
Okay.
So you had to change your game. And I'll be honest with you, I was scared to death going into Unadilla because the Europeans were so good in the mud. It rained so hard. I was up all night just staring out the window going, and I prayed a lot. I prayed a lot for the rain to stop. But evidently God didn't want the rain to stop, so it kept coming down and coming down. But I had a great game. I had my visor down low. Oakley had great tear-offs and roll-offs. I think I was the only guy at the end of the race that still had my goggles on. I had rags off because I fell one time and all that. But a crazy day of racing at Unadilla.
Yeah, and that experience, which everyone here is going to get this weekend to have at Motocross the Nations on U.S. soil, that has to be unforgettable to be able to do it in front of home fans.
Well, and that's the thing, is like just everything that we have, like this crowd that's still here. It's drizzling outside, so thank you guys. It's awesome. It's a testament to it because I was just over at Farley Castle for the MX Vintage Nations. So, by the way, we are champions already this year.
Oh,
because
okay.
Doug Dubach, John Dowd, Ivan Tedesco, Todd DeHoop, and Doug Dubach, we won the Vintage MX Nations. So we've already got one gold medal, and so we want another one. But when it comes to seeing these fans and the reception that we've gotten today, it's unbelievable. So you know, as a racer, as a past racer, as a guy that's just here as a spectator, well, and a manager for Team Puerto Rico, we'll get into that later.
All right.
I'm grateful for them to put up with the mud and all the shit and all the different stuff, and they're here to watch moto.
That's awesome. And we also have Gary Bailey with us, who's so OG. You probably didn't even have the chance to ride for Team USA because you were kicking butt even before we were even having Team USA's, Gary.
There wasn't much going on back in my day. In fact, video cameras, they weren't happening. Occasionally somebody had a camera to take a picture with.
Yeah.
Obviously, most of those were black and white.
So
but
Gary,
you know what I really love?
So, Gary, what I want to know, did the gunpowder burn when they did a flash when you went by?
Yes. That little bulb
you get like a
exploded,
flash burn? I always
Guy was
wondered
under a
that.
hood.
And I loved what you said about it raining because, you know, I lived in California until I was 24 years old, until I started traveling on the road. And I worked in a grocery store, worked 6 days a week, and I also raced 2 and 3 times a week because of what you could do out in California. But the interesting thing about what you said was I couldn't wait for it to rain. And my friends would call me, hey, what are you doing this afternoon? I said, it's pouring down rain. I'm going riding. They're going, dude, you crazy? It's raining. And I went, yeah. So I go out and ride. A couple weeks later, one of my buddies go, hey, what are you doing this afternoon? It's raining. I go riding. And he says, I'll be there in 10 minutes. And all of a sudden, I wasn't riding by myself. I had 3 or 4 other guys show up. And you know what? It really paid off a lot because I remember one race at Carlsbad shortly after it was opened up. And there was me and Jimmy Wilson, who were both Greaves teammates, and we were the only ones that completed more than 1 lap because they couldn't get up the uphill at Carlsbad because it was grease.
Complete snot.
And the guys, when you fell down, you couldn't even pick your bike up. I mean, you basically tried to, you and the bike skate down the hill together. So, you know, and it really helped me in all of my racing because, well, I will say when I beat the Europeans in '69, the reason I won was because the two guys that were leading crashed on the uphill at Saddleback on the first lap.
Yeah.
Helped me out a lot.
Yeah, the California dirt when it rains is a whole nother
Did
animal.
you
You
ever
can ride
go-
California mud, you can ride
Did
any
you ever
mud.
did you ever go to Saddleback when it rained?
Absolutely terrible. It just gum up the wheels.
The
and
cars
sticky
couldn't even
and
get up the hill. I mean, it was absolutely impossible.
I think RedBud's going to hold the rain a little bit better than that.
Oh, yeah.
They've chucked in a
bit.
lot of sand.
Tiny bit.
Yeah, they got this place pretty well figured out. Gary, how many different Team USAs and donations in general have you been involved with? I know you even go back in the coaching days and all that. You've been around a lot of these.
When I was listening to a couple of guys talking in the tent over there earlier, and they asked that question, I started adding up, and close I can remember it's like 17 or 18 different motocross nations I've been to, and obviously all of them in the United States, but over in Europe, and I was there with Rick in '88 in France when they did a pretty good job of dominating that over there. It's just it's such an experience. It's neat for me. Of all the nations I've been to, what I'm seeing right here is by far closer to European than any of the nations we've ever had. I mean, the atmosphere here just seems to be unbelievable. The fans are great. It's just I look for it. Hey, right on, brother. I look for it to be, without a doubt, regardless of what the weather it is, one of the most exciting motocross of nations ever. I mean, this place is crazy. I came here the first time in '73 to RedBud. And in fact, if you remember Doug DeMocus, the Wheelie King, somebody was, and I was pretty good at wheelies. Somebody was telling me about this guy, and he rides a Mako, and he was good at wheelies and stuff. Well, it's funny, David and I were just talking about this earlier. We got here, this guy's telling me, hey, this guy Doug DeMocus wants to challenge you to a wheelie contest. And I'm like, bring it on, dude. I'm ready for this. I can wheelie pretty good. And I remember we started down by where the barn is, and we started up the road up here, and where there's a fence at the end, it turns and goes up the hill, and then there's a barbed wire fence and it ends. Well, we took off, and we're going side by side. Now, Doug, he was real good because I'd never used the rear brake before. And he's using the rear brake, and I look back, and he's like further and further back, but he's still doing a wheelie. And I'm like, well, this is cool. We got to the turn, and I turned, and I started up the hill, and I'm still wheeling up the hill, and I go, I got this. And he's way back there, so I'm just figuring, he's struggling. I got to the barbed wire fence. I'm like, as close to as I could, set the front end down, boom, I go, you can't go any further than that, so at least we're going to tie. So here he comes, boom. He gets up the barbed wire fence just right. He turns around and wheelies all the way back down the hill. And I go, that's unflipping believable. I've never seen anybody do that before.
In Ohio, Mansfield, Ohio, we're at the Howard Johnson's, and they have the 2 hotel levels, and he's the same thing. They had that Mako with the big sprocket on the back, the thing, and same thing, this Wheelie King. You're like, how good could this guy be? Next thing you know, he's got all the Europeans just baffled because he's going up the hills, down the hills, as you said. And that's the thing when you're telling that story, is that he could turn it on a dime and just keep going.
Well, what was interesting, too, and I don't know how many people know this, but eventually he ended up putting a motor on the front wheel.
The front,
because when you're doing a wheelie, that rotation of the front wheel really helps your balance, that gyro, and you can literally steer the bike. Well, once he found out that you could only go so far when the wheel turned, it was more difficult. He developed this motor to go on the front wheel, so it was always turning. So he had the gyro effect no matter how far he went.
He killed it.
So a question for you. With Travis's triumphant return here, when I think of Travis and Gary Bailey, you guys were inseparable during Travis's
we were
racing
13
days.
years,
Absolutely.
13 great years with Travis.
I remember you guys always working together, and you were coaching him and technique, right, all the time. So give us a little insight. How is Travis? Where's his head at RJ2? How is his knee? I mean, all these fans, there's so many people that are excited to see Travis ride in whatever capacity that is, right? Just to see Travis back out there racing.
Let me tell you the best thing about Travis. I started working with Travis when he was 9 years old. And I remember when he first came to me, and his mom, every time he stopped, she would walk over, take his helmet off. And I remember we're doing a class, so I'm stopping like every time we do a section, I'm stopping. She'd take his helmet off. Travis would walk from over where he was, walk up, stand right in front of me and look up. And he's like this the whole time. Never flinched, never did. Looks at me. And sometimes he'd say, okay, let me understand this. Now, this is a 9-year-old kid asking me this question. Let me understand. You want me to do it? And he goes to, yeah, Travis. So he takes off. Oh, and he always says thank you. It's always thank you as soon as he finishes. Walks back over, Mom puts a helmet on. Puts a helmet on. We go down the section. Same routine goes over again. About the third time I see this, I went, Travis, have you ever taken your helmet off? Have you ever strapped your helmet on? He goes, no, sir. I go, why? He goes, because my mom's always done it.
Right.
So we get so here. I said, Travis, we're going to have a lesson right here. Here's a lesson on how to put your helmet on. So I said, put your helmet on your head. And I was riding at the time, too, so I had my helmet on. And I said, take this little strap and run it through those 2 little buckles right there. Watch what I'm doing. Do the same thing. Now run it back through the other way. Pull it tight. You got that? Yeah, I got it. I said, okay. So we run the section. We come back again. Mom starts walking over there. And I'm like, So he takes the helmet off. But the classic best part was we get to take off again. Mom, she's right over there to put it on. He goes, Mom, I got this. I know
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, this is
That's
great.
the first Travis, I got this. Right. And then it just turned into bigger and bigger things.
Somewhat bigger
from there, yeah.
Travis, what makes Travis so unique from so many hundreds of other people is Travis is the same polite, respectful person, and I don't want to say kid because he's not a kid anymore. He is to me, but he's just so respectful and so appreciative of his fans. And I've stayed many times at races, and it was 1 o'clock, and everybody was gone but Travis, that last person coming off, and me because I was driving most of the time. So just a fantastic kid. I mean, what he does out here tomorrow and Sunday is going to be great. I mean, Travis has a lot of aches and pains.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
I always thought I did, but he wins by far, hands down. And but he's going to give it 100%. Whatever 100% is that boy has, that's what he's going to give.
Awesome. Yeah, you have so many cool stories about Pastrana. And to me, the biggest one was what you said. He is the exact same person on camera as off. He is just as genuine. He's just as nice to. It doesn't matter if you are someone he deems very important or he just met you. He treats everybody exactly the same with respect. And when you're talking to him, you can really tell he's listening, right? Yes. He doesn't blow anybody off. I always loved that about him. I always respected it because we all know how little time he has to spare, right? There's so training and TV and racing, and he's actually got to go out and race that night too. There's just so many things to distract you. But when he would talk to a child in the pits or talk to a parent, he was fully engaged, and I always really respected that about him.
Let me tell you something about too that, and I'm going to throw a little plug in here, kind of, because all these fans for Travis, and obviously, did you see the sign in town that said "Welcome Travis Pastrana" on that little board in the car? That was classic. Well, I just started posting on my YouTube channel, Gary Bailey channel, and I started posting all of the Travis days that we went testing, days that we went riding. And I've been posting all those, and the people are loving it because it's just stuff you never see. And it's kind of like, it's really neat. And every time I do one of them, it just kind of brings me back to that day, going all the stories and all the things that happened.
All right, so let's talk a little Team Puerto Rico here. Yep. Team manager of Team Puerto Rico. Let's talk about this.
So it started over 6 months ago. Travis called me and said, he texted me, he says, RJ, I got this crazy idea. I need you to talk me out of it. And literally 2 months before that, he's like, RJ, I want to do this 200-foot car jump, and I want to strap a bike to the roof, and I'm going to do like some jump. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it because I don't want to be like the stingray that killed a crocodile hunter. Okay. I don't want to be the guy that comes up short on a jump and kills Travis Pastrana after everything he's been through. So I'm like, I'm not afraid of me hurting myself on this jump. I don't want to hurt you strapped to my roof. I can't control what happens up there. So I declined it. So anyway, he hit me back, and he thought for sure I was going to talk him out of it because I didn't do the other one. So he says, I got a call from Ronnie Mack. Ronnie Mack wants to do Motocross Nations all on 2 strokes. We're going to put this team together, and we're going to put this thing together, but we want you as the team manager. Are you in? I said, this is a effing great idea. I love this. And so we were
supposed to talk him out of it. Right.
Yeah. I was supposed to talk him out of it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, no, I love the idea, I love the concept. And I said, so what's the angle? He goes, well, be Team Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico is an American, nation, and it's its own country, but it's still under the American flag. He says we can put the guys under there, and we'll do this, we'll do that, and we're going to do a mockumentary of it. So I'm like, okay, sounds like fun. So I was just going to be an actor. That was my whole thing. I was going to act as Rick Johnson, and I was actually my character.
As himself.
Well, it's going to be a little bit arrogant, but my character is going to be like Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite, that every time that you talk to him, he brings up a reference of something from his past. So, for instance, Travis says, hey, Coach, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, you know what? The shitters in France in 1988, or blah, 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 blah. Or we did this back when the Dream Team, when I was with Bailey and O'Mara, blah, blah, blah. So it was going to be that. And then when I realized I don't need to be that. I just need to be me, and I need to put a great effort forward, because these guys aren't just acting; they're racing. They're still lining up. They're still lining up, taking the chance in the first turn. They're still racing, getting roosted in the face, and all this different stuff. And so I gotta just play it and give it the best that I can.
Hey, Gary, thanks for stopping by. Gary Bailey. We'll keep talking to Team Puerto Rico with Rick Johnson here. But thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
Professor, always a pleasure, brother.
All right.
Good luck to you guys, huh?
Thanks, man.
All right.
All right, let's hear it for Gary Bailey.
Thanks, Gary. All right. 2 Team USAs out here, essentially, with Puerto Rico.
Right.
Gary Bailey, one of the OGs. Okay, so now they're all in, as this is just a serious racing thing at this point. Yeah.
Well, serious is a loose word.
Okay, all right, that's fair. That's fair.
Here's the thing. The dirt doesn't get any softer when you retire.
Okay.
As we can see.
Yeah.
Hashtag SaveWeech.com.
Yeah.
I told Weech to stop whipping off to me. Stop the nasty text messages.
You slapped him
man.
around.
JT threw down.
You beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. I was like, I got to be on camera for 10 hours this weekend, JT.
No. So the guys are lined up. Kevin started at 2:28. He went down to 2:18. He's back up to 2:23. But he can
carb loading.
But he can we're putting him on the keto
are we talking
diet.
lap times or pounds
we're
here?
doing protein and alcohol. And so, because the alcohol helps him relax and get a good night's sleep, and then the next day we start all over again.
RJ, how much does the beard weigh?
Hang on.
How much is the beard? The beard is huge.
How much does the beard weigh?
I saw that. I'm like, you're going to trim that, right? Because imagine how much roost.
He's got
mud.
Yeah.
That thing is going to be tugging on him the whole time when he's riding. It's going to kill him.
He's probably lost podium trophies in that thing over the last decade.
Just put him out, right.
But I got to say, the guy, obviously the video that he did, like Forrest Gump running.
It's amazing.
It's the best. And what I love about Kevin, for one, I've always respected him. I think he's the most stylish rider to ever throw a leg over bike. Him and David Bailey, by far.
Which one, Kevin or Travis?
No, Kevin and David Bailey are the most stylish, smooth, like don't make a mistake and just flawless. Travis, on the other hand, is a combination of a tall Danny Magoo Chandler and a little bit of.
Let me put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Kevin Windham. Does he ride like Ronnie Lachine?
Very much, because because he's a big guy, and the Dogger was the same way. I learned a lot from him because I knew his workout program. We're kind of jumping back and forth, but with Ron Lachine, I knew he didn't train hard. I knew that I was stronger than him, but we would go to Millville or Buchanan, Michigan, or Binghamton, and he whipped my ass, and I'm like, how is this guy? I know he can't bench press 125 pounds or run 2 miles, but how can he do it? And he uses his angles of his body, and Kevin was very much that way. You being a smaller guy, you can be a little more compact, and you're not getting the
lack of talent. There was a lot of things working
against me. No, it's not. But if you're more like Wardy, where you're compact, and the leverage isn't pulling you off so hard.
Okay, now, since it's late night, it's Friday, it's RedBud, let's do El Cajon Confidential.
All right.
All right. This is going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful.
Who remembers the El Cajon?
El Cajon Zone, everybody. El Cajon Zone. Oh, yeah. Okay.
How do you spell El Cajon?
There was a time when all of Team USA was El Cajon.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Did you guys ever run into each other in high school?
No, not in high school because Ronnie was so much younger. Burnworth and I, not a teammate. Scott Burnworth and I had the same art class. He was a year older than me, and so we'd share some classes together. Brock graduated the year I got there, so I didn't get to run into him. Ronnie was over at Granite Hills, which was the competitive school, and so there was we saw each other on practice tracks and stuff like that, but we didn't hang out. Just me and the Burner hung out in high school.
What about Marty Tripes and Marty Smith?
Marty Tripes, Marty Smith. You had Kearney Mesa, which he had a track which is right down by Del Mar. It was crazy. There's the 5 and the 4, the 805 come together. It's an 8-lane freeway, and there's a tunnel that goes underneath. It's called Sorrento Valley, and Brock would take me there. You'd park on one side of the freeway, and you'd ride under with your head down. It would be scratching the top, and the track was on the other side. JT was straight up.
JT was straight up.
Standing. So you would go through there, and we build these crazy tracks in these crazy places. So, and there was Santee sand pits and Lakeside sand pits. That's where Marty Tripes and Mike Tripes and Mitchell Tripes, the three Tripes brothers, would all hang out and stuff like that. But there was also Miramar where they filmed Top Gun, the movie Top Gun.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was a huge riding spot back then. Terrible, hard pack, rocky, and shitty. But that was Tommy Croft and Marty Smith. That was their background.
Nice. So, if El Cajon could form an all-time Team USA,
yes,
3 guys.
Yep.
I'm not going to put you on the spot. You're number 1.
BG and Dogger. The biggest, and nothing against Burner or any of those other guys, but Brock was a big game player, and the Dogger, man, he would put that one motor performance down, and honestly, he didn't give a shit. When he went up to the line, he was just like, "What up, dude?" Just completely chill, and when it came time, it's like, "This is the biggest race of the time." He's like, "Relax, bro, I got this," and just haul ass. And there's a picture on Instagram of Jeff Ward, Ron Lachine, and I, and it's Troy, Ohio, and it's like 100-some degrees, terrible humidity, you know the place. Wardy and I got our shirts off, we're just dying, sweating, and here's Ronnie up there, his hair's still parted in the middle, feathered back, and he won, he smoked us, he's just like, what's the big deal, So yeah, if I was going to go to battle to defend our championship, no disrespect to anybody else, but I'd take BG and Dogger.
Nice. That demeanor is so important at a race like this.
This guy, Rick Johnson, undefeated with Team USA. Give him a hand.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, and I feel like, you and Wardy was at each other's throats.
Yeah.
You and Lachine obviously had some stuff on and off the track, and in '88 you had to become a team.
Well, and you know what? It was that way every year because in '84 you had O'Mara and Osho that went at each other's throats. They just were trying to kill each other. But we went to Finland and Sweden. We worked together as a unit. And then Brock and Bailey were at each other's throat. I was kind of like the lone guy in the 250. I didn't do very well. Those guys all did better at me at those races. But we came together, and we tried to run together and hang out together, and we actually shared our lines with each other. But every year at France, so we would race in Bercy, and we didn't drink that much. I drink way more now than I did back then. So 3 beers.
That's alcohol confidential.
You didn't train that much or drink that much?
Drink that much. I trained a lot, but I didn't drink that much. But every year after Bercy, it was like December, and it was all the different stuff. We'd go down in the lobby. You've been there. And we'd start knocking them down. Next thing you know, Wardy and I over in the corner going, you know what?
Wow, really?
I really love you and I respect you. He's like,
wow.
I feel the same way about you. And then the next day we would get up like it was a bad hookup and look at each other like, I didn't mean what I said because we're going back at Anaheim's in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Screw you, midget. so there was a lot, but when it came to representing America, you put all the shit aside, unless you're Bob Hanna, and then he gets his feelings hurt and blah, blah, blah. He was mad that He's like, you guys are pussies kissing each other's ass and stuff. I'm like, screw you, Bob. He's like, well, I don't want to ride a 125. I'm like, for one, I'll demolish you on a 250. 2, Suzuki doesn't make a 500. So ride the 125 because you weigh about $135. So shut up and ride it and do good. And he did. In 1987, the Hurricane got stuck in Screw You the first lap, but then came back and totally defended us. And all bullshit aside, Hanna was the guy that I had to fight so much because he was number one before me. But I had nothing but respect for him as well.
Yeah. Let me say this, Jason, myself, we're big fans of Aaron Plessinger.
Yes. So am I.
I told some people, Aaron Plessinger. I've told some people, his height, his you didn't ride a 125 much.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Plessinger is the next Ricky Johnson.
I can't agree with you, and here's why. And that's a compliment, and I totally honor that you would call him the next Ricky Johnson. But here's my thought with him is that he has to wring the neck out of that 250 because he's so tall. But he uses his body and the angles like we talked about Ron Lachine, and that is I think he is the next great guy because I think he's got enough of the I don't give a shit attitude, and he's very confident. Like we were doing a radio show down in San Diego, and we just kind of joke with him about, hey, I hear you know how to sing. That son of a bitch sang a cappella like right now. Which if I tried that, I'd be like,
like Jason Wygant.
Exactly. Very similar.
But
for the mic part.
The thing is, he has more than just a championship. He has a rapport with the fans.
Yep.
He has he
Charisma.
loves the fact that he's a dirt bike racer.
Yep.
And he's getting paid.
Cool under
and he's
pressure.
winning races.
Cool under pressure too.
But I
Love
think the 450 is going to suit him well with his body type and his dynamics. You know, you've seen guys like Ivan Tedesco and Cooper Webb. Love them both, but they haven't adapted and changed their riding style because how you ride a 250F and if you try to bring that style to a 450, you're burning the clutch, you're killing all the different shit. And so when I worked with Blake Baggett, it was the same thing. It's like different animal. And I think I can't agree with you more. Plessinger's going to be, I think, someone to keep your eye on.
Yep. All right, we got to take a break here. I don't know if we want to stick around. Or
Hey, give it up to RJ.
Let's hear it, RJ. Rick Johnson. Saving our ass at Unadilla, seriously. That would have been horrible to lose the win streak on home soil. Thank you for that. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Thanks, bud.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
Stars. One goal, one vision.
We're back here at RedBud. This is our race day stage, powered by FMF. Thanks to Thor, Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles, and many other people who have helped make this happen. Now, it is true that you want to see Team USA win on Sunday, but Team USA has already won at another event 2 years in a row, undefeated. The Quad Cross of Nations champions is Team USA. That's right. And I got some footage here. We're joined by Chad Wienen. You were part of the team the last 2 years. Thomas, you were part of the team the last 2 years as well. We got some footage. So where did you guys go, and what did you have to do to get this done?
We went to Denmark, and man, just a crazy experience. This track was gnarly, and the ruddiness of the whole facility was just insane.
Did you go down there? Did I see a crash, bro? Oh, that was Thomas.
That was Tom.
Oh, what happened, Brown?
I got a little antsy on the first few laps and had to try to send it.
Hang on here. Hang on. Technical difficulties.
Oh,
yeah, so what
there
happened
we
to
go.
that crash, bro?
It just, I got antsy in the final moto, and I was like, I want to win. And
Yeah.
so we sent it and went down and took myself all the way back to like 15th or so and had to work way back up. We ended up finishing 1-2 still, so.
Yeah.
But Chad had like 60 seconds on the time we got to the finish. But, yeah, my own fault, but it was a great race. It was super gnarly, like Chad was saying. The ruts were deeper than anything we've ever seen here in the States. Like, it was wild. It was a huge learning curve for us.
And the atmosphere there is crazy. Nothing compared to this. This is going to be
this is
weekend.
RedBud, yeah.
Well, this is RedBud.
Yeah.
But we're so pumped to be able to bring the cup home. You know, the home soil. 2 years in a row now, and that's crazy.
Yeah, so this Quad Cross of Nations, is that a new event, or was it just an event we weren't competing in? I'd never heard of it until last year.
We weren't invited until 2 years ago.
So they've been having it?
Yeah, for the it was the European Quad Cross Nation.
Oh,
now
okay.
they open it to everybody.
Oh, all right. And they throw in another race that weekend as well.
Yeah.
Tell everybody what that is.
Who wants to race a sidecar? Anybody?
Yes, so there is a sidecar event, but we do not have a Team USA in sidecars.
No. It is until we went last year, first time I've ever seen a sidecar with a driver and the monkey.
Yeah.
And the monkey dude has to have so much trust. And this dude's hanging off, like, rubbing me shoulders and dragging against the ground.
Yeah.
It is the craziest thing ever.
So they do jumps with two guys on the bike.
Yeah. Send it.
They go hard.
What is the suspension on the other side of the machine? Is there any?
Very little.
Really?
Very little. The monkey's got a rough ride out there.
Yeah. All right, so any of you fans, we don't have a Team USA in the sidecar of nations. Anybody want to do it next year? Get these guys in the American Eagle hats and the mascots to do it. Yeah, that's a good crowd.
I like
so
that.
we got Thomas Brown and Chad Wienen, our Quad Cross of Nations team for Team USA. Is there all the motocross guys here, the bike guys are all talking about the pressure when you have to represent your country. Did you feel that when you were over there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, just the pressure of the whole country on your back. You're representing them. It's like it's the Olympics. You know, and we just know that we wanted to do everybody proud and go out there to do the best we could. And we went out there and we worked as a team really well and we got it done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably the highest pressure race I've ever been in. Like, I've never had a pro championship final race come to something. So this was definitely that day for me. And to represent the U.S. is the biggest honor. So that pressure was there. And I just had all right, we have to do it. We have to win. There's no other option. And we've been able to do it 2 years. Last year was a lot easier as far as the track conditions. We were used to it.
Oh, okay.
And then, so that gave us relaxing feeling last year. And then this year we do no clue what we were getting into with the sand.
Yeah, and you guys ride sand. I know your place near Daytona is sandy, but nothing like this?
Nothing like this. The sidecars are the
they tear it up.
They just tear the place up. It's like us going through a turn, but the tires are so narrow, it just keeps digging and digging and digging.
Yeah.
So it's totally different than what we've ever raced before. And somehow we went over there and we did it like we've been doing it forever.
Now, you guys, I feel like, get along pretty well. You're even kind of on a team together for a little while. But that's always the thing we hear about. You're racing against each other, except one weekend, and suddenly you have to work together.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely different is, most weekends we want to beat each other, but luckily, like, me and Chad are very tight, and then we all seem to get along pretty decent. But when we go over there, it's full team atmosphere. From the time we get there, we do everything together. Like, we were going on jogs together beforehand. We pit together, and there's meetings, and work as a team, and I think that's something that's really separated us, helped us the past 2 years, is that it is a team. We know what we're doing, and we know what the plan is, and we have – I remember even this year we had hand signals for, like, if we need to tell mechanics that other riders need to do something different to help us out. And you know what? It worked. Like, it's worked 2 years in a row now.
Yeah. You might want to pass some of these secrets on to the bike guys here, because I don't think they have that level of communication. So you guys really worked on some strategy stuff.
Yeah. We're definitely tight. You know, it's a smaller community, so we all get along really well. And you know, Jeffrey was great to work with. It was his first time. He did it like he's been doing it the whole time. And you know, we got people in the right spots that go out there to get us to win the championship.
Okay, so RedBud, you have a round of your series here also for the ATV Motocross Series. Local-ish track, you're saying, for you also?
Yeah, it's 4.5 hours away, and get a good, strong group of people that love to come to this place and watch us pour it on. And by far my favorite track on the circuit.
Oh, okay.
And you know, it's just like you roll into this place and you're like, RedBud.
Yeah.
It's legit. So
yeah. So you got a lot of people you know going to be cruising around here all weekend long?
I've already ran into a ton of them, and you know, it's so cool to come to an event. You know, that we're not competing in, but you know, we're here to try and give our Team USA as much push as we can and on our home soil, and hopefully they come out of here with a good, strong win this weekend.
Yeah, is that the whole reason you guys are here? Just to cheer?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much here. Season's over, no pressure. We get to relax, we get to hang out, we get to have some fun.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we're going to wander over to the B lot here in a minute and check it out.
All right.
I mean, we don't ever get to do that stuff, so I'm pumped.
Yeah, because any other race you're going to, you're focused on racing. You don't get to be a fan ever anymore, right?
No, I mean, this is it. You know, it's fun. We rolled in. Chad picked me up in the motorhome from the airport a few hours ago, and no quads, no bikes, just rolled in and here to have a good time and support Team USA.
Okay, so we got our Quad Cross of Nations. Team USA took the win. Congrats on that, boys. And, wow, enjoy the B-lot. This is going to be good times.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hey, let's cheer for our quad guys that are world champs. Chad Weenan and Thomas Brown. And Jeffrey Rastelli, you did the job, too. All right, guys, have fun. Thanks. Stop by tomorrow night if you want to. We got this going, and we'll get some analysis maybe of this track in the qualifiers.
Weege, what's the odds of getting you doing a beer bong on stage this weekend, or even a shot?
I mean, that's very good. Yeah, you've seen it's become quite a thing. I have this fear that if the team wins, they're going to want me to drink it out of the cup, which might get me fired or something. So I don't want it to come to that. But the regular stuff, we're good.
So it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, right?
You're right. So just send it.
Just send it.
Full send like you in that last moto.
Absolutely. You got to go for the leap.
Okay, you got to go for the leap. Maybe it'll happen over there in the B lot.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys.
All right.
All right, that's Chad Weenan and Thomas Brown. Congratulations, guys. The Team USA Quad Cross of Nations team is victorious 2 years in a row. Undefeated, really, we should say. They've only been invited twice, and they've won twice. And these guys know all about RedBud. They've been racing here for years, just like the bike guys. And for Chad, it's a local track as well, so he knows these folks. That is awesome to see local guy gone well. And Chad did get the championship back in the – whoa! We got fireworks going off. Chad did get the title back this year in the ATV Motocross Championship. So that was good times hanging out with them. We've had so many guests come through here. That was wild. We had Rick Johnson, Jeremy McGrath. We started our show with the OG 1981 team with Chuck Sun and Donnie Hansen, and they came and hung out with us. That was the very first Team USA team to win. And if you follow Team USA, it's so weird how this evolved. I'll try to give it to you here in a nutshell. And this might be a history lesson for these crazy fans behind me as well. In the 70s, we barely even had motocross in the United States at first. Kind of late 60s is when they were starting to get riding lessons from the Europeans. It was really thanks to a man named Edison Dye. He was an importer for Husqvarna motorcycles. That was the big brand back in the late 60s, and he knew that the United States would be a haven for motocross if Americans could just see it. So he started promoting races here generally in the fall when the World Championship Tour was over. He brought the top European riders over, like Roger DeCoster, to put on a series in the United States. And obviously motocross is awesome, and obviously America fell in love with it. But once Americans started racing, they were not even close to where the European riders were on speed and skill and stamina. So it took a long time, really a decade, before Americans could even battle the Europeans. We would send teams to the Motocross of Nations. It didn't work out very well at all. There was one team that got close and got second, but it wasn't a sustainable effort at all. And then there were 2 years we actually didn't even have a team. We didn't even send a team. I think in like 77, we didn't send a team in 79, 80. And then 81, we decided to throw a team together. Now Roger DeCoster has moved to the United States to work for Honda and help build their American effort. So he spearheaded an American team, even though he's from Belgium, to race in the Motocross of Nations after we didn't even go in 1980. And in 1981, they won. And then they won in 82, and 83, and 84, and 85, and all the way through 1993. It went from 0 wins to the longest win streak in the history of the sport, and a lot of that is that brief evolution. Supercross came in. Bikes were changing rapidly. The Japanese brands were coming in and putting in a huge effort. The American market was growing, and it went from a team that wasn't even competing to a team that could not be beat. And ever since then, the pressure is on the team every year. It's much like what we talked about with Damon Bradshaw here. When the team doesn't win, no one says, good job, boys. Everybody says, what went wrong? And that's the pressure that's going to face the American riders this weekend like it has every time since 1981. And that's what's going to make the race so compelling, so emotional. There'll be so much drama, and we'll be here to cover it. We're going to take another commercial break, and we'll be back with more here on RacerTV.com from RedBud!
Stars. One goal, one vision.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
We are back here at RedBud on RacerTV.com. Crowd is still pumped. They are appreciative of my frugalness. One fan already threw me $1, which I'm soon going to be using to purchase myself some dinner there on Vendors Row. I'll put that $1 to good work. John Dowd joining us, Junkyard Dog. Look, man, I know you're not going to be insulted by this. An unlikely member of Team USA. I don't know if at 15 years old, did you think that becoming a member of the Motocross the Nations team in the U.S. was something you weren't even racing at that time?
I was going to say, you're talking about me. Yeah, I wasn't even racing.
Yes.
I didn't even know racing was, something I could do.
Right, right.
Yeah, I was blown away when I got the chance to be.
Yeah, here, I got to tighten you up here. Here we go. There you go. Yep.
When I got the chance to be able to be on that team. I couldn't believe it. It's in any racer's eyes, I think that's the biggest honor you could have. So that was amazing, and I was fortunate enough to go twice.
Yeah.
90, 97, and 98. So.
But those were not good years for the team, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was kind of a bittersweet thing for me. I mean, it was the coolest thing ever to be selected to be on the team. And, we had a couple of things. We actually had a bike failure, my bike on one of them, and then the Fox Hills England race. That was like the gnarliest mud race ever.
Yeah.
So.
And this is from a guy who's been in a couple mud races.
I always thought I was a pretty good mud racer. I always did pretty good in the mud, but it was just it was a crazy race. They actually rerouted the race like halfway through during the moto, and I mean, I never really seen something like that happen. But,
have you ever seen a moto rerouted mid-moto in your whole racing in New England career?
No, but like almost everybody was stuck on this one hill, and I guess they just had to do something. So. So it was a little bittersweet thing for me personally, but I mean, it was the coolest thing ever just to be selected and go there, and I mean, there is no bigger honor in motocross.
You guys like John Dowd? You guys pumped on John Dowd? Oh yeah.
These guys are pumped on everybody.
They're pumped on everybody. Yeah, they're pumped on everybody. But I think you're a story that everybody always relates to, John. I'm sure you got cheers for it when you were racing out here. That rags to riches tale of being not even a racer at all, to be like privateer hero, to then like factory rider, title winner, motocross of nations guy. I think that's something the fans always have loved.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm always surprised at all the stuff that I was fortunate enough to have happen to me. I kind of never thought I would ever be a pro racer. Never mind, I somehow landed a Yamaha ride and everything else beyond that. But I mean, shoot, I was here getting autographs from all the other guys tonight.
Really?
I was so excited to be here and involved in this dinner benefit and stuff.
Yeah.
And I had my wife Trish, running around getting autographs from all the guys. I saw the list of riders that were were coming, and I was like, oh man, this is epic. Once in a lifetime here with the. And being here in the U.S. and being here at RedBud, I think is like the best track in the country. Yeah. It's such a perfect place for this race to happen,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a little gloomy right now, but hopefully the sun pops out a little bit and the racing will happen. And hopefully we have a little good luck for the U.S. guys.
It's not going to be Fox Hills 98 level, right? Not going to be Fox Hills level, right?
Well, hopefully not. Fox Hills was brutal. I mean, really, really nasty. And I don't know how the FIM rules go, but I know back then they didn't do anything to try to fix any of the spots that were really, taking guys, like that one hill, for instance, or whatever. But so, I don't know how it'll be here. Maybe if some of the spots get almost impassable, they might be able to touch them up or whatever. But it is what it is, man. And we're here in the U.S. We're here at RedBud, and I mean, I'm excited. We had some good time with the vet designations this year. So hopefully some of the luck will rub off on these guys here, and we can have. I can't wait. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. Now, did you win? The team won. How does that vet donations thing work? I heard the team won it. Are you on that team that won?
Yeah. It's a similar setup, but it's just a bunch of older guys, I guess you could say.
Okay.
So
old bikes.
Older bikes. Older guys. We contested 2 classes this year. We did the twin shock class.
Okay.
And twin shock drum brakes and all that stuff, and we contested that one this year. The first time we've contested that one, but we won that class, and then we also won the Evo class, which was so it was really cool to do that. I mean, I've been going there for 6 years now, and the last 4 years we got beat. For whatever reasons we weren't fast enough and had problems in the bikes or this or that. But so this year was really special. It didn't rain on us in England, which is uncommon. But so it was just great, But coming home, I had all the guys over there sign stuff, everybody I could find, and then we brought the flags here. To like I said, I wanted to have all these guys sign the stuff too.
So you had the same. You got everything autographed in England at that, and then brought that here and got it autographed tonight.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
awesome.
a fan too, man. I know I race, but I'm a fan. Just as much as everybody.
Who were your teammates at this vintage or vet donations?
This year was myself, Mike Brown, Ivan Tedesco, and Doug Dubach.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's got basically the guys who will not stop racing ever. Team.
Yeah, I know. Doug is an animal too. Doug Dubach did 3 classes this year, the 2 team races, and he did I don't know if he actually volunteered for that, but somehow he got signed up for 3 classes, and he rode them, and he won the other class. So hats off to Dubach, and he is an animal, and he's the oldest guy out there. He's 55.
You're an animal when you have Mike Brown on your team, and the first guy you call as the animal is not Brown, it's Doug Dubach.
Yeah, well, Brownie's an animal too.
Yeah.
He's still really fast and current, but everybody rode their hearts out, and that's what you need with a team race. You need everyone to give it their all, and all the bikes need to stay together and hopefully stay out of trouble. So, like I said, hopefully we can bring a little good luck to these guys, and because with the weather we're having here, it could be a little ugly out there, but nonetheless, it's still a race, man. It's still going to happen one way or another. So hopefully these guys can bring it home.
Is this your actual Team USA shirt from one of the years?
Yep.
Which one is this? Do you know?
I think this was Fox Hills. The
That's a
97.
98.
Yeah, it still fits too.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Right? Shape. Hey, Stu showed up. Stu showed up. We got Stu. All right. Now, I thought he'd be the one guy missing. Now, I heard he was going to be in there. You found Stu, and you cut him.
He still looks young, too. Look at that.
He looks, ready to rip on the KX 125. Yeah. Hey, thanks for donating that. Harvey, thanks for donating. You're one of a kind. James Stewart, that's my buddies.
I like his drinking cup, too.
Yeah. Oh, he's got real Hanna
HR
HR peak here. And, he's drinking out of the ratio right. Those are my buddies from South Carolina. They always do it right. I hope you had fun at the Motocross of Nations experience. Oh, that is amazing. So James Stewart did show up. He's hanging out in the crowd with us right now. Not a man of many words these days. So some good memories of RedBud for you. I was talking to Emick this afternoon. Now, Emick loved RedBud. Emick won at RedBud all the time. Now, Emick's best year ever was 97. He loves talking about 97. He just, 97. But at his best track, in his best year, he got beat by you. You beat Emick at RedBud.
I don't know what happened that day. Maybe he felt bad for me here. But
Okay.
I doubt it. But and I saw him earlier today, and it was really cool because the first thing that got brought up was that race that day, and it was just kind of comical. But I'm sure he's still not happy about it. But I was ecstatic. Just winning a race. Not that it was here in his home or whatever, but and it was cool because he won the first moto. We came together in the second moto, like in the first lap, and he ended up going down. So
He's such a dirty rider.
And
John.
I ran like crazy because I knew he was going to get up and come after me like a madman. So, but I managed to win that moto, and I got the overall. So that was definitely. And we, that whole year we had some amazing races that year.
Oh, that one at Unadilla like a couple weeks later.
And yeah, I mean, we actually went at it, pretty hard that year. I mean, he beat me in the end, and he was the better man. He just, beat me more than I beat him. So, but it was really a fun year. I mean, a lot of people, bring up Unadilla in '97. We had that was a good battle. I mean, we must have swapped the lead like 5, 6, 7 times.
And wasn't it like last lap drag race to the finish?
He beat me by like a wheel.
Oh, man.
I guess that was payback for RedBud.
Okay, he took RedBud from him. So, RedBud, even then, so we're talking 97, we're talking a little over 20 years. Was it still crazy 4th of July weekend crowd even in those days?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This place is always off the hook.
All right.
That RedBud crowd, on that weekend, I mean, look at these guys. It's raining out, and they're still out here going crazy. So, but it's always been a huge event. RedBud's it's, one of the best tracks in the country, like I said before. So, and still is, for sure. I mean, I tell all my friends, man, if you could come and just see this place, it's awesome. So.
But what if we had Motocross the Nations at Southwick, bro? Would you be able to handle that?
I think the track itself could handle it, but I don't think there's enough room for all the spectator parking. Southwick is very small. I think you can fit 5 Southwicks in this property.
Yeah, it's shocking if you go there how small it is.
It's amazing how big it is, and they've got it set up so good. I mean, the Richies have done such an amazing job, and I'm hoping for all the best for them, and hopefully we have some good racing, and everyone just has a good time. They're having a good time now. I can already see the pits going crazy back there.
You dabble in that a little bit now. You're kind of hands-on with Southwick and the Southwick National, so not an event to this scale, but you kind of know some of the ins and outs and how stressful and how difficult it is to pull this off.
Yeah, and one of the things you just have no control over is weather.
Yeah.
And it's just every track has the same thing to deal with. And, you win some, you lose some, I guess, with that. But you know what? This place can handle a lot of water, I think. It's, the way it's pretty hilly everywhere, and there is a kind of a sandy base to it. I think it's going to be good. I mean, as long as we don't get really killed with the rain, but it is a lot. I know aside from the racing, it's a lot of work for everybody here, all the staff. I mean, just people are getting stuck, and you know, it kind of really destroys all the parking areas and the grassy areas and everything. But doesn't matter, man. This race is going to happen.
No, nobody cares. It's RedBud. It's Denations. People are pumped.
It's Denations.
And are you just hanging out all weekend?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just taking it in.
Yeah, I'm a fan this weekend. Just like everyone else here. I love it. I can't wait to see the races.
You just don't get that any other place where we're seeing, like Thomas Covington was on the team last year. You were on the team 20 years ago. They just want to come to spectate. That's pretty rad.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many old friends and racers and stuff, and it's just really cool. I'm just honored to be here and be part of the program.
All right, John Dowd, always a pleasure. Let's hear it for the Junkyard Dog.
Thank you, guys.
Two-time member of Team USA. Woo! Yeah. All right.
James is still here.
Yeah, James still here. Just not talking very much. You can flip that off there, and we'll flip you off that. Flip you off? Did I say that? I wouldn't do that. All right. Big respect to John Dowd. Thanks for coming on. Have fun with your buddies. We'll see you around all weekend. We're going to close it up. All right. We're going to take a commercial break here on RacerTV.com. We'll be right back.
Stars. One goal, one vision.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
Welcome back, everybody. It's RacerTV.com. Here we are, RedBud.
The B team.
Fantastic. We gave Wygan a break.
Wygan's been on for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Absolutely. I'm Steve Mathis. That's Tim Cotter. But really, the real star of this, the man here, former factory Yamaha rider, factory Suzuki rider, Jimmy Button Fly Button. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Just glad to be here. Stoked to be at RedBud for Nations, which is
it's Megan last time at Colorado, then at Bud's Creek was pretty awesome. So we're expecting this just to kind of blow the top off. Really,
it's really. When we heard this was announced for RedBud, look, nothing against Unadilla and Lakewood and Bud's Creek. They were fantastic events.
But this is
RedBud. This is where it belongs.
RedBud! That's RedBud.
This is RedBud on a Friday afternoon, and no one's even here yet.
Yeah.
Because it's like 13 miles of bumper traffic just to get in.
But Jimmy, you've been to as many races as anybody overseas. You raced a year in Europe.
Yep.
You've been there a ton. You work with riders now from Europe. I've always said this on all of my radio shows and everything. There is nothing like a motocross the nations in Europe. There really isn't. But can we get there this weekend?
We might be able to. It's funny that you say that because I've been to Wemmel, I've been to Renee, I've been to all the nations overseas, and there is that interesting vibe that you have over there that we never seem to get here. We don't get the horns, we don't get the cowbells, we don't get the chainsaws. But these guys,
they had them today.
They're going to bring the heat this weekend, and I think we have a fantastic team. The three boys that we have, they're going to try to break the French stranglehold that's been going for 5 years now. I'm in like a really kind of weird predicament in this whole weekend. So obviously I look after Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan Ferrandis, one of your riders.
One of my guys, and so I'm wanting him to like really succeed and go after that individual gold in the MX2. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, like I'm an American. Like you got to root for the home team and your boys. So it's a weird dynamic. And I was talking to Ty Masterpool's dad today about it, and he was a coach for a Canadian ski team, and so it's like. He's like, yeah, you just got to put the jacket on and you just do it. So I got my French shirt, I got my French coat. It's going to be a little strange putting it on tomorrow a little bit, but this is going to be a fantastic weekend, a fantastic race. The Richies do just an unbelievable job. The people that are here right now, it's only going to get bigger and bigger and better, and you're starting to see some fires out in the fields and whatnot. It's going to be an unbelievable weekend, and if you are a true motocross fan, missing this pilgrimage is insane.
Yeah, it really is, and I hope we come close to what we've seen in Europe over the years. Tim, you work obviously closely with the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross tracks. Each and every national, you're involved, whether MX Sports is promoting it or whether the Richies or the Martins or whoever is running it. What is it about RedBud? I mean, what is it about RedBud that just makes it? I've said crown jewel and written crown jewel about this race for 20 straight years. Well, what is it?
You can't put your finger on it. It's everything. It takes a whole blanket. RedBud, I've been coming here for 30-plus years to RedBud, and this crowd has always been the most enthusiastic crowd that we've had on the circuit year in and year out, rain or shine. And for them to get this opportunity to come here and race the most significant race in the world, it is due. It's overdue. And RedBud's going to be the best host in the United States, bar none. It's going to be fabulous.
It's going to be amazing. They're going to draw from multiple states, all over the world. Of course, the fans are going to come here. I hope they leave with a good impression of this track and this facility. I'm sure they will.
I think they will because you look at this, you see a lot of Europeans, because so many of the American riders talk about this track being the track.
Yep.
The track that they look forward to. You're halfway through Supercross and you're beat up from Supercross, but you're still looking forward to 4th of July weekend racing at RedBud. Wearing the colors, everything that goes on with this race. All the gear companies do great jobs, and the graphics companies do custom kits and whatnot. The Alpine Star boots are just on point. And so all the guys in Europe know about this track. Everybody, with today's technology, everybody's watching everybody. We're watching all the GPs. They're watching all the motocross races. And everyone knows about this place, the mystique of this place. Everyone sees the crazy guys around the podium, like with Marv and everybody, on the race weekends and whatnot. And so I think a lot of expectation of guys coming here this weekend to see what this is all about, to jump Larocco's lead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those storied tracks that, like, as a racer, you want to make sure you check that mark at some point in your career, whether you're from here or from there. I know for me, when I got to go over to Europe and race at Wemmel, it was just one of those things like, okay,
yeah,
I did that. I lived. So, yeah, this is rad. I mean, it's like.
Were you ever in the? You never rode for Team USA. I'm sure it was something you always wanted to.
Yep.
Were you in the running any particular years where you heard whispers of your name?
Yeah, I mean, I think the year that I got hurt was probably a really good year for me. You know, I'd gotten the 4-stroke figured out.
Yeah.
I had been on the podium a bunch outdoors. So yeah, I mean, it's dirt bikes, man. You get hurt, things happen. But the caveat to the whole thing is the year that I probably was going to go, Rhino rode the MX3 or Open MX, whatever it was called back then, and he was number 12 that year, and that was actually my race number. So I was like, man, I would have got the race, I would have got to ride my number.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
in another era, like in '93 when the B team went, and if you had been in Europe one of those years, like that was year where you were racing in 125 GPs, they might have just said, hey, Jimmy, stay on over there, bring your bike, you're on the team.
Well, it's funny, the year I rode Grand Prix in '95, the track that was in Checo, I actually raced that year, and I'd done really, really well. My bike unfortunately let go on the very last lap.
Okay.
So I was a little upset that weekend, but I'd rode well at the track, and I was kind of thinking, well, maybe I was going to get the phone call. And I sat next to the phone for a few days. It didn't ring.
Right.
But, you know, it is what it is.
Tim, and for tomorrow, RacerTV.com, we're going to have another live show from
we're going to be live here from 6 to 11.
6 to 11.
And we've got the Intergalactical Pit Bike of Nations.
Yes.
Rob Bitus and the team. They've got 12 teams now.
Yep.
From all around the world. One bike per team. And so 3 riders per bike, 1 bike per team. The racetrack's right over here. And we're going to see the Intergalactical Pit Bike of Nations.
I am the manager for Team Canada. So I'm looking forward. I have my 3 riders lined up.
And you have Nations experience.
I have Nations experience. 03, Zolder didn't go so well. USA lost, but we did get second.
Hey, that's a tough track that, and a lot of people don't understand. They think of America as the powerhouse and kind of rightfully so in a lot of ways, but the tracks over there, I can tell you from racing Grand Prix over there, you would go in time qualifying, and you're just like hauling the mail, and you go and you look at your time, and there's this guy that hasn't ridden any Grand Prix, and he's like 2 seconds lap faster than everybody. Like, who's this guy? Oh, it's a local guy. So it does play into something. And I also heard that the pit bikes for tomorrow event, they're actually going to auction all of them off or something.
Yeah,
like
they're going to auction them off for the Road to Recovery. We just had a great dinner tonight with the
unbelievable.
Jeff Stanton knocked it out of the park.
He really did.
Him and Lori from Road to Recovery did a fantastic job. I've never seen anything like that. They raised $125,000, which is going to be great for all the injured riders.
That's significant. $125,000 goes a long way towards injured riders. As well as anyone, the Road to Recovery basically started because of your injury. And I know that your family's been very much involved with it. And for me, to hear that number, $125,000, it's a bit emotional to know that many people care.
It is. When this is motocross, like I said, there's, you're going to wreck, you're going to have accidents. Unfortunately, we sometimes have catastrophic injuries with guys, and, people they see you get hurt, they don't understand what's going on the back end of it all, dealing with the insurance companies and whatnot. My mom still works for the foundation, and she knows every loophole with all the insurance companies these days and helps these guys out a lot. She's worked, obviously, with Jesse Nelson quite a bit over the last couple of years, getting him, back on track and getting his life organized after, a super traumatic injury to his lower back and whatnot. So,
I know that we as organizers, and I've been very blessed over the last 4 decades to be involved in motorcycle racing at all levels. And we sit together as a team. We know, one thing we can't do is make this safe.
No.
It is what it is. Safe is shuffleboard. This is motocross. It's not safe. We can make it safer, and we can be ready when things happen, and your organization goes a long way to do that. And I know that the folks at RedBud and all the tracks around the world, they're all watching. We work together, we collaborate together, and we come up with better protocols and better designs and so forth. So Enough about that stuff. Yeah. It's awesome to see it progress. But I tell you, we are here today. The pilgrimage, I've been here since Tuesday. I was like, there was 3 RVs on the property when I pulled in.
Yeah.
And as you watch the pilgrimage of these people, and they come from all over the United States and around the world to come here to this. Now, I went to Europe. I went to Ernay several years ago. Ricky Carmichael and Ivan Tedesco and Kevin Windham won it in Ernay, France, and it was absolutely fabulous. This is going to be off the hook.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's I've been to Ernay, and in that valley, the sound is amazing. But I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
this is RedBud.
Awesome.
One thing I think is, look, I don't know how the weather's going to play out. We're expecting some rain, and it's going to be drizzly, and we know the American riders are terrific. The one we've selected are terrific in the mud, but so are the Europeans. So I don't know how this is going to play out. But I'll tell you one thing, is that, Jimmy, in your era, it was basically show up, put on some gear, go whoop some Euro ass. And I think it was
13, like that now.
13 years in a row, right? That USA took home the Chamberlain Trophy. Well, guess what? 6 years now, all-time winless streak for USA. 6 years in a row, they've been unable to win this race. On a race they once, in Jimmy's day, owned. Now, having said that,
when I was racing, this is the race that you wanted to be nominated to the team, and you were scared as hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if I get it, man, I better not get hurt. I better not do this, do that, because you didn't want to be the one on the first team.
Yeah, and so my point is, after 6 years of not winning, if it happens here this weekend, back in America, not only, Lakewood days even, and Budds Creek, it's like, hey, we won again. This one's going to be a little more special after going 6 years without a win, if USA can pull it off.
I think
it's
so.
going to be amazing.
So I was at Ernay the last time we won with Dunn, Jarvie, and Blake, and I have the flag from the podium that all the guys signed.
Oh, cool.
So it's been in my backpack for 7 years.
No way.
And I saw AP today, and I'm all, hey, man, like, I brought the flag.
Yeah.
I think it needs 3 more signatures on it. He's all, hell yeah, we're getting it done.
Yeah, we'll get it done. I'll tell you what, I went 1 year and got second, like I said, 03, and no one was happy. It was a very depressing trip. No one was saying, hey, we rode well. We got second. Like, Jimmy, you've got second many times. You're happy to get second in a race, generally speaking.
You're not happy to get second at this race.
No.
Isn't it fabulous that one race a year they drop the guards down? It's not about money. It's not about sponsors. It's about country. It's about pride. It's about where you grew up. It's about riding for these thousands of people and the hundreds of thousands that have attended motocross and supercross that come out every week and support you. It's about that. It's about country. It's about pride, and that's what makes it difference. It's awesome.
This is very much the "We Are the Champions" theme song.
Yeah.
Like when the guys won it, in 11 there in France. I mean, they started playing that song back at the hospitality tent, the Alpine Stars Hospitality Center, and it was so much fun.
Yeah,
it was a great time. We might have had a couple of cocktails.
There may be some limoncello.
Maybe some limoncello. Reedy was out of control.
He wasn't even American,
but he was on our side.
Yeah, he was.
But we have a champ that's joined the table here.
Yeah. Speaking of USA wins,
that's right. Lakewood.
Trey Kennard.
All right.
On studio. He is here. Trey Kennard, everybody.
Is it working?
Of course.
Here, let's
No,
go
we can't
closer.
hear you.
All right, come on.
No.
All right, technical difficulty. I think we got a button
We'll
to
figure
switch
it out.
here.
Yeah.
How about that?
There we go.
There we go.
We're on.
We're on.
Trey, we were just talking about. Look, the USA won this race many times, and you were one of the ones on the winning team. But if they were able to pull it off this year, 6 years in a row they haven't won. To do it here at RedBud after 6 years of not winning, it is going to be amazing.
And I mean, if you come here in July, right, this is USA. It's all you hear. And so to do it at this venue, I mean, would be huge.
And also, too, all the legends, all the guys that are here for the dinner, they're all going to be here. You're going to be in front of your peers that won so many times, including yourself. That would be cool.
It is cool. I mean, me and Trey were just sitting and doing an autograph session, and we're like, man, like, so-and-so, because
or maybe not.
Exactly.
Maybe not that.
It's pretty funny, because you grow up, like I did, like Trey did. You grow up, looking up to the guys that are 10 years ahead of you or 9 years, whatever it is, and then you end up maybe sometimes racing with them at the tail end of their professional career, the beginning of yours. So you cross paths just for a microsecond, and then you end up becoming friends with them. I mean, I picked David Bailey up from the airport last night.
Right.
I mean, I remember going to a national and looking at David and just thinking, he's God.
Yeah.
That's what he looks like in the actual flesh. That's actually him.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting now that, you text these guys, like, we're all friends. We all, talk to one another and whatnot. And it's funny because you look up to them as you're growing up, and then as you become a pro and then go through your career and whatnot. And now, we're all kind of old. Trey's still super young, good looking.
Yeah.
But, it's funny the way it works, but it's cool. You see Chuck's son and you see David and you see all the guys, and then you see the younger guys that, came after my career was over and whatnot that, that you're proud to be friends with, like Trey, like Duns, like RV, like those guys. And so it's an interesting thing, and we had a great time tonight at the dinner.
Yeah, how cool was it to see Ron Lachine and Rick Johnson up there? Guys who they used to hate each other.
Well, the funny thing,
they're childhood friends, and they're up there.
Me, Fro and myself were sitting at the same table, so we started telling some stories about those guys.
Yeah.
I'm like, they didn't used to like each other.
No.
Like, we were at an amateur race, at a CMC Golden State race, and they started fighting.
Right.
Like actually fighting.
Yeah.
So times have changed.
But Trey, for you, this place has look, you won the Motocross of Nations, you won a national championship, Supercross championship, all that. But I imagine RedBud for you has a little bit of a special place in your heart because that season you won the title, the outdoor title. It was going okay, but at this race, 2010, something flipped, something switched for you. At RedBud was the start of your second half momentum to win the title. It started here.
Yeah, it was super weird, right? The first part of that season was kind of a train wreck, and
I don't want a train wreck.
Well,
okay.
It was not what I wanted. I was shooting for that
Right.
championship, and by that time, I think I was like 60 points out of the lead, and so, coming here, it was like, man, if I just get on the podium, that'd be great. But man, to be here, and actually, we had Dean Wilson and Christoph Purcell and a lot of foreign guys that were winning the series at that time, and so. I think myself and Barsha and who else was on the podium that week, but it was an American weekend. So this holds a really special place in my heart.
And this win got you kick-started, and all of a sudden we saw a new Trey Kennard the second half of the year, and you ended up taking the title the final round.
Yeah, I have no idea how, but hopefully some of that American magic happens this weekend.
Right. We've got chainsaws in the background.
I like it.
Everyone's going off. We got Stu back there, Cardboard Stu.
Found him.
Found him. He's here.
RedBud.
He's here. But Trey, for you, talking about Motocross of Nations, Jimmy never got a chance to ride for Team USA. Was probably in the mix a few times. Looking back, it's all over. You're retired now. But looking back at that Lakewood win, what do you think about it? What do you remember?
And I think one of the coolest things I remember from that experience was, you could hear the fans literally around the entire track, the entire moto. I mean, I've experienced that, maybe the last lap of a Supercross, but literally the whole moto of every moto was the fans, and so that was insane. And then also there was a cool thing that happened with your teammates, right? You race these guys your whole life. You're not enemies per se, but you're not really, hanging out and high-fiving. And so, to work together with these guys, it was really cool.
And you even said Mitch Payton was a little scary to you. You worked for Geico, Mitch's #1 rival, and Mitch was all in that weekend for Team USA, right?
Yeah, it was amazing, right? I mean, 2 years ago, I was, battling with RV in St. Louis, with a questionable pass.
And, questionable into the finish line.
I was in a
But now
he's like, hey man, do that in this turn, and we got to do this. We got to. So that was really cool to see, that camaraderie between everyone, and hopefully, we see that here this weekend.
Were you nervous, or was it a confident nervous? You know how you get there's a nervous where I don't know if I can pull this off, and then there's sort of nerves where I'm ready. Let's get this thing going.
Well, I think initially you got to break down those walls and those barriers, right? Because like Trey said, you go head-to-head all the time. I remember at Lommel, Baggett had just won the championship, and then JB got bumped up to the MX3 class.
Yeah.
And so these guys have been battling for a championship all year. And then after practice, like, hey, man, where should I go there? I don't know. There's 500 lines. What do you think? They're really all deep. But it is cool to see that camaraderie between the guys because, I mean, if you really go back to like the granular part of motocross, it's what it's all about. Riding with your friends, racing with your friends.
Right.
You know, obviously money and everything comes into it later, but like it's still that pure joy, and I think that's what this race brings back for the fans, for the riders, for everybody, because you're not doing it for money.
Yeah.
No bonuses. No nothing. You're doing it for your heart and your soul and for your people.
So, getting back to were you nervous or were you? What do you remember? Like, were you?
There was a little bit of everything,
Yeah.
right? Because it's such an honor to be a part of this, right? Growing up, your whole childhood, you just think, man, if I could be a part of that team, what an honor. It's not even like like an accomplishment. It's like, wow, it's just you feel really cool to be a part of it. And so there's that kind of just, you forget about any nerves, right? You just want to do the best for your country.
Yeah.
But
And you're on a 250F, you're racing against 450s.
At Colorado,
At
right?
Colorado,
You know, in the altitude. But
you're like, hey, guys, yeah. You're like, I'm trying, I promise.
God, what are these? Are those the other bikes? I don't know what's happening.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, we'd won it how many years in a row at that point, and so I was just thinking, man, I don't want to be part of a team that loses it.
Well, Jimmy, before you came on, Jimmy literally said, back in the day when they were on that streak, you did not want to be on the one that lost it.
Yeah, 12 in a row.
Yeah, poor Fro, Larocco, and Brodowski.
Well, you know what? I mean, those guys really, on that day, they really ran into a chainsaw.
Yeah.
You know, the British guys, so it was Herring, Paul, and
Nickel.
And Kurt.
Yeah.
You know, and those guys all had career days.
Yeah.
And so you run into those things. I mean, and you see that happen all the time. I mean, you look at Germany at Lommel, what happened there. I mean, they were not even in the scope. Like when we went through the numbers, like, okay, Belgium, Holland, all this, like, and then Germany comes out, you know, and after the first two motos, they have like 7 points.
Yeah.
And we're sitting on like 30.
Yeah. Well, I think you guys were trailing going to the third moto?
Yeah, no.
In Lakewood?
I got in 2 first-turn crashes, and so it was really bad. And then also,
Shorty got
in a little
Townley
tangle
and
with
him came
Townley,
together.
and actually broke his clutch, so he had to jam the thing and couldn't even ride it. And so, I was sweating it, honestly. Right. And I remember watching that last moto, and Shorty pulls a whole shot like he'd always done that summer, and Dunger's right behind him, and so
it was on from there.
Cool.
And that was the same way at Ernée at the last time we won. You know, Baggett had that problem; he got stuck in the fence because of the mud. And we needed Dunge and RV to just crush it.
Also, Porcel was out front, but got a flat.
Right.
France was right there. You get a little bit of luck.
Yeah. And basically we needed Dunge and RV to go 1-2.
Yeah.
And basically they
came around the first turn.
Yeah, and they were like first and fourth. It's like, okay, we're kind of here, but don't let anything happen.
Right.
Have you realized?
What?
Have you realized, Mathis?
We found James.
He did come. He did show up.
Yeah, we found James.
We found James. James is here.
And we got a Canadian guy and a hockey stick.
Yes. So Mathis,
lots of hockey sticks.
I only came back to the set to point out the Canadian fans and Stu.
Yeah, I love it.
Yep.
It's great. This is what, I mean, you know what, and I'm proud to represent Team Canada at the pit bike this nation's tomorrow night.
Team manager.
Team manager.
Team
yeah,
manager, yes.
I've whipped my guys into shape. One of them may be in that group hammered right now.
Good job managing.
Yeah.
Good job managing.
One rider.
Is one of the actual Canadian racers on Sunday also participating in the pit bike race?
No, I don't want to talk about that. But
it's been ruled out.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
At one point he was.
Shows how much stroke you have as team manager.
Absolutely.
It's completely fallen apart.
I think I'm one and done. I'm not coming back as team manager. Too much work.
All right.
Too much effort.
We're going to have you and Beeve get together as the one and done team managers.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Of your
I think I need a puffy jacket too up there. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys are looking good. Guys are looking good. This is awesome, and I mean, this crowd, I cannot explain. The weather here is not awesome. And this crowd has been here for 4 hours now.
It's great. These guys are great. And, I mean, how great, like, we haven't seen much of James all year.
Yes.
We haven't seen a lot of him.
And he's here.
And he comes out.
James comes back.
In this crowd.
Yeah, in this crowd.
He could fly under the radar, but he didn't.
Yep.
It's a little odd with him wearing the Fox stuff, but that's cool.
I know, he's just bringing it full circle.
Right? Like,
yes.
But in all reality, though, how rad would it be if Stu was here? It would be like,
he's a two-time Nations team winner.
He's a bad dude.
Yep.
He went 24-0.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be cool to have Stu here.
It would be, absolutely.
You think so, Steve? Would you like to find Stu? Would that be cool with you?
I think I would. Yeah,
You'd be all right with that.
I mean, I spent 18 hours making a video trying to find him. So, yeah.
This guy even was a part of it.
Yeah, Trey was in it.
Trey was a part of it,
Trey
yeah.
was a guest star.
Okay.
Anyways, we're going to throw to commercial?
Yeah, we're going to take a commercial break. We got Doug Henry waiting in the wings.
Yeah, what did happen?
What happened to your face?
Yeah, people got really mad at me when I stole that sod, and it just spiraled downhill from there.
Have you explained anything about your face?
Not in the show, no.
Oh, okay.
So there's probably people watching at home who have no idea.
About it.
Yeah, 4 hours I've not said a word. Yeah,
can you tell everybody what happened to your face?
Mega endo and a mountain bike clipped in. So you know what? There's only two things you're going to hit. You're going to break your wrist or your face.
Okay, there
I
we go,
went full
You
face.
decided to break your fall with your face.
Yeah. My wrist got a little bit.
Your
hurt a little bit.
Your hands look fantastic.
Yeah, because it was so fast, they didn't have time to get out.
Right.
Next thing I know, all I now know is what it actually would take to be knocked out. Holy crap, that must be a hard hit. Because I hit hard.
That generally doesn't feel good, and I can tell you that it is good to get your hands out.
Yeah, I didn't make it.
Is it too soon?
I have some experience in not getting your hands out, and it doesn't do a body good.
I could tell you yesterday, if I had to do the show yesterday, I would have been moving like this. I didn't have a lot of...
Things just got weird.
Yes.
So I actually thought it was funny. But
you're good.
My neck hurt yesterday, but not that hurt.
Right.
See, when it happened to me, I didn't feel anything.
Right.
No pain. We're going to take a commercial break. At least Jimmy's joking about it. We'll be right back here on RacerTV.com.
Stars. One goal, one vision.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
Yeah, more Team USA alumnus and superstars joining us Jason Wygant back on the set here of RacerTV.com's Race Stage powered by FMF. Big thanks to Thor, Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles, and many more who have helped put this together. We have more guests here, and the crowd, they were chanting his name, so let's do it again. Yeah, we got the Henry chant going for Doug Henry, who's joined us. Doug, as all the Team USA alumnus, part of the MXON experience. So how was that experience for you, Doug? You were on the team in 1998. What was tonight's play like? What was that like?
Well, tonight I think I was just as much of a fan as I was a rider or a past champion. But it was really cool just being able to sit down and talk to a lot of people and hear the stories. Like there's so many stories from around the country, around the world that you hear, and sometimes you miss out on it because you're racing. Yeah. But it's cool to bring back the memories and all that stuff, and it was good just seeing a bunch of riders that I haven't seen in a while and some fans that I haven't seen in a while. So it was really it was a really cool experience. I think Jeff, I'm not sure whose idea this was to put this on, but it was a great idea because everybody kept saying it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and that's for sure. This I don't know if this will happen again. This was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's like something you don't even think about. It's not like there's an alumni meeting or club or group of guys that race for Team USA. So, this has never happened before. Maybe never again.
Yeah, just seeing the guys. I mean, seeing some of the guys that have been around for so many years doing this, and it just being a part of this group is it's an elite group, and I'm really happy that I'm a part of it for sure.
Now, Doug, you're on the team in '98. How did you only end up on Team USA one time, even though you had 3 different years you were a national champ? Was it circumstances? Did you not want to go? Were you hurt? How did you not end up on the team even in your 125 days?
I think it was just a matter of, Emig was fast, and I think that Roger was the team manager for many years. And, he picked the guys that he wanted to win, and he knew the tracks we were going to and the conditions we were facing. And, I was a consistent rider. I was fast. I was strong. But, was I the fastest guy? I don't know. I was the most consistent, that's for sure. And I won my handful of races, and it was enough to win 2 championships, 3 if you count the 98. But I kind of wanted to be picked in 93, 94, but just didn't get picked.
They went with the experience because Emig had already been there.
Yes, for sure.
Kind of forgotten, unfortunately for you in history, is that you won a moto in '98. You had 1 shot and you won your moto overall.
That's right. I got the 1 win, and it's funny because it was a crazy race out there. They had a ton of mud, and they actually closed down a section of the track during the race. They shut it down, but I was running second, and it was so hard to tell who was where, and I guess the guy in first, he actually went off the track or something got stuck, and I came across the finish line and won. It was kind of happened to me a few times. One time in Bercy, I was racing, and I got a bad start, and I was just racing through the pack, put my head down, and just went as hard as I could, and just chased through everything. And I ended up coming across the checker flag, and I was like, "Is that for me?" But I ended up winning the race.
For those of us that don't know or don't remember, where was that race?
That was in England, Fox Hills in England. Great track, a really, really cool track. A lot of, the fans out there were really, really good. And, I think any MX of Nations, that you go to is, you get the crowd, the fans, the people. It's just a different atmosphere, anytime you get a chance to
go. You obviously have raced your share of mud races. We know you endowed the New England guys. When it was muddy here in the U.S., you guys immediately went to the front. But what was that England race like compared to other mud races you did?
It was just really slick and sticky. It was kind of like, I think, Troy, Ohio isn't on the map or isn't on the national circuit anymore, but Troy was like a type of track that was really, really hard-packed, sticky, and it kind of reminded me of that, where it was really hard-packed and sticky mud where, I don't know, just the ruts got really deep, and just one little mistake and it just throws your whole day off. I had won the first moto, second moto, I just had a bad start and just crashed in the beginning, and just couldn't really make it up.
Wow. Okay, so your one experience, unfortunately the team didn't win, but that moto win, do you think about that a lot? Do you look back on that? Is that a memorable experience? I mean, you won titles, but what's that moto win like in your trophy case, so to speak?
It's up there.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely up there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a trophy case, but if I did, it would definitely be up there. I do have some of the riding gear, I think, you know, packed away somewhere. You know, like I had a house fire. I lost a lot of my my memorabilia, but some of the stuff from prior to me moving, I had stored away. So I do have some of that number 25 Fox racing stuff on there, and you know, it's just neat to be a part of it, and then come to here and see some of the guys that have been on the team for 5, 6 years, you know, and they won like every time. It's like, you know, those guys are the guys that really good to run. And this guy is taught, you know, and has been around a lot of the guys that have won many championships, many races, many donations, and you know, it's just really cool to be a part of this event and a part of this evening tonight.
Yeah. We thank Jeff Stanton. It was the Richies kind of came to him and said, "Can we have a parade lap maybe with some ex-legends?" And then he got so many of them involved, he's like, wait a minute. If we got 20 or 30 of these guys hanging out, we got to do more than a parade lap. And then it became what it became tonight. And, Doug, you're right. We welcome Gary Bailey back onto the show. Gary, you've been involved at so many different levels of the team. Once you were a racer at times, and then you were a coach for a lot of the racers. And I believe even at one point, even Team Puerto Rico? You have your hands in the Puerto Rico thing at one point?
I was actually there for 5 years.
Yes, so the Team Puerto Rico thing you've even been involved with.
Yes. I did. And it's kind of neat to be in a lot of them. And as mentioned earlier tonight, is the fact that this vibe here that I'm getting from this event is more like Europe. And I don't know how many of these you've been to, but the vibe in Europe is just, it's like something like extra special. It's like from the time that you get there and you go to these towns. And
the Henry chant.
You go to these little towns you drive through, and it's just motocross. And the fans there just seem to be like really, really into it. And the motocross nations that we've had here, I've been to those, and I didn't get that same vibe. But as I've come to this place, coming here this morning, I came in and I was like, wow. And then when we were coming here for the dinner tonight and driving down the road, and I'm going, wait a minute, this is Friday evening. I don't know what all's really going on, but I can tell you what, I'm sitting in a line that's going a mile down the road, and we're going like, my younger son calls me and he's, what are you guys doing? I said, well, we're not driving down the road. My speedometer's not even reading. So it's like that reminded me of a Saturday or maybe even a Sunday morning. But at the other, this is just unreal to me. And the amount of people that are here and the hype around this one, this is going to be one that I think that we're really going to remember, particularly when we win.
Yeah, there we go. They're going to remember that when Team USA wins. Hey, Gary, you are the professor. You're really the first riding coach as far as I'm concerned. And you've been doing it for a long time. I mean, what was the first year you were essentially doing the riding coaching? Can you pin it down?
Yes, I can. In fact, I can tell you the very first one and how it started. It started, in fact, the Penton Owners Group just asked me to write an article for them because it's 50 years of the Interams, or which actually was the Trans Ams then. And that was the Interam before it was become Trans Am.
Yeah.
And it was in Ohio, and the Pentons put that on.
Okay.
And the Europeans were supposed to do a class the day before the event started, and for some reason they decided they didn't want to do it late that night.
Okay.
So one of the Pentons come to me and said, hey, would you be interested in doing a school? And I'm like, what do you mean a school? And they said, well, we've got like 25 guys signed up for the school, and the Euros are supposed to do it. And they decided that they didn't want to do it. So we need somebody.
On you.
So I said, well, yeah. So it was pretty interesting because that was the first one I'd ever done.
And what year was that?
That was in 1969.
1969.
In October.
What I'm getting at is, so you go from 1969 to now. We're going almost 50 years now.
Yes.
49.
Yeah, there we go. Good math, Doug. When you see today's riders and the riders then, are you like, the same thing is the same thing and the same guys are champions, the same makeup, or have things completely evolved and are things totally different?
Everything is so different.
It is.
You know, back in the day, we didn't. Nobody was a factory rider, at least in the United States. There may have been some of the European guys come over here as factory riders. We were just independents that were maybe getting some support if you were getting that.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day when I was winning races, I mean, I got a motorcycle and some parts. And
that was big time.
About it. And the unbelievable thing is, in 1969, on July 4th, when I became the first American to beat the Europeans in motocross, I was expecting this big payday.
Yeah.
And the Euros got paid $150 to show up, and the Americans first American got $150.
Okay.
But when I won overall, I'm going up on the thing going, man, this is going to be big. I'm actually going to get some money, you know what I mean? And I got there and they handed me my check for $150 for being first American. And I'm like, was there something else that happened there? Didn't I win the overall?
He saved some money that day.
Yeah, so, it's like, I mean, it's really changed that, money-wise. It used to be all like family and fun, and I don't think there's as much fun in it today, particularly at this level. I mean, there's too much money involved, factories and sponsors, and, so you can't just go hang out. I mean, we would give our buddy that was racing for us for the win, we would give him our spare wheel if he wanted it.
That's not happening.
That ain't happening today.
That's not happening now.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I don't have a spare wheel.
Yeah, suddenly.
So, it's changed. It's come a lot. I've been there the whole time. The biggest thing I've tried to do, and the reason I've been able to still work with riders through all these years, is because I'm very big on taking video, studying the video. If I go to a race and Ryan Dungey wins or Ryan Villapoto wins, I want to know why. Why didn't he win the week before, and why did he win this week?
Yeah.
What's the difference in what he's doing, or why does this track suit him better than another one? So, I've spent a lot of time looking at all of that stuff and studying it. So I've pretty much stayed up with it. Some guys go, hey, you're old. I go, yeah, I may be old, but I still am looking for the edge for somebody because I'm not doing the classes full time now. I'm doing some privates here and there.
Okay.
After 50 years, I mean, I've been at the racetrack almost every weekend.
Okay.
And
that's
so
a lot.
It's kind of like, I want to do some other things. I want to play some golf with my wife and hang out with her and do other things other than just being at the motocross track.
Yeah.
I still love it, but it's not something I want to do every single day.
Yeah.
And it was funny because you guys talking about, this whole moment and everything, and will we ever have that again? As sad as this may be, you guys may have another one of these, but I may not. Because tomorrow I'm 75 years old.
Okay, all right.
So I'm
good
like
for
3/4 of a
You got a couple more years in you at least, okay, Gary? All right, congratulations, 75 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Happy
Yes,
birthday.
sir. Yeah, thank you.
75 years.
Yeah, so, and they all come to celebrate it, too.
Yeah, I know. They're here for you. They're here for you, Gary. Doug, what are you up to these days? What's happening with you? We know that you've been dealt some serious curveballs in life, both you and your wife, the house fire you mentioned. How's everybody doing in the Henry household?
Everybody's good.
Cool.
The kids are out. They're out of the house. One's in Charlotte going to school, and the other one's in Florida working.
Okay.
So,
you're empty nesters?
I'm empty nester.
Really? Okay.
But it's good. It's good. I did some mountain bike racing actually this year. I tried downhill mountain bike.
Okay.
A couple guys.
I hope you did better than I did. That's why I got all these bruises.
Is that what that's
Yeah,
from?
that's what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. A couple guys, like a guy started in England, Ashton Martin. He was like a trials bicycle guy and really awesome bicycle rider, and he got injured, so he started. He started this thing called a bucket bike, and it's basically a mountain bike with a bucket, and you sit in it, and they've kind of evolved that to an electric bike, so it's got an assist motor on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a little dirt bike for me, a really lightweight dirt bike, and I worked with GT, who's out of Connecticut, and Fox. They hooked me up with some really awesome suspension, and I can't believe what those bikes can handle. Like I have a full downhill, bike, and started doing that, and I just loved it. It's like moto, lightweight, and it's so similar to moto that I was trying to tell. Like once I did, I was like, all my moto buddies, I'm like, you got to try this. It's so much fun, and it's kind of easier on the body too. It's not quite as brutal as far as hitting bumps and hitting square edge holes and stuff like that. Like it seems to be, for me, it's like another thing for me to do that. Kind of takes that edge off of, mundane life. I need a little something, and mountain bike and moto and stuff.
Is it full suspension?
It's something good. Yeah, full suspension, and I tell you, those things can soak up some bumps. Like I never thought. Like I just kind of some sections I would just close my eyes and just hammer through it, and I couldn't believe what these things could handle. But
sounds like the first time I ever got on David's works bike. And I just put on a helmet and some tennis shoes, and I was going up this hill. And there was some ruts there, and I was kind of like, okay, I don't want to crash in this thing. And I went through the ruts, and I went, that was crazy. And turn around, come back the next lap, and I must have missed those ruts. And I went up there again, and I hit the ruts again, and I was like, geez, no one of these guys go so fast.
Yeah.
On my bike, I'd have been
not
all
even
like,
there.
This thing just blew through it.
And just imagine adding 30 more years to that. To the bikes they're riding now. So, Doug, awesome to see here. Awesome, most importantly, to hear everything's going well in the Henry household. And one more thing, the Race Across America.
Yes.
How gnarly was that? Involved with David Bailey also?
Yeah, this guy's kid just decided to call me up and say, let's go do a Race Across America. And I didn't know what that was, and I just jumped on board because...
it's a Race Across America. You go from this side to
it's kind of self-explanatory.
All right. Well, I didn't really look into it that much.
Okay.
You know, David called me, and it's like, I've talked to David a few times in my career, and he's helped me out with every time I talk to him. And when he called me and asked me if I'd be interested in doing this, I was just like, I don't care what it is. I get to hang out with you. Sure, I'll.
All right, that's cool.
That was it. It just being with Mickey Diamond and Jeff Ward and David Bailey for 8 days and plus some. It's just just seeing those guys, like these guys. Really, I really looked up to them and watched them ride for so many years, and they inspired me to be, just do better and become a better rider and being able to spend time with them and seeing both sides, their racing side and then seeing their struggle side, sort of, or their personal side was it was something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was a great experience, and I did it, and I'll never do it again. But it was fun. It was really, really fun.
All right, let's get the Henry chant going one last time.
All right.
Yeah. All right, we're going to wrap this show. We got about 15 more minutes. Gary, thanks for stopping by, telling more stories. Doug, always a pleasure. Glad you guys were here. We got one more set of guests. You guys enjoy your night. Come on back tomorrow if you want. We got plenty more time to fill. And we're going to take a commercial right here on RacerTV.com.
The RedBud Raceday Show is brought to you by Scott, Defend Your Vision, Monster, Unleash the Beast, and Maxxis. We develop premium tires that turn our lifelong customer passions into performance.
Stars. One goal, one vision.
Yeah, we are almost about to wrap this show up here on RacerTV.com, but we would be amiss if we did not allow Steve Mathis for the $500 that you donated to Road to Recovery.
Yep.
You did not use industry hookups. You did not use connections. You paid for your table without a discount to stay and hang out tonight with
Tim Ferry.
Tim Ferry, everybody.
Tim Ferry, everybody.
Tim Ferry, the great Tim Ferry.
Supercross champion.
Yes.
Supercross the Nations champion. Summercross champion.
We
saved
Summercross.
the best for last tonight.
Uh-huh.
Bud's Creek first moto.
Bud's Creek
first moto 03. And
02 first moto.
yeah, how'd the brakes go in Moto 2?
Oh, we don't want to talk about
Okay.
it. Anyway.
But most importantly here, when we talk Team USA, the race that this is going to have to try to match and supersede is Bud's Creek 07. I don't know if any of these folks here at Bud's Creek 07, these people are pumped. It was a phenomenal weekend. On the track, it was great for Team USA. The atmosphere on the side of the track was superb. Red Dog Tim Ferry, you're a big part of that. So your Team USA legacy is really one of the biggest ever. That was a huge event, and it was on your shoulders there that afternoon.
Yeah, I was definitely very fortunate to be in the 07 one because, like I said, we did have Colorado. Colorado was really cool, but I feel like RedBud is something that could trump Bud's Creek.
Yeah, but Bud's Creek was special.
But people talk about Bud's Creek to me all the time, and they don't really talk about my 97 Supercross championship.
I do.
Well,
Summercross? Do they bring up Summercross big time?
Never.
You beat Ricky
Nobody
Carmichael.
talks about Summercross.
You beat Ricky Carmichael straight up in a championship. How much of that really happened?
Yeah, they don't bring that up. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
But yeah, Bud's Creek was very special, and I got a feeling this one's going to be right up there with it.
You guys think this can match or succeed over 07 Bud's Creek? Can it get the job done? And we're bringing in, we might have another Ferry maybe on Team USA somewhere down the road. Is that possible? We're bringing in Evan Ferry, coming through the amateur ranks. Cool experience for you to be here, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah. Crazy crowd.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Pretty late for him to be up. I mean, he's supposed to be on the racing program, Timmy.
Well, this is just for fun, so.
Okay.
I'm excited he can kind of see, how crazy. Obviously, I brought him actually here for an amateur day one time, but it's kind of cool for him to be able to experience Motocross of Nations. It's something that's even, bigger than, the Jeep MXGPs, or it's a combined of everything. So I'm excited that he can get to see the crowd and all these people.
Have you put Bud's Creek on for Evan to watch?
I don't know. Have you seen
Oh
Bud's
yeah,
Creek?
I think I've watched it
You
on
watched
a bunch
it?
of different
Oh,
movies.
what a day
and
that was.
stuff
It's on
like
a
that.
perma loop.
I mean, at my house it is.
It is. Wait, you mean 03 First Moto or
No, Bud's
07?
Creek Does-Nations.
Okay,
Yeah,
Does-Nations.
yeah, yeah.
Does-Nations.
03 First Moto was
Yes.
great. But
Now, there was another Donations appearance. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was there?
Well, I've had a couple of them, but only one was Steve.
Okay, let's 03?
Yeah, 2003.
Okay. Steve, you were the mechanic.
I was the mechanic, 2003 Motocross
Yeah,
the Nations,
uh,
Belgium.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
In front of the king.
In front of the king.
Not Jeremy McGrath.
No, the king of Belgium.
Yes.
And we lost.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it was not good. It wasn't much fun.
No, honestly that was a tough blow for my ego, for just me as a person. I really wanted to win Motocross Nations my first time actually doing it.
Yeah.
I think I got picked the year before, but they canceled it or something. So maybe 2 years
yeah,
before.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we lost it. So to come back and win at Bud's Creek, that was
Lost it.
pretty
Awesome.
awesome. I actually won another one too.
06?
08.
08?
Stu crashed in the third
moto.
moto.
You saved the day with Stu crashed.
Stu crashed in the
Yes.
third moto, and then
Yeah.
Timmy rode through the pack to clinch the win.
Somebody found him.
Yeah, Stu was back here somewhere. Yes. Oh, that's right. Stu had the perfect season here, and then had a terrible moto at the Nations of all places. And you had to save
for
the day.
real, Timmy, out of the 03 you lost in Belgium, 07 you won, 08 you won. Now, but was there one where you felt better, like on the starting line? Like 03, you're nervous, your first time on the team. 07, you're in America though, so that's pretty nerve-wracking. And 08, now you're like, hey, I'm in England. And this, remember, you didn't like the track. Zach Osborne likes to tell a story, and I hate it, but it's true.
Yeah,
Zach Osborne tells a story about passing you in the qualifier on Saturday in England.
He did. Is that 08?
Yeah, 08, yeah.
Yeah, 08. I love Bud's Creek for sure to win here, but we were confident there. I was very fortunate as well in 07, 08 to have, 07 was Ricky Carmichael and then Villapoto, and then going to Donington Park in 08, I had James Stewart, Villapoto. So I had a really strong team, but Bud's Creek kind of almost seemed easy in a sense. We almost, I mean,
most people talk about your rides that day at Bud's.
Epic. Yes.
Well,
I mean,
yes.
I think of that.
Yes, mostly when you think 07 Buds, very first, then maybe Villapodie.
There was a good chance that if Carmichael and myself hadn't fallen in one of our motos, we could have went 1-2 the whole
Possibly,
day.
yeah.
So because we came back and got, I think, 4th and 3rd was the worst moto finishes.
Yeah.
So
So England, you didn't like the track. You weren't a fan of that much. And then Zolder was cold, and you didn't like the track. Like, was there one that?
Honestly, 08 was real special for me because we weren't the strongest, the fastest team. I don't feel like we were in their territory, kind of like when they come over here, like at Budds Creek, and so to win there at Donington Park, especially the way that it did right there at the end. Stewart unfortunately fell, and I was just in a position to finally get those last few positions so we could win it. So to win on your off day, I think to me it was real special.
Right.
To have the when we won it in 07, the crowd was going nuts. They stormed the track when me and Carmichael rode around. That was amazing. But when we won in Donington Park in 08, our American team just went to the podium and they went nuts. So all the team personnel, they were just going nuts. It was almost expected at Budds Creek, but Donington Park was really cool.
Okay, so wait.
It was testing for Stu, remember?
It was just test rider
for
Stu. That's Jim Hawley told me.
Right.
It wasn't my
Yeah.
wasn't my idea. So you know as well as anyone the differences between everyone assumes there's a big advantage because they're racing in the United States this year. You literally saw it one year to the other, 07 to 08. How much more difficult was it on foreign soil? How much easier was it than sounds like at Budds Creek? Big difference.
It's a lot different because the food, the time zone. You get over there just a few days before the race.
Yep.
I don't know how the fuel thing works now, but back then the fuel was an
Absolutely.
issue. I picked up my bike in 03 to run right. I was at Lowell in the sand track, deep sand, trying to get my fuel to work right and jetting, so whatever we were doing. But it's definitely very.
I was probably screwing it up.
Probably getting it wrong.
Probably.
I was probably
Yes.
screwing it up.
Yes.
But yeah, it's tough, and we'll see. But the Europeans they've gotten strong in the last quite a few years.
Yeah.
So it definitely, I think we have a strong team, but it's never easy.
So if Justin Barsha, Aaron Plessinger, and Eli Tomac were to call you up and say, "Give me a piece of advice for this Nations on American soil. Give me a piece of advice," what do you tell them?
I don't know, man. They're pretty good.
Once again, great analysis.
Excellent.
I would just say, the main thing is just you can't afford a DNF. You can't afford really one bad finish.
Consistency.
So being consistent.
Yes.
So, but those guys know what to do. I mean, they're champions and stuff. So.
Timmy, you've coached guys like you were just talking to Trey Kennard here about 20 minutes ago. You were part of that championship effort. I know you know things. You know what you're talking about. Don't be shy about it. It's okay.
Well, let's ask Evan.
Yeah. All right, we'll just ask Evan. He said consistency. He was smart enough to say consistency.
How's Dad as a coach?
Yeah, he's pretty.
He's good. No, he's not that good?
No, he's good.
Okay,
He's
all right.
He thinks he can
fairly
whip
okay.
bigger than me, so he's cool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He wished he could maybe go to somebody else, but you're his dad.
Right, yeah.
He doesn't really have an option.
Kind of awkward calling up.
Kind of awkward,
you know.
yeah. Dad, can you give me the money to go to somebody else?
I want to go to MTF. I need some money.
Yeah, Colleen's going to help me out, Dad.
Right.
No, I think, I'm okay with, I sometimes think about, asking, Trey to talk to him or somebody else talk to him because it's good to have, different insight and, it's all knowledge. And, you say, you know everything, but I don't. A lot of it just seems like common sense to me, and, just from experience, I guess I do probably know a lot. Like Steve knows a lot. You know a lot about. I don't know what you know about, but
I appreciate that.
But yeah, it's a. Sure, I wish somebody would take him over.
Were you there in 2010 with Trey? In
I
Colorado?
was there, and I kind of, not to knock on that race, but Budds Creek just has this like.
It does.
This
It absolutely
big hype,
does.
and,
Yes.
and maybe it was because it was the first time back, and anything that involves Ricky seems to be big. So yeah, I was there with Trey, and I don't think that was an easy race for them either.
No, they were trailing going into the third moto.
Yeah, it was tough, and that was fun, but yeah, Budds Creek was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was an epic one. All right, Evan, get us up to speed. Every year at Loretta's, I see your grandfather walking around with the goggles are on his head, scouting the competition, taking mental notes. How was your season? How did it go in 2018 for you in the amateur ranks? How'd it go?
It didn't go so great, but I mean, I had fun, so I think that's really what counts.
Are you cool with the fun part, Dad, or are you just?
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm totally cool with the fun part because, you know, he's going to have a lot of time if he really does end up going pro, which is, you know, who knows? You know, obviously, I don't want to crush his dreams, but it's really tough, you know. So you're going to have a lot of time to be a professional, to be serious, and we're not that we're not serious, but he maybe the Loretta's didn't go as well as he wanted to, but he did really good at a lot of other races. So
maybe call up Rossini, send him to Jersey.
Maybe I need him.
It worked once. It worked once.
Dude, I remember you driving a pickup truck up to New Jersey for the K-Rock on a Suzuki. It made no sense why you were there. And it had Florida plates on your truck, so I'm like, this dude drove here for this race.
I was going there to make money.
Oh, it's going there to make money. Take
there
money
we go.
from the Cowie guys.
Now, this is going to be great, though, man. It's going to be awesome if these guys can pull it off this weekend on American soil, just like you did at Budds Creek. And especially, too, Weech, as I was saying earlier, all of these legend guys are here. All of the past winners are going to be hanging out. I mean, there is a lot of eyeballs on the 3 American riders this weekend.
That was something just having that event that Stanton helped put on for Road to Recovery was really cool. And I mean, I got a picture of Evan with, McGrath and Jeff Ward and, guys that I looked up to, and stuff. So just for my son to be able to see, all those guys, David Bailey sitting next to me, signing autographs. He just got a picture with Doug Henry. So that's some serious star power. That's something we didn't have at Budds Creek. So
there you go.
This is a big event. I'm excited to see how. I'm excited to actually just be a spectator. I don't have, other than just being an American, wanting the Americans to win. I'm even excited to see some of the Europeans ride.
Canada.
Yeah, one of your riders was just here a minute ago.
Yeah,
hanging out.
It's probably one of my guys.
Getting hammered.
Right.
He had a hockey helmet on.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we do.
Safety first.
Right.
I mean, until they put everyone together at this event tonight, I had not ever thought of I guess we should make a list of here are the riders who have raced for Team USA. Is there even a list?
Yeah,
I don't think there's a compile list.
Right,
I mean, do you even walk around thinking I'm alumni of Team USA? We've never really put it, I feel, in this perspective until tonight with the dinner.
Yeah, I heard Trey, say something when they were interviewing him, and nobody's chanting USA when he's at home,
Right.
He's just a normal guy. So
and
even for me, I haven't really had somebody yell "Red Dog" in 15 years, 10 years probably. So
I'll keep yelling.
It is
him.
Just me.
Yeah, just Mathis was.
Right.
So you guys are just here now for the duration, just to watch the races, just to be into it. You got to be so excited. This is a cool race to go to.
Yeah, I think this is really my first time experiencing it. I was pretty young. I was probably around 6 or 7 or something really young the last time I went to one of these.
Yeah, he was at Budds Creek and he was on my father-in-law's shoulders. Up to number 3 on his jersey, but he was a little guy. So.
You do not remember Budds Creek 07, unfortunately?
I don't remember anything about it.
Really hurts, Dad. That's why you got to keep that
up. Well, actually, no. I remember something about the podium, but that's about it.
Yeah, okay.
What's funny, though? I'm Canadian. Obviously, everybody knows that. I'm cheer for Canada.
They're booing now.
Sorry, everybody. Where's my hockey helmet guy?
Booing. Yes.
No, but for real, I talked about 03 Zolder being miserable. No one was happy. We got second. But no one was happy. It was basically got 30 seconds.
Something nobody talks about, too, in 03. They went with a different format.
Yeah, the only time.
Moto.
It was one moto format. So we probably had a better chance of winning.
But what I was going to say was I'm really stoked that I have my Team USA team shirt still. I'm really stoked that I got to be on Team USA at the Motocross of the Nations, even as a greaseball mechanic. I'm happy with that. That's a really neat thing to say. Didn't go the way we wanted to, but not that many mechanics get a chance to do that.
Yeah, and that is the funny part. We're getting riders up here we just had Doug Henry up here. He was on the team one time. The team did not win. But I think now they're finally realizing, you know what, just to serve, to be picked, to get that experience. Because, it's always win or lose over there. And it's if you lose, it's just terrible. And now thinking of it's actually awesome to have just been picked, whether it was 03 or, in your case, 07, 08 when you got your revenge. Just being picked is something cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's 3 riders out of all the USA riders there is.
Yeah.
That's a huge honor just to be in that that group. So
right.
especially if you're a lights guy, because you really there's only one spot.
That's
so.
right.
I mean, obviously, Plessinger's the champion, so he deserved it. But yeah, it's cool.
Okay. Can they do it? What do you think? I know you're not saying that you know anything that they don't already know, but what do you think? Can they do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we had the strongest effort or strongest team, at RedBud, tracks that our guys know a little bit.
Yeah. And even if the rain comes, Barsha and Plessinger and Eli are great mud riders.
They are.
They're great mud riders.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so we're not scared. You guys are not scared about Sunday, right? No. All right, Tim Ferry and Evan Ferry, thanks for coming by. I'll air shake you from all the way across.
Thanks,
we got
buddy.
it. He's getting taller,
Thank
so we
you.
can do that. We're going to wrap this show up. Thanks for the Ferries for stopping by. Mathis and I will wrap this thing up. We got 1 minute left, and tomorrow we're going to do this again.
Yeah.
5 more hours. You guys good for that?
Pit Bike of Nations coverage.
Yes. We're gonna
qualifying
cover Pit Bike
coverage.
Yes.
Everything.
Maybe we should get Evan on the Team USA Pit Bike team.
He's trying to get on Canada, but unfortunately no passport.
I'll do whatever.
Still photo racing?
He'll ride for anybody.
You're the right size, man. You can do this.
I've seen his Instagram videos. He shreds.
Yeah,
he shreds on them.
Okay,
But hey, look, enough about that.
Yes, Motocross of Nations will be back right here from RedBud tomorrow night on RacerTV.com. We'll have qualifying races, so we'll be discussing all of that with analysis tomorrow night and our Pit Bike to Nations, actual countries competing on identically prepared pit bikes.
Same time, same place tomorrow.
Yep, RacerTV.com. Cheer one last time, folks. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.